Day 49 at Woodbine Racetrack. Track announcer Robert Geller here on this Sunday, July 19th, as we head to our big race program today featuring the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois. A 14-race program, and Mother Nature has certainly blessed us with a beautiful day, very comfortable temperature-wise, 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit, could be warmer in the right spots. Sunny conditions. Northwesterly is a little lighter than it has been. It's still pretty strong, 20 kilometres or 12 miles per hour, and plenty of racing on the inner turf. We have 6 races to be decided on the inner turf and 2 Grade 2s, and the Connaught Cup will come later. The Nassau Stakes kicks it off, and don't forget the big races today are so key to the King's Plate coming up on Saturday, August the 15th, 4 weeks away, including the plate trial. Lots to talk about in the racing world, but also let's go to some interesting information on the changes, as well as keeping tabs on these options of bets today, including the $5 All Stakes Pick 3. Let's go to the first. Race 1 is clear. There are no changes. Race 2 of the day, and it is going to see the scratch of 7 Supergirl as a steward scratch. We're on the Bet365 inner turf with a good reading. Lane 1, the rail in the true position, and the going stick came up at 10.9. It's the start of that $100,000 guaranteed pick 5. Over to race 3 and number 5, Ami's Cry is a vet scratch. Race number 4 on the inner turf, Stewart scratch, number 7, Cajun Influence, the also eligible. Over to race 5, there are no changes in the 5th. Race 6, back to the inner turf, vet scratch, number 6, Rock Hard Rose. Race number 7, and here number 9, Saratoga Gold, £1 over. On to race number 8, the Nassau Stakes, the Grade 2, and it starts that $5 All Stakes Pick 3, and Stewart Scratch, number 3, Salty Senorita. Do note the ownership of 5, Fiery Lucy, should read Cutter Racing LLC, and Fergus Galvin. Over to race 9, it's the plate trial, and this starts the jackpot Power Pick 6 that was hit yesterday, starts up again, and there are no changes, race 9. The 10th race, which is our feature, the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois, officially scheduled at 5:57. There are no changes in the Oaks. Race 11 on the inner turf, the Connaught Cup, the Grade 2, is also clear. There are no changes. Race 12, likewise, no changes. Back to the inner turf for race 13, and there are no changes in that race as well. Let's go to the final race, where there's a jackpot high 5 carryover, $19,345.16. That is race 14. And number 3, Fast Charlie, is a vet scratch. As you know, the World Cup's coming up. I'm divided, as my time might indicate, between Spain and Argentina, but we'll see. That may pan out for Messi, we'll see. But I know that a lot of you who are sports fans will be able to watch and wager on the races as well as watch the World Cup. Coming up right now is Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer, wearing bells, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
She feels pretty, grabbing the lead. Diamond Rain coming on the outside as they hit the wire. She feels pretty narrowly.
This is the moment.
And happy Sunday, everybody, and welcome to Woodbine Oaks Day here at Woodbine. Elisa and Jeff along for the ride on this big 14-race program, which features 4 major stakes events. Of course, we have 2 Grade 2s on today's card, both those races taking place on the turf, which is listed as good, Jeff, because we were off of the grass yesterday, and we had a funny feeling that things would start to dry up. It's just an absolutely gorgeous day for racing. Nobody has to worry about smoke. It's blue sky outside and the weather is perfect.
It is great. And the Oaks is always one of my favorite races because we do produce horses that go on sometimes to be fantastic broodmares down the line. And I think sometimes we forget this is a Canadian Classic race because we're so used to now these fillies racing the plate and doing quite well too. But this is a big accomplishment if a horse is able to win the Canadian Oaks. This is the race that you look down the history lines, and the best real fillies born in this country win this event. And I also love doing the time comparison at the end of the day too between the plate trial and the Oaks, trying to figure out if that gives us some clues towards the plate.
Right, so the plate trial will be one of our co-features today, and I think some horses for this afternoon, it's make it or break it time. You know, they're either going to go or they're going to get cut from the roster, but don't forget that the fillies who race in the Oaks, maybe 1-2 might end up going to this year's edition of the King's Plate. So just a gorgeous day for horse racing action. We're really excited about it with the 4 stakes races. And we did cancel that Thursday and Friday program, but if you did your handicapping for Thursday, quite a few of those races are back on today's card.
That is true, and Friday is kind of tomorrow's card of racing too, so that's why we have so many races on today's card. We're kind of trying to make up for lost time right now, but it was very refreshing to walk out and get some fresh air today. And you and I were just looking at the work tab from this morning. 189 horses worked a half a mile this morning.
Crazy.
And I think it was around 70 horses worked 5/8. So that track was really, really, really busy today.
Right, and the reason for that was we weren't allowing workouts with that heavy smoke that we had in the area. But the air quality is A-OK. It's perfect for this afternoon's card. Speaking of racing, yesterday, really busy day at the office. 10 races on the program yesterday, and a great afternoon for a couple of jocks on the card. Fraser Abley won 3 races on the program. Romero Mirage won 3 races on the card as well. But it was the Lady Trainers who dominated on yesterday's program. Josie Carroll, Audrey Chung had 2 winners. Catherine Day Phillips, Gail Cox, Katerina Vasilieva. I mean, our girls did incredibly well, but Mark Cassey unleashed a monster in Mauna Loa.
Yeah, took to the synthetic so well yesterday. I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be for that one next time out, but it's one really, really nice. And we got a good number on that one too, at odds of 4-1. But yeah, Mark Cassey and Phil Hull didn't get the memo that it was Ladies Trainers Day here at Woodbine, because great to see the female trainers doing so well. And a female trainer won the Haskell for the first time.
I saw that.
In Haskell history yesterday too. It's sort of terrific to see.
Talk about ladies making history this year. You know, Sherry DeVoe, of course, and then the big Haskell winner yesterday. Our girls doing well. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. Maybe the female trainers. Maybe the female trainers might win the big dashes on this afternoon's program. Okay, we're going to start things off for you in race number 7. 7th race is actually halfway through the program today. A maiden special weight going 3/4 of a mile, and this one features a group of 11. These are 2-year-olds. We always love to have the 2-year-olds competing. So much fun to watch them. Obviously, you never know what the road ahead will be like for so many of these horses. Now, this one's been kind of the talk of the town. I know yesterday I got you with the Chanel.
You did.
Okay.
Yep.
But there's another one in here that I had a little chuckle on, and that's the 4. Do you see the reasoning with the name there, buddy?
Well, I'm going to give it a shot. It's De La Renta.
And who's the horse by?
Oscar Performance.
Oscar De La Renta. Hello.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow on that type of stuff. But
I just thought, you know, I'm all about the snappy names, and that's a really great one.
That is a good one.
De La Renta, who goes out for Kevin Attard here today, and guess who's riding?
Johnny V.
He's
And the
in
works
town.
look pretty good too.
That, and then speaking of works, Loaded Deck is the talking horse today.
Yeah, this one's from the same family as Stack Deck, Valentino Beauty, Stakes Place Designer Ready. And this barn's just now starting to heat up a little bit with our 2-year-old horses too. So definitely going to keep a real strong eye on that one. Even the outside horse, they paid nothing for the horse, but this is a half to a Grade 1 winner. Won the Santa Anita Derby did. So happy. So I'm going to go towards this King Cadumant rival as a horse I want to keep an eye on in here, because I thought that one made up a significant amount of ground. But my top pick is going to be the $500,000 purchase, Lawrence the Great. Probably wants a little bit more ground than just 3/4 of a mile in here, but the way that Cassie won with the 2-year-old on yesterday's program, maybe now he's going to start to make up for lost time.
Right. Yesterday he saddled his first 2-year-old winner, or they saddled his first 2-year-old winner,
Yep.
which was kind of shocking. We'd just been talking about that he hadn't unleashed a big 2-year-old as of yet. We've got some workouts to show you, then hopefully this will help you out with your handicapping for race number 7. The first one we're going to look at is for Lord Yorkton. Now, we showed you this replay yesterday because we were talking about the horse along the inside,
Yep.
that being Finances Secure. But Lord Yorkton is, I think, the better of the two workers there from the Steve Churkop outfit. This is a work back on July the 5th, a half that goes in 48 breezing. And again, you know, since that, the horse has come back to work another half in 48 and 3.
And what I like is the reference to the last race the horse was in, because this one finished 4th. Uncle Dodo was one that came out of that race to obviously win a stake race. So that's a great frame of reference in here, and I'm with you. I think the horse on the outside definitely got the better of the inside horse on this particular occasion. Since then, they've come back to work on July the 11th, the 48 and 3, getting ready. And we're talking a lot about these flashy first-time starters in this race. All you have to do is look at what King Council did second time out to show you how much a horse can improve from their first start to the second start. King Council improved considerably second time out. And all this talk about the Barb horse, rightfully so, with Loaded Deck, maybe we're not getting enough props here to King's Council, who finished second against Quipster. And guess who finished third there? Liberty Beach, who came back to win easily on yesterday's program.
Right, and they are really chatting about this Loaded Deck, but I did go to King's Council. I think experience kind of helps out. We wanted to show you a workout as well. This is a gate work for Wise Walker, who will lead from post position number 11. Sky Chernetz is aboard for this breeze, and this is back on July the 5th. Now, what is significant about this, because we actually showed this to you last week, what's significant is that the horse along the inside, Champagne Sunday, was a winner for Sky Chernetz and Dave Cody last Sunday in an optional 40.
And Wise Walker, they paid very little for the horse, and the horse is a half to So Happy, who was a 2-time stakes winner as a 3-year-old, won the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby. So I'd love to know why they got the horse for so cheap. But it looks like, I think it's safe to say he's exceeded their expectations, because you know, this work in 1:04 on June the 28th kind of stands out to me. And now we're looking at the work from the gate on July the 5th in 49 seconds. Breezing coming into this event too. And as you said, the horse on the outside came back to win it first time out in a slower split of a race, but still was able to win first time out nonetheless. So that's obviously a great frame of reference.
Yeah, there's some nice babies in this spot. I mean, Cassie's got this classy guest on the inside.
Yeah.
And how much good fortune has this GG Racing Stables had? They've put out some nice horses. Classy Guest is a horse who shows up with a really nice gate work and is related to Conquest Tsunami, who is a 5-time stakes winner that's made almost $800,000.
And Army Mule's fantastic with his first time starters.
We've seen one here already from the John Ross barn that won by leaps and bounds. So race number 7
That's
on the program is definitely a good one. Let's go to the 8th race. This is the first of our 4 stakes events. We have 2 graded stakes for you this afternoon. The Grade 2 Nassau goes a mile on the inner turf course. We're in lane 1. The turf is listed as good, and who knows, if this sun and wind kind of keeps up, it might get a little bit firmer as the day goes on. We're scratching the 3, I think a very significant scratch of Salty Senorita from the Mike Maker outfit. That one's a steward scratch. So I think Sultana kind of gets into an even better spot here, because I was worried about this Mike Maker horse.
Yeah, so Sultana's, I think, the best horse in the race, just the distance. Can the horse be as effective going just a mile, when traditionally this is probably a 1.5 mile, 1.25 type of horse? But Sultana's last start at Gulfstream, it was an overland type of trip, which means the horse covered a lot of ground, and it turned out to be a key race too, at least, because the runner-up came back to win a stake at Churchill, and the third-place finisher came back to win the Bewitched. So right there, that tells you all you need to know about the quality that Sultana has been facing. I got a bit of a trouble trip type of horse in this spot. This is a horse by the name of Bessie Abbott, who I thought got a little bit delayed back in the Royal North Stakes. We'll take a look at it for you right now. Shifty's going to win the race, but our subject is going to be highlighted right now for you on the screen. This is Bessie Abbott. I really think that Fraser had to wait a long, long time to kind of get going in here. We've got a wall of horses that we have to wait to get past in here. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. And Fraser's just probably saying, give me somewhere to go. And now he really gets a chance to ask the horse here with the Gary Barber silks. Now things get tight right here. And now finally we get a chance to really extend our stride for the first time, but it's too late. I mean, Shifty's got the jump on us. The runner-up has got the jump on us. But watch this horse fly here to finish in the 3rd place position. I love the way Bessie Abbott ran last time out. Now we get a little bit more ground to work with. And because Sultana's going to take a lot of money, And some of the Euro invaders are going to take some money, and the Sisterton horse is going to take some money. I just wanted to find a bit of a price horse if I possibly could.
Yeah, I was kind of interested in this Sisterton horse because if you look at the races with Lasix, they are very good races. And the horse comes back here to compete today on the Lasix program. But you think about the horses that she was up in against on Derby Day back on May the 2nd at Churchill Downs when she was in that grade 2 there and finished 5th, only beaten 3 lengths. So she is actually the horse who shows up as far as our race projector is concerned with the top number, 97.5. Fiery Lucy, this is the Irish invader that comes in for Brendan Walsh. They sent out a horse on yesterday's program. They have a couple of horses today. This one also gets on the Lasix program, Jeff.
Pace. What's the pace going to look like in this spot? You look at it, and there's not overabundance now. With the Salty Senorita being scratched, that does change the complexion of the race dramatically.
Right.
Now there's not overabundance of pace, and there might be Bessie Abbott. It might be the Sisterson horse that shows speed.
And of course, Robert Geller had a chance to catch up this morning with Josh Attard, the son of Kevin Attard, who is the assistant trainer as well. And I'm sure he snuck in for a pitch or two with Sultana. Sultana, of course, a horse that is going to carry the home team's colors here today, as we have all these invaders coming up from the United States to try and take the purse for the Grade 2 Nassau. So again, that purse offered there, $200,000 on the line for race number 8. Over we go to race number 9. Ninth race is the Plate Trial. Now this race has been going on for years, over 80 years. We've celebrated this race, the Plate Trial. It is, as we like to say, the final stepping stone on the road to the King's Plate. 1 mile and an eighth is the distance. It's also where we kick off the Jackpot Power Pick 6. That starts anew because somebody got it yesterday. Yep. Military time, we're all just going to go, yeah, one more time. I want to see this son of Gun Runner compete. He was second last start out to Highway to the Moon. Now, Highway to the Moon won the Queenston, and in the interview afterwards with Dale DeRusso, he said, no, we're not going to stretch this horse out, but they're going to give it a shot. So Highway to the Moon is a bit of a surprise entrant here today and will likely be one of the speed horses in this race. We know they like to send fire and wine as well.
There's a ton of pace in here, Lisa. On paper, there's a lot of speed, and I want to find somebody that's going to come from off the pace, and that probably falls in the lap of Military Time a little bit. I kind of look at Military Time as the type of stalker that gets first run over the closers and then has to hold off the closers here in this spot. But Military Time to me has kind of been hit or miss so far this season. And we'll take a look at the most recent race, which was an event known as the Queenston Stakes. This was the race won by Highway to the Moon. And really no excuses for Military Time. I mean, he's asking right now, Fraser is, and the horse is somewhat responding, but look how comfortable the rider is with the inside horse, the 3 horse on that spot, that being Highway to the Moon. And now we start to swing towards the outside, and we can't get by. Just simply cannot get by. Now, this is a dramatically different type of race, though, because this was 7/8, and today we're going 9 furlongs, 2 turns on the main track. And maybe that's what Military Time wants to do, is going around 2 turns. I think this is a very pivotal race for Military Time. Say, hypothetically, he wins big.
Okay.
Does he then stamp himself as the plate favorite with the other 2 big guns right now on the sidelines? Or if he wins by a bit of a narrow margin in here, we're kind of like, did he really move up or not? But I wanted to show you some stats here with Highway to the Moon, because I thought this was a little bit interesting when I looked this up the other day. I was really impressed that this horse was able to carry his speed as effectively as he did. And that's a pretty good number, going 7/8 of a mile. 67.7, that's not too shabby by any means in here. And what I really like, Elisa, is the gallop out. Was still going best of anybody in the gallop out in there too. So, you know what, I understand, and like visually to me, I don't think the horse wants 2 turns. But I don't blame them for trying, because this is a bit of a testing gauge, and you can always go back to sprinting next time.
That's right. I'm in agreement. I think the reason we're still stuck on Military Time is that visually he is so stunning. Yeah. He really, last year when we saw him for the first time as a 2-year-old, like I'm getting goosebumps just talking about him. He came over and we were like, wow, that's a racehorse. And then he came back this season and we said, that's a boy, that's a man versus the boys. Yep. So, you know, he is a striking individual. We're just crossing our fingers he runs to those good looks. And like you said, you know, there are others in here that are forces to be reckoned with, and one of which is the Chiefs Wood runner, that being Powell River. Chiefswood has just enjoyed a banner 2026 so far, and this is a son of Justify. Here's the look at the work. This is getting ready for this race today, July the 12th. Exercise rider aboard 48-2 is the workout here for a barn that had a nice winner on the program yesterday in Lasky. With Justify, you know, the pedigree is all there for this horse to try and take it as well.
Do they try to change tactics today? They try to go? Because you liked this horse last time, and I must admit, Lisa, I thought you were in trouble down the backside because they were going pretty good. 23.5 and 47-1, and he kept going, which was so impressive. And obviously, since then, he's come back to work a couple of different times, and he does seem to me right now, if I had like a gauge, like a graph, he does really seem to be on the upswing right now, which is a very, very positive thing here. He gets an outside draw on today's program of racing. I just don't know what style they're going to employ in here, but I do think he's a real up-and-comer. And the one thing, if you talk to Rob Landry, the general manager of Chiefswood, the one thing he often says is we breed for stamina.
Right.
And that's exactly what they've got here. They've got to justify it of a knee-gone mare. So it would be kind of cool if this horse was able to make it to the plate with that kind of, you know, reference, with that knee-gone reference as well.
Well, and then just looking at the sires that are represented in here, you've got a Gun Runner, a Justify, and a Good Magic. Casson actually gets the highest number with our race projector. That is the other Mark Casse horse. There's a lot of chatter about this guy here today. They stretched him out and asked him to go long on June the 27th. He responded with a third-place effort. The winner, Bricketto, headed towards the King's Plate, skipping the plate trial. That's a Julia Carey horse.
This is a big, big race. And what's so nice that I like about the plate trial, because I sometimes find when sprinters go on the plates, you can ruin them because it's such a taxing race. Whereas I think you can get away with a little bit more margin here by testing the ground here, going just 9 furlongs as opposed to 10. You know, I think it's not as hard on a horse. So if it doesn't work out, you can always go back to sprinting. But if you see forward progression, you know what your next step is.
You sure do. You'll be losing some sleep over the next 4 weeks. All right, let's go to race number 10 on the program, which of course is our feature race for the day today, the Woodbine Oaks. It is the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks. And we talk a lot about the plate trial, but really this is a stepping stone on the road to the plate as well, because very often we'll find that the winner of the Oaks will run back in the plate and can win it. It has happened many times, especially in recent memory. But Luster goes out for Josie Carroll. This is a Gainesway horse with partner as well. Comes in off of an easy win in the Grade 3 Celine. However, my fingers are crossed. I'm sorry, I'm going to wear my heart on my sleeve a little bit here. I'd love to see DeRusso with a 1-2 punch in this race. They've got Piper's Gift and Dixie Law. We've watched them, you know, compete as 2-year-olds, and you know, that entire time, every time we interviewed, Dale was like, okay, you know, like we're getting closer to the Oaks and possibly the plate with these two gals.
I would think this would be the biggest win of his career
Me
to
too.
this point, if we're able to pull off a victory in here. But he's going to have to beat a pretty tough horse in Luster. We're going to take a look at Luster's most recent race in the Celine, and just got a perfect trip engineered here by Fraser Abley. Now, interestingly, Abley's not riding the horse today. It's going to be Johnny V. But we're just sort of tracking right now, and I think Fraser, I often talk to jockeys about this because I would love to feel this feeling when you know you have the race won at any point in the race. And once he gets off the rail in here, she does win, and she wins nicely going away. You know who ran tremendous in here? This is Katie's Grace.
Yes.
For the conditioner, Catherine Dave Phillips. Katie's Grace, they put the blinkers on and ran a whole lot better to finish in the second place position. And Katie's Grace is going to be right here on the inside. But here we go with the winner, and that is Luster, who was able to pull off the victory very, very nicely. And in the Ruling Angel, because she lost, I was like, well, maybe she liked the synthetic that much. Her speed figure actually improved. And then last time out, that definitely shows that she can handle the synthetic surface A-okay. I'm actually going to go towards a different horse in this spot. I'm going to go towards Bull Time, who's a real hit-or-miss type. Her allowance win this season was so eye-opening. And last time, at least I picked her, and she had 0. Nothing. Nothing. So I don't know what's going on with her, but I'm hoping she can bounce back with a bit of a better race. But I kind of wanted to pick your brain a little bit because I looked at the DeRusso horse and I thought they're so close.
Right.
Was it the Raphael factor that led you in the direction of the inside horse?
Honestly, yes. Because I knew all along, especially even last year, because we knew what the goal was to get to the Oaks. And, you know, we kind of giggled about it a little bit off camera, you know, which one it would be. And so I decided whatever I saw Rafi go to, that's the one that I was going to take on top. But listen, Picking up Pietro Moran is pretty awesome too with Dixie Law, and he's no stranger to winning big races like this.
I just want to give a shout out to Dale. You know, here's a guy that had these 2 really nice 2-year-olds last season, and you know what the game plan is all winter, and he made it.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
I know.
Made it with both horses, which is so tough to do.
Yep.
And they both have continued to improve, and they've made it from last year to this year. So kudos to him and his
And
brand.
for me, you know, like I said, I want to wear my heart on my sleeve a little bit. It's because I remember Dale and Jeanette when we were all at Fort Erie with $5,000 claimers.
Right.
And to get here and have potentially a big day on tap, you know, I think that's pretty special as well. Sometimes you got to remember where you came from. Let's go to race number 11. This is the Grade 2 Connaught Cup. 7.5 furlongs on the inner turf course, again listed as good. We're going to use the whole thing. We're in lane 1 with a field of 8. Irish Aces here for Brendan Walsh, and Pietro Moran will do the riding with this one. But guess who's back as well? Maycox Bay. Maycox Bay is back to compete. I don't think we've seen Irish Aces here. Maybe some time ago.
I don't think
so. But Maycox Bay is back. You know, Godolphin. Is that all you need to say? Godolphin sent this horse up for the Grade 2 Eclipse, going 1 1/16 on the main track. Was an easy winner there under Sofia Vives.
Right, and Sophia after the race said, because we were watching the race, and she'll put up 7, and she said the way that she was instructed is if you fight the horse, it's not going to work. So she just essentially let
Do you
the horse
remember that?
roll.
It also kind of looked like the tack slip too at one point in time, but yeah.
And just kept and won very, very powerfully. Now they scratched over a race the Kelso at Saratoga to go in this race instead, but I wanted to pull up this board because it reminded me a little bit of the board that we saw on yesterday's program with Monolua, because there's a couple of things that really impressed me here with our total performance data stats. And it's the first 2 things that we're going to look at right now. The average speed and the top speed. 65 kilometers an hour. That's a route horse going that fast. Like we see 5/8 horses just over 70 kilometers per hour. So that's how impressive that is. And the fact the average speed, the horse was still able to somewhat maintain it, that's pretty impressive to me. Now, naturally, the run-out speed is not great because I think the horse was kind of on fumes after that. The great news is, too, the horse can handle the turf very, very effectively. There is other pace in the race in here. But what do you do? Like, if you're a jock, you know what Sophia's doing.
Yeah, you know.
The other Stinham horse, King Size, that Johnny V is going to ride, likes to show speed. So I don't imagine these 2 horses are going to absolutely throw it down early on this race. GT 500 is going from a sprint to a route. Piper's Factor likes to show speed. It's going to be interesting to see how the riders ride this race.
This is one of the biggest numbers I've ever seen in our race projector. Irish Ace is getting a 104.3, Maycox Bay right behind him at 103.5. Those are those are the biggest numbers we've actually put up if you've been watching these boards that we've been providing for you for stakes events. Both Jeff and I going towards Maycox Bay. The other interesting thing is that Sophia's back to ride.
Yeah.
And Sophia, of course, moved her tack down to Colonial, and she's come back just for this one, so that says something to me too.
Don't blame her. I don't blame her at 1 iota too. What do you think of Wyoming Bill? If they kind of really fly up front, like, I do think he's a little bit better on turf. Do you think he's got a shot to maybe upset the apple
I
cart?
just don't. You know what? I didn't use him here today. I went 3-6. I think Piper's Factor is the horse that could
that's the
upset
play.
the apple cart. And then I tossed in Awesome Bourbon because you know what? We saw the old Awesome Bourbon last start. We did not see what we wanted to see from him in any of his races until the last start back on July the 5th, and the old guy showed up.
Don't know if I like the 14 days.
No, I know.
But you know what? Old horsemen would just be laughing at me saying that. 14 days? We ran horses back in 14 days all the time.
Yeah, exactly. We were running back in 7 days, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go over to race number 12. 12th race in maiden special weight, back with 3-year-olds and up to compete at 3/4 of a mile. You get some first-time starters in this race as well. One of the horses that actually popped up as a horse to watch on our clock report is in this spot. That's the 6, Chief McEwen, out of a mare who was a one-time winner. This was a clocker horse. Not on, I don't think he's on the list today, but just keep in mind that he did make a list not too long ago. Wilford Warrior is here, and so is War Legend. I mean, come on. He's got the cutback in distance today, Wilford Warrior, from going 1 1/16 to 3/4 of a mile. We know he has won a maiden special weight before. Unfortunately, he was DQ'd, and today they're going to put the blinkers on.
Okay, so Wilford Warrior, I kind of look at Wilford Warrior as like, your friends set you up with a guy, right?
Okay.
And you go out on a date, and you come back afterwards, and they're like, well, how was the date? Well, it was okay, nice guy, but I don't really see there being much of a future. And they're like, come on, give
another try.
Another chance.
Yeah.
So you do that, and then you're like, well, there's still no sparks. Trust me, go out another time with the guy. Well,
I'd be out.
We're going on 4 dates now with this person, and this is it. If there are no sparks today, Willful Warrior, the breakup is on in here. And maybe Elisa, in hindsight, just a cutback and the blinkers going on might be all that's required.
I was thinking that too, because you look at the day he broke his maiden, it was at 7/8 of a mile, and he won it quite easily.
Yeah.
So I thought the same thing as you. I'll go back on that date one more time.
Same, I know. But this is it.
Yeah, then hopefully it takes me to the keg afterwards.
Yeah. We've gone for coffee. We've gone for ice cream, but we want the keg steak dinner now if we're going to go out for the 4th time. So, yeah, Willful Warrior for us. But I like these other first-time starters because we've got the Starship Salutes that they went down to Keelan to buy. This one's from the same family as Two-Way Cross, who ran terrific the other day here at Woodbine. And Gun Society, bred by Roger Adfield. We're celebrating Roger Adfield today.
Wouldn't that be appropriate?
Talking about a bit of a hunch play for us in here, right?
The date that Chief McEwen made the Clocker report was the most recent work, July the 11th, 49.
Yeah.
That was the one. And you know what I thought was kind of interesting on Starship Salute as well? The mares have to breaking lucky.
Yes, that's right. Double Guns Girl is the mare of that one. So overall, a field of 10 as we get set to wrap it up. I went 3-6-4. I think War Legend, I don't know, too many chances for War Legend for me.
Yeah, but I want to see what this Bade Alina does, and that'll give me a little bit of a reference. I went 3-4 because, Cassie.
I know.
Sometimes it's the other Cassie horse. All right, let's go to the 13th race.
Oh my gosh, there's more?
No, there's 14, Jeff, but here's the good news. We're only going to do the 13th, and then we're going to take a commercial break. Okay, so the 13th race is a maiden optional 40 going, this is a prep for us for plate day, because they're going to get us 13 or 14. Maiden optional 40 going 7.5 furlongs on the inner turf. Of course, that's a 2-turn race. And again, first-time starters, Barb Minchell sends out the one Man Court. Wheela Yee is the breeder of this one. I went towards the 5 here, Sharapoval for Dale. Sorry, Dale. Keep picking your horses today, but it could be a fantastic afternoon. You know why? Because we're getting back onto the turf.
Yeah, I think that's a good little kind of play there. But the problem with Shapoval and Big Screen Boss, we've gone on too many dates with both of these horses. Yeah. There's no sparks. There's nothing. So that's why I landed on Baltic Sea. I realized we're moving up in class in here, but he made up a ton of ground. I wanted to show the run-out speed in here because he was just starting to kind of get going when the race was ending in here. So now we go from 7.5. I look at him, and the way he ran last time, I think he'd be wicked on the big course with that long stretch.
Yeah.
I just don't know if this stretch suits him as well, but I'm going to go towards Baltic Sea despite the move up in class.
Yeah, I put him in for second. So sometimes I like it when Pat Dixon wins races sometimes because it surprises him.
Yeah,
I think those are kind of fun, right? Like the story we get after the race from Pat is always quite enjoyable to listen to. Race number 13 will be the last race we're going to handicap for you, but there is 14 races on the program. We'll wrap things up with the Jackpot High Five 14th race where the carryover is close to $20,000. All right, time to take a quick commercial break. I got to reapply my lipstick. Jeff's got to do the same. And then when we come back, we'll take a look at the Clocker horses, plays of the day. We'll talk all things about today's card.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day. The King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Alrighty. You know what? I love when we get text messages and they send it to both of us. And I don't know if he can hear us, but hi, John. We know he's watching. John Siskos down at Saratoga, who's somebody that we worked with for years.
Former
And a great,
colleague,
great guy.
Great guy, yep. I imagine making a donation like he usually does. So hopefully he's going to be playing some Woodbine races. I was just thinking, looking at the graphic there for that Empire series, we got to put in our contract where we got to go down to Belmont for these races.
I'd love to see the new Belmont.
I want to check it out really badly.
Yeah. I've been to the old Belmont, but not the new Belmont. Yeah, that would be a real good road trip.
Massive.
I've seen some pictures because people have been secretly taking pictures inside.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's pretty awesome. Nice. Yeah. All right, clocker horses for you today. Ernie's going to give you 3 for the afternoon, and we're going to start first with this talking horse, Loaded Deck. I heard whispers about this horse on yesterday's program as well, just kind of walking around the building. There was a lot of chatter about Loaded Deck from the Barb Minchell outfit. 12 to 1 morning line. Ooh. So keep your eye on that. Because if this horse goes down to a really low price, you know the word is out on Loaded Deck. Piper's Gift makes the report as well for Dale DeRusso. 57-4 was the work for this horse on June the 27th, in which this horse made Ernie's list as well. And we've got one more to pass along too, and it's a good one. Starship Salute for conditioner Mike DiPaolo in race number 12 on the card. This is the horse that has Roger written all over it, correct?
Correct.
And we are celebrating Roger today as well. Roger bred the horse, and there were horses, of course, out of this dam that Roger raced, including Two-Way Crossing, you know, horses that we know very well. So we'll wish all the best of luck to Starship Salute on today's program. We've got plays of the day to pass along, and it's always I find I want to go to the stakes, right?
Yeah.
And because, you know, they run true to form sometimes there too. Now, I'm shocked you're using Arabian Prince in the top spot because he loves to finish second.
I know. I really like this last race, and the barn's going good all of a sudden too. So I did put that one on top. My value play of the day is Bessie Abbott coming up in race number 8. And then I'm all in on this Maycox Bay with how the horse ran last time out. If this horse loses, all my multi-leg tickets are I might back myself up with one using Wyoming Bill because I kind of have a soft spot.
Well, there's something about him that's bugging you today,
yeah,
so I think you better put him in your ticket.
And then Willful Warrior with the blinkers going on. This is the last dance.
Guess what? I'm going out on the last date too.
All right.
With Willful Warrior.
Okay.
Indian Peak in race number 5. I think he's kind of the underdog in that race.
Yeah, so we're head to head in that race.
Yep. Military Time. I'll go on that date again. And Piper's Gift in race number 10. This is her moment. That's what I say.
So what actor would look like Military Time? Would it be like a Clooney? No, Clooney's
No. It's got to be like an action star. You know.
The Rock.
Okay. Jason Momoa.
Okay, there you go.
Let's go that way. But this is just a stunning horse to take a look at. Okay, what else do we have to talk about? Well, upstairs we go. Yeah, this is interesting. How many times have I asked you where Unbridled Weather is? Right?
Yeah, about 10 times.
Yeah, and now we know where Unbridled Weather is. I was concerned that the horse was done, but has been working and is back for a return to the races for Angus Buntain. Indian Peak, Doug's going the same way as me, and Sultana, well, Robert went over and visited her, so she gets to go into his top play for the afternoon as well. And here is Robert's rolling double. He got lucky with one yesterday.
He's playing with house money right now.
Yep, he's playing with their money. And he'll do a rolling double in the 9th and 10th. So very special Military Time, Powell River, Piper's Gift, Dixie Law, Luster. I think that one's coming in, unless we get some kind of a big upset in those stakes events. We also are going to pass along the All Stakes Pick 3 for you. And we try to keep it at the best cost possible because it's a $5 minimum, right? So, you know, we passed it along yesterday, but one more time to take a look at it. And we have a scratch in one of our races, which makes our ticket a little bit cheaper. We're going Sultana Bessie Abbott. We're keying Military Time. And now I'm kind of thinking we should have maybe keyed this Maycox Bay. But like you said, something's bugging you about Wyoming Bill, and Piper's Factor could be the one that upsets the apple cart. So that's our Pick 3 ticket for you in that All Stakes Pick 3 with the $5 minimum. It goes races 8, 9, and 11. Robert Geller's got one too. He's got 2 keys. We talked about this yesterday. Sultana Military Time. King Size, who we did not talk about.
That's the other Stidham horse.
Right. Awesome Bourbon. And Wyoming Bill.
So he is not using
Maycox Bay.
But Robert will do that sometimes. I don't know why, because he's going chalk.
Yep.
And essentially he's looking for a price in the last race.
Yep.
That's how he's going to make money in that.
That's what a smart guy. Gulfstream pick 5, right?
Yes.
Talk about that.
Yeah, so this is a wager that is available via our friends at First Racing. So we've got, essentially it's like a pick 5 with a low takeout, but we've got 3 races at Gulfstream and 2 races here at Woodbine. So it starts off with the 7th race at Gulfstream, race 8 at Gulfstream. Then we get to race 8 and 9 here. So you get the Nassau and the Play Trial Stakes, and then we'll wrap it up at Gulfstream with race number 10. $1 minimum, low takeout of just 15%. So our friends at Gulfstream, Ron Nicoletti and Brian are doing a great job, I'm sure, on their show right now, so we want to wish them all the best.
And here's one more thing, because tomorrow, don't forget to come to work, Jeff.
I will be here.
You drew the short straw. We have a Monday program to make up for the Friday card that we canceled. It's essentially the Friday program. Yep. So that will start tomorrow. Pre-game show starts at noon, and the first race will go at 1 o'clock, and you can book your table if you want upstairs at the Stella Artois. So that'll be a lovely way to spend a Monday. It's a beautiful day today.
So nice.
You know, with the horrible weather that we've had this week, isn't it kind of like finally Mother Nature is shining upon Woodbine?
It's just nice to be able to take a deep breath outside.
That, absolutely. Nice for our horses, nice for our horsemen who have been struggling through this whole thing. Blue skies outside today, gorgeous weather, lovely breeze, beautiful horse flesh to compete on this afternoon's 14 race program. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the horses for the opener. 16 minutes to go before race number 1 on the program this afternoon from Woodbine. As we talked about, just a glorious day for horse racing. 14 races on tap, 2 graded stakes races and 2 major stepping stones. The Oaks, of course, today, and the stepping stone for the plate, that being the plate trial. Looking forward to every minute of it. Race number 1 on the program, a $7,500 starter. Now, as we talked about, Jeff, some of these races that you're going to see, especially early in the program, are races that were originally scheduled for Thursday. That card got canceled, so thus the 14 race program that we have in store for you this afternoon. This race was the original 3rd on Thursday. Now, one thing they did that was different was last time when they recycled races, they didn't redraw. They redrawed for these ones. So they are different post positions than they were on the Thursday card. 9 to 5 the price on the 4, Move Into the Country, who I know Jeff is going to pick because he loves to sing
did
that
not.
song. You didn't?
I did.
Oh my, shocker.
Those dates are done too.
Wow, wow. All right, a $7,500 claimer going a mile and a 16th. And here is the one. That's it. That's all for Debbie Rhombus.
10 days back, that is tricky. Ran just sort of so-so in that most recent race, but I do think, and he kind of stumbled onto this, or the trainer rather stumbled on this, I think, last season, that being Deborah Rhombus, by going all of a sudden into route races, and it seemed like that's when she started to thrive last season. And so far this year, she's just had 1 route race, and was probably in too difficult of a spot on that particular occasion. So I do think this is a much, much easier spot in here, and I'm excited to see what the horse is able to do going around 2 turns.
All right. You know that I talk about this barn a lot, especially when we're looking at these claiming races. Kieran Palmer has a high strike average, especially with these types of horses. He sends out the 2 in here, Michaela, who makes the 2nd start off of the layoff. I think the 1st start, we needed that one. Now I think we come back as a force to be reckoned with to stretch out.
This is the one I did land on in here. I'm listening to you, kiddo. If you look back at last year, they went from a 7-furlong race to a mile and 16th race, and she ran a beauty on that day. So I'm kind of hoping that pattern does continue yet again. So both you and I are going to go in Michaela's direction. We're taking a lot of action on the board too right now at odds of 5 to 2. Listen, do we like the 2 for 28? No, but everybody's kind of in the same boat to some extent in here. Both wins have taken place at the distance. I'm just sort of hoping that history will kind of repeat itself a little bit with this one.
Interesting that the 3 is taking this kind of support. 4 to 1 the price on a horse who was beaten 21 lengths, but I think it's respect for the outfit.
I would agree with that. It was the first start in a year for her last time, and she had nothing. She was very, very flat. She lost by a considerable wide margin. She squeezes into this condition yet again because she hasn't won a race in such a long time. But I needed to see more than what I saw in that most recent race.
I would agree. Moving to the Country at 9 to 5 is the favorite. Jeff, you know, sometimes he's known for this. He gets off the bandwagon and the horse wins. But I just haven't seen what I've wanted to see so far this year from this filly.
I'm okay if she wins at like 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 because she's probably not a great bet for that price. But just too many chances. Now, Savachi did win with her when they claimed the horse back in September of last season. And she was on the engine on that day. I wonder if he tries to do exactly the same thing here in this spot. But I'm sorry, I've gone to move into the country too many times this year and been burnt too many times, so I have to go elsewhere.
He's moving back to the city.
That's right.
Let's go to the 5. Beautiful Sky for Dale Powell. This will be the 4th start this season. And unfortunately, you know, we keep dropping, right, from the 8 of the then to the 25 to the 75. And you would have thought that drop from 25 to 75 might have woke her up a bit, but it didn't.
So I have a bit of a theory with her, and I wonder if this is something you'll buy or not. So in her first start of the season, she was in such a difficult race. I think she literally ran her heart out on that day. And I just think it maybe took a little bit out of her because they've just dropped and just hasn't been the same. You know, that race was so good that she ran on May the 3rd, and she's just not been able to bounce back.
Yeah, I would say, like, you're right. Like, she's probably a discouraged filly, you know, not a lot of confidence in herself right now. And I've known fillies in the past that will pout, you know, if things don't go their way. So she just, you know, needs to give us something a little more positive in order for us to jump on board. The 6 is Sight to See for Devin Gittins. Romero Mirage, hot off of a 3-race win card yesterday, is going to do the riding here at 6 to 1.
Should be a speed presence, I would think. Didn't work last time, and it's not like they were going all that quick. I mean, he was able to kind of slow things down a little bit, but just didn't quite pan out for whatever reason. So since coming to us via New York, speed figure-wise, Elisa has run exactly the same type of numbers, 44, 47, 47. I think Beyer speed figure-wise is going to probably have to get I would think into the high 50s, maybe like a low 60 to win this race. So she's really got to improve. But the rider's got momentum and the barn's got some momentum, so that's a bit of a plus.
That is true. Romero Mirage with 3 winners on yesterday's program. 9 to 5 remains the price on the 4. Moving to the country with 11 minutes to go before the opener on this power-packed day. 14 races in store for you this afternoon from Toronto. Good luck.
Call to post our first race on Woodbine Oaks Day coming up in 7 minutes. There are no changes. The distance here on the main track, 1 mile and a 16th. And this is a conditional claiming race for fillies and mares, 3 and up, non-winners of 3, or they are non-winners since this time last year. 7 minutes to the opener. in the post parade. Here is the field number 1. That's it. That's all. Deborah Rhombus training for DR Against the Wind Incorporated. The rider is Jason Hoyt. Number 2 is Michaela, is to be ridden by Jeffrey Alderson for Karen Palmer and Radcliffe Racing Stable. 3, Amazing Queen in the barn of William Threnos for Natural 8 Stable and the rider Christoph Douglas. 4, Move Into the Country with Sahin Savachi up for Mike Mattini and Stacey Van Camp. 5 is Beautiful Sky, is raced and trained by Dale Powell, the rider Jalon Samuel. And number 6, Sight to See, trained by Devon Gittins for Bruno Schickedans with Romero Mirage. Our first race is 5 minutes away. Three minutes. to the gate. They're about to come forward, race 1. Let's check the betting. And there is a 2-1 favourite currently in 4. Move into the country, 5-2. Amazing Queen, and only a half a point out to Michaela, and then again to Sight to See as they move in to open our Woodbine Oaks program on a 14 race card. That's it, that's all, and Michaela, they stand well. Amazing Queen to gate 3. Joining the line is Movin' to the Country. For Sahin Savachi and Beautiful Sky and Jalone Samuel go to gate 5. And the last along is Sight to See. Race 1 of the day. And they are in the gate, all in and locked up. Off they race. And the starter got the mat well. Move into the country began sharply, is now ridden for the lead. And showing up is Michaela, coming up from the outside. Sight to See, tracking Move into the Country. On the rail in 4th, That's It, That's All. And 2 lengths away came Amazing Queen second last. And the trailer early is Beautiful Sky. As they turn out the stretch and Move into the Country in front. But keeping tabs on the outside is Sight to See. A length away third, Michaela. A length they went again to That's It, That's All. And back second last is Amazing Queen. The trailer remains Beautiful Sky. They start the run up the back stretch and Move into the Country in front. Leads by a long neck. Right alongside goes Sight to See. A length away third, Michaela. On the outside, That's It, That's All is 4th. A length and a half, Amazing Queen, second last. And the trailer, Beautiful Sky. There's been no shift to position. And the first quarter was 25-3. And they go through the half in a slow fraction. And out in front is Move Into the Country. Move Into the Country at the 50-4 change there. At the half mile, a neck in front. Sight to See second. Right behind the Michaela. A length away, That's It, That's All, picking up the bit. Next to last, Amazing Queen, and last, Beautiful Sky. They race off the turn and Move Into the Country in front. Nudging up again, Sight to See. And now trying to break free. Move Into the Country sprints away as they come to the 5/16. Got out by a length and a half to Michaela. On the outside, That's It, That's All. Sight to See's dropped off. On the rails, Amazing Queen running on a bit, and last, Beautiful Sky. Move Into the Country shot away at the top of the stretch. Leads by 3 lengths to Amazing Queen, coming into second pretty well. Down the stretch, Move Into the Country in front. Up the rails, Amazing Queen giving chasers a threat. Amazing Queen trying to pick up the leader. Move Into the Country. The leader's only down to a half, and now Amazing Queen on the inside coming through. And Amazing Queen up the rail. Christoph Douglas, Amazing Queen coming out with the win. Amazing Queen about a half a length. Move Into the Country second. About 6 away in third, Michaela. And behind them, Beautiful Sky. That's It, That's All, in Sight to See. The time, 1:48:35. First quarter in 25-3, a half 50-4, 3 quarters 1:16. The mile 1:41-2, and the time 1:48:35. And the numbers will come up shortly on the first. The unofficial result is 3-4-2-5. The winner, number 3, Amazing Queen. 4 is second, Move Into the Country. And number 2, Michaela, has finished third. 5, Beautiful Sky in 4th. Heading across now to the winner's circle, Amazing Queen. Coming into the winner's circle is this bay mare, 7 years of age, with a 7th career success in her 40th start. And it is Natural 8 stable, winning owner, winning trainer William Theranos, by Mucho Macho Man is the sire, Adirondack Luck the dam, and that's a Rock Hard 10 bloodline. And John Anthony Cummins bred the winner in Kentucky, and Christoph Douglas up the rail takes victory on Amazing Queen. Official, an Amazing Queen, $9.20 the return for the win, $3.90 and $2.50 across the board. That exacta 3-4, $24.40. The try, 3-4-2, $42 even. And number 5, 4th in the Super, $129.30. Swinger 3-4, $2.15. 2-3, $3.85 and 2-4, $3.10 payouts on race 1. Off they race, and the starter got the mat well. Move into the country began sharply, is now ridden for the lead, and showing up is Michaela coming up from the outside, sight to seat, tracking Move into the Country. On the rail in 4th, That's It, That's All, and 2 lengths away came Amazing Queen second last, and the trailer early is Beautiful Sky. As they turn out the stretch and Move into the Country in front, but keeping tabs on the outside is Sight to See. A length away third, Michaela. A length away again to That's It, That's All. And back second last is Amazing Queen. The trailer remains Beautiful Sky. They start the run up the back stretch and Move into the Country in front. Leads by a long neck. Right alongside goes Sight to See. A length away third, Michaela. On the outside, That's It, That's All is 4th. A length and a half, Amazing Queen, second last. And the trailer, Beautiful Sky. There's been no shift to position. And the first quarter was 25 and 3. And they go through the half in a slow fraction. And out in front is Move Into the Country. Move Into the Country at the 50 and 4 change there. At the half mile, a neck in front. Sight to See second. Right behind the Michaela. A length away, That's It, That's All, picking up the bit. Next to last, Amazing Queen, and last, Beautiful Sky. They race off the turn and Move Into the Country in front. Nudging up again, Sight to See. And now trying to break free, move into the country, sprints away as they come to the 5/16. Got out by a length and a half to Michaela. On the outside, that's it, that's all. Sight to Sea's dropped off. On the rails, Amazing Queen running on a bit, and last, Beautiful Sky. Move into the country, shot away at the top of the stretch. Leads by 3 lengths to Amazing Queen, coming into second pretty well. Down the stretch, move into the country in front, up the rails, Amazing Queen giving chasers a threat. Amazing Queen trying to pick up the leader. Move into the country, the leader's only down to a half, and now Amazing Queen on the inside coming through. And Amazing Queen up the rail. Christoph Douglas, Amazing Queen coming out with the win. Amazing Queen about a half a length. Moving to the country second, about 6 away in third, Michaela. And behind them, Beautiful Sky. That's it, that's all. In Sight to See. The time 1:48.35. Race 1's finish order. Race 2, number 7 is out. Supergirl is a Stewart scratch. The also eligible. We're on the inner turf with a good reading today. And the going stick came up at 10.9. The rail in the true position, lane 1. The first leg coming up in the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5 in 17 minutes.
Huge form reversal for the winner of the opener on the program. Amazing Queen, last seen here on June the 12th, is beaten by 21 lengths. It turns things around and finds the winner's circle in the opener on the program. Bill Ferranis and Christopher Douglas combining for a win in the opener. Over we go to race number 2. Now this is another race that was originally scheduled for the Thursday canceled card. It's a $25,000 claimer, a wide open quarter, going a quick 5/8 of a mile. And keep in mind, yesterday we were off of the turf. We did have that heavy rain. The turf is going to have some give to it. Today it's listed as good, and we're in lane 1. This is Prima, and you know, Prima is one of those horses I think of that can generally show a little bit of early zip, but I mean, that's in against $15,000 claimers. These are some tougher growls that she's going to compete against here today.
So this was a horse that was not part of the original field.
Right.
This was a newcomer, and essentially, so we've seen things be done 2 different ways this year at Woodbine. One where they've carried over the entire card, and others where it's more traditional, where they've redrawn races. And when they redraw the races, what it allows people to do is get a free look, basically, at what the race is going to look like. And I think that's exactly what John Mattini's done in here. Saying, you know what, maybe we kind of fit in this race, despite the fact that we're moving up in class. And they get the rail, they're going 5 furlongs. The horse is very, very swift. Naturally, there's a lot of speed in this race, going 5/8 of a mile, and the horse is probably going to have some company in here. But it just gave the horse probably more than anything of what I said, it's just more time, because the horse ran on July the 10th and is coming back just 9 days later to go in this race.
Let's go to the 2 Summer Snow. She's had a busy campaign. So far, this is her 7th start. She always shows early speed, and she gets a new pilot today in Zero Ford.
Well, I got to give this barn some credit, because I thought she had really gone off form since they took her, but she is seemingly back on track right now. She seems to be a very, very happy camper. She did give up the lead last time out down at the Fort, so she's going to have to face tougher. She's going to have to face, obviously, some other speed types here in this spot. But you go with her, you're going to pay the price. She'll soften you up a little bit, and she has won numerous races on this course in the past. She's been a lovely horse throughout the years, and we'll see if she's able to pull off another Woodbine win, but I think she might get softened up.
Super Sunday is the 3 for Dominic Pozzanelli. We haven't seen too many horses from this barn this season. Last year they were doing a lot of claiming. This year they've been a little on the quiet side. They used the waiver claim for the comeback race on June the 19th. This horse is actually a 2-time winner from 9 starts at the distance on the turf.
I think the real appeal with this one, Lisa, is just the fact the horse is going to be able to stalk what might be a pretty swift pace and shouldn't be too far out of it by any means. And lost to a pretty informed horse in that most recent race, that being Lazio. Likes the grass, and just with there being so much pace in here, it could kind of fall into the lap a little bit of Super Sunday in this spot. They've had a chance for some interim activity as well, so I can see why some people like this one's chances. I've got the horse second in my selections.
Executive Success is a horse who's taken the drop here today. This is one that was claimed last season for only $15,000. Now, they did try a 40 first start off of the claim, and they were able to win, so they got their money back. And then this year, they ran in an A other than the optional 32 at 5/8 against good horses. And now here comes the drop for 25.
Yeah, another horse that was not part of the original field is this one right here, and does fit in beautifully into this spot. Now, you like the horse here today. What do you think Munger does? Does he have to go, or do you think he can just sit off it a little bit?
Well, that's kind of what I like about him. I think there's more than enough speed in here that this is a little bit more of a versatile filly.
Yeah.
So if he wants to, and let's face it, he's a pretty smart rider on the turf. If he wants to, let these other ones go out and fight it out in the front end, but don't be too far out of it.
I would agree with that assessment. I think that's why, to me, the 4 and the 5 are so attractive as we get to the 5 now as well, this being Empty Jester, because this horse has been no match for Supergirl, but who in this class would be? And I just think potentially could, really trip out nicely. And you and I often talk about this angle, and it's something that you bring up. You brought to my attention, several years ago when we first started working together, which is a very valid point. This horse had to ship up from Fort Erie. What a beautiful day to ship up today.
Great day today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I get worried about them on a hot day.
Exactly.
When they're in that tin can for the whole ride. But on a nice day like today, if they would have probably left bright and early, it was really cool.
Nice breeze.
It's a nice day to ship a horse
so I
in.
think the horse could trip up nicely in this spot.
And then we have the 6, Quiet Madalena. She's another part of the speed factor here.
Yeah, she is. She can show speed. She's a high percentage winner, which I really have a great deal of respect for. But I think more than anything, it just gives the rider so many options in here. And Deshaun Gaskin does seem to get along with her really, really well. Does he go or does he sit? I would love to know the strategy coming in this race, because that would kind of lead me to believe which direction I might go in terms of my selections in this spot. But she does love to win races, and she does like this course. This is a bit of a quirky thing with me with her that I have found. I love her when she draws on the inside, because I tend to find she gets really brave on the inside on the rail for whatever reason.
All right, so we have a field of 6 getting ready to travel a quick 5/8 on the inner turf course. We're in lane 1. Turf is listed as good for you this afternoon, and this race is where we kick off the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5. Good luck.
It is the call to post. Our second race is our first turf race of the program today. And do note, the condition of the going is good, and we're with a going stick reading of 10.9. The scratch is the also eligible, and that's 7, Supergirl, as we commence the guaranteed $100,000 pick 5. They're going 5 furlongs, and this race for fillies and mares 3 and up in 8 minutes. Here's the post parade. Race number 2 is led by Prima, number 1 for John Mattini, RCC Racing Stable Limited, and Romero Mirage. Number 2, Summer Snow, is in the barn of Julie Mathis for Joseph and Charles Loyacano, and jockey is Zarel Ford. 3, Super Sunday. Aaron Eckles and Dominic Polsinelli are the owners. Dominic is the trainer, the rider Luis Reyes. 4 is Executive Success, and Sekyun Chung is the owner, trained by Danny Yu with Ryan Munger. Number 5, Empty Gesture, Mary Ellen Beaumont is the owner and trained by Sharon Siccato with Juan Crawford. And Stephen Cherkop, owner, trainer of number 6, Quiet Madalena with Deshaun Gaskin. Post time up in 6 minutes, 5 furlongs on the inner turf. Just under 3 minutes. Runners headed across now to the bet 365 in a turf. The upcoming second race, the gate to be put into place, and a check of the betting. Current odds favouring number 4, Executive Success at 6 to 5. Out to 3 to 1 from there with number 5, Empty Gesture. 9 to 2 for number 3, Super Sunday, now 5 to 1 as the money continues to come in for the 4. This race coming up is the first leg in the 100,000 guaranteed pick 5. Now the gate has been put into place. They'll be called around shortly for the second race. Now they're on the way to the start, and the rail belongs to Primo, so the first to come around is Romero Mirage with Primo for the barn of John Mattini, and this runner at 7 to 1 odds. A picture-perfect day for the Woodbine Oaks program today after what has been up and down weather, but we've got a beautifully clear sky and clear air, and they're moving in well. Going up is Summer Snow for the start, and to gate 3 is Super Sunday. A ton of support today for Executive Success. Super Sunday walks up with Luis Reyes in the saddle. It's Ryan Munger on the race favorite, Executive Success. Empty Gesture to the line. And to the outside is Quiet Madalena. The field has gone in. They're set to run. And they're off. A good start, Empty Gesture and Quiet Madalena bidding for the lead. And going through is Super Sunday in the centre. And right up on the inside is Summer Snow to fling to the front. In the early part, now Super Sunday back to the tail as Executive Success goes up to challenge in front. And last of all is Prima, about 4.5 covers the field. Speeding along together, Summer Snow and Executive Success. A length and a half to wide on the track, both Empty Gesture and Quiet Madalena. A break of 3 to Super Sunday second last, and 4 lengths away last is Prima. They come down towards the quarter, and on the outside, Executive Success narrowly in front. On the rail, Summer Snow, only a length behind them, Empty Gesture, and Super Sunday coming home pretty well. And as they corner, looks for room off the inside and is waiting for a split in the centre, and is coming at the leader now, Executive Success, joined by Super Sunday, who's plunged to the front. And out wider on the track is also Empty Gesture, and a late run from Prima, but it's Super Sunday on this Sunday who's going to stroll in. A big winner, Super Sunday by 3 lengths to Empty Gesture, Prima, and a weakening Executive Success was fourth, 57.32. The winner is 3 Super Sunday over 5 Empty Gesture, 1 Prima, and 4 Executive Success. They ran the first quarter in 21 and 3. The half mile was 45. The time 57.32. Super Sunday, the winner, returning to the winner's circle for what is now a 6th career success. And Super Sunday is a dark Bay Brown 6-year-old mare. She is by Super Speedy from Mrs. Donaghy. And congrats going out to Aaron Eccles and Dominic Polsinelli. And Dominic is the winning trainer, Dominic Polsinelli, with this 6-year-old bay mare. And Luis Reyes, really a terrific ride on the inner turf. Another success for him as Super Sunday, bred by Steve Owens and Beverly Lewis, go on to the victory. And Super Sunday now in the winner's circle. Race 2 is official. The prices should be through shortly. It is a return of 14.20, so over the odds for sure with Super Sunday, and we had a very short price beaten favourite, so that helped those who had the top 3. 5.30 to place, 2.70 to show, and number 5 Empty Gesture 4 even and 2.60. 1 Prima $3.10, and that Exacta $47.20. The Try 351 $66.05, and the Super 3514 $127.80. The opening 2 winners, 3 into 3 for the double, $69.40. 3-5 Swinger $4 even, 1-3 $3.95, and 1-5 $3.20. Race 2 payouts. On this Woodbine Oaks Day, it is such a pleasure to head down to Jeff in the winner's circle. We have one of the great trainers of all time at Woodbine, and he is on hand with Jeff as we pay a tribute to his incredible career.
Thank you very much, Roberts. Mr. Roger Atfield is actually in a room right now because we want to have him situated where he can really sit down and enjoy a feature we're about to air to celebrate his wonderful career. I'm joined by Michael Copeland, the CEO of Woodbine Entertainment. And I only think it's appropriate that Emma Wilson's got the Roger Atfield silks on. She wore these silks on more than one occasion and won a bunch of different races for Roger throughout his career. But this is a celebration of a guy that won so many races in his career. He won almost 200 stake races. He won 8 plates, 3 Triple Crowns. And he announced earlier on this season that he was going to retire, but he's still going to be very much involved in the game of racing. So once we found out that he was going to retire, we said, we got to celebrate this guy. Catherine Day Phillips, who does a great job training a horse, has voiced over a wonderful feature as we look back at the great career of Roger Atfield.
Some careers are measured in years. Roger Atfield's is measured in generations. He hung up his first shingle at 17 years old. A young Englishman from Newbury who had crossed the ocean and in doing so changed the face of Canadian horse racing forever.
Look at trainer Roger Atfield.
It's onward and upward now.
For nearly 69 years, Roger Atfield lived on the backstretch, not behind a desk, not from a distance, but out on his pony with his sets and in the stalls with his horses. And what he built with that hands-on dedication is staggering. 8 Queen's Plates, 3 Canadian Triple Crown winners, 6 Canadian Horses of the Year, and nearly 40 champions in all. 8 Sovereign Awards as Canada's outstanding trainer. Over 2,000 career wins, and more than $112 million in purses. But ask anyone who worked alongside Roger Atfield, and the numbers won't be the first thing they mention. They'll talk about his hands, his eye, his instinct for a horse that couldn't be taught, only earned through decades of showing up day in, day out, long before dawn. They'll talk about the respect he commanded, not because he demanded it, but because he gave it to every horse, every groom, every owner who trusted him with their future champion. Now, at 86, Roger Atfield steps back from training, not because the passion faded, but because he held himself to the same standard he always has. If he couldn't be out there, hands-on, giving his horses everything they deserved, it was time. That's integrity. Roger Atfield isn't leaving the sport. He'll continue as an owner, a breeder, a consultant, still fighting for the industry he's given his life to. Thank you, Roger, for the champions. Thank you for the standard you set, and for showing us all what it means to do this the right way for a lifetime. Congratulations on a legendary career.
A classy guy and a tremendous horse person. Roger Atfield is a guy that we're going to celebrate today. He is inside the HBPA Ontario room here at Woodbine, where you can watch a replay after your horse wins a race. And I'm sure that had we had that when Roger started off his career, he would have watched thousands and thousands of races in there. So we're going to bring out Roger Atfield. He's coming out with some of his friends, and it's nice to see so many friends and colleagues with him. He is obviously represented by some of the riders that rode throughout his entire career, and he's represented by some great horse people that have accompanied him throughout his career as well. Let's give him a big round of applause as Roger Atfield makes his way on to the EP Taylor Turf Course. Roger was kind enough to take time out of his schedule to join us for the draw for the Oaks and for the Play Trial Stakes as well. Michael Copeland is going to make a presentation to Roger. We're going to present to Roger Atfield these plates that all represent his Triple Crown winners. We have Pete with approval and the greatest Vestia. Nice to see Sue Leslie with us here from the HBPA. We do have Michael Copeland as well with us here in attendance, but these are some great keepsakes. I know that Roger's going to treasure them very, very well. I want to ask him which one's the better of the three, because that's a question he probably can't answer, but he's been able to train many great horses. So congratulations to Roger. Let's bring in Roger right now. I just want to get a couple of thoughts from Roger right now. Roger, when you found out earlier on this month that you were going to be celebrated with this great accomplishment in your fantastic career, what did it mean to you that the Woodbine community was going to celebrate your fantastic career?
Well, I'm extremely honored and humbled, and I thank Woodbine and the HPPA for putting this on for me. It's just been a great career here, and I also want to thank the fans here. Have been unbelievable over the years. They've helped me get along. A couple of people told me when I wasn't doing well that I needed to straighten out, but no, it's been a great trip for sure, and I really appreciate everybody.
You always said that you missed the horses, but you have had some fantastic friendships throughout the year too, and so many people that have been able to support you throughout your career are here. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means everything to me. I mean, I've had some unbelievable assistant trainers. Most of them are here today, and without them, I couldn't have done this. And there's, the friendship on the backside over the years has been unbelievable. And I train for so many great owners. Unfortunately, most of them aren't here anymore. But just a wonderful trip for sure.
Thank you for being a great example to everybody on how to conduct yourself from a personal point of view with the media. You always represented with class and dignity. You always did right by the horse. And I think what I'm going to miss most about you is just chatting with you. But I'm so glad that you're still going to be involved in the game. You're a fantastic horse person, but you're an even better person. Congratulations on this great accomplishment.
Well, thank you very much. I've never been short of chat.
Roger Atfield. So we're going to take some pictures here with Mike Burns, and great to see so many people with us in attendance. So I'll get out of the way. We'll let Mike take his pictures. Congratulations again to Roger Atfield. Race 3 coming up shortly.
Set to run. And they're off. A good start, Empty Gesture and Quiet Madalena bidding for the lead. And going through is Super Sunday in the centre. And right up on the inside is Summer Snow to fling to the front. In the early part, now Super Sunday back to the tail as Executive Success goes up to challenge in front. And last of all is Prima, about 4.5 covers the field. Speeding along together, Summer Snow and Executive Success. A length and a half to wide on the track, both Empty Gesture and Quiet Madalena. A break of 3 to Super Sunday second last, and 4 lengths away last is Prima. They come down towards the quarter, and on the outside, Executive Success narrowly in front. On the rail, Summer Snow, only a length behind them, Empty Gesture, and Super Sunday coming home pretty well. And as they corner, looks for room off the inside and is waiting for a split in the centre, and is coming at the leader now, Executive Success, joined by Super Sunday, who's plunged to the front. And out wider on the track is also Empty Gesture, and a late run from Prima, but it's Super Sunday on this Sunday who's going to stroll in. A big winner, Super Sunday by 3 lengths to Empty Gesture, Prima, and a weakening Executive Success was fourth, 57.32. There is the run through the finish order, race 2 of the program. Couple of claims. First up, Executive Success goes from the barn of Danny Yu to Anthony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. Empty Gesture from the barn of Sharon Siccardo to that of Angus Bunton for Lanny McDonald. Let's go to race 3 coming up with the scratch of 5, Amise Cry as a vet scratch, 19 minutes to a start.
17 minutes to go before race number 3 on the program. Third race is another one of the races from the canceled Thursday program that has come back. It was originally the 5th race on the Thursday card. A $7,500 claimer, non-winners of 2. We do have a scratch in here. It's a vet scratch of the 5. Amy's Cry gets us down to a field of 6, and the current favorite is the 4 Midnight Sadie, who's looking for back-to-back victories. Here's a look at the 1. This is Where's Salmon Bailey. Now, Yvette Chartrand-Hoke has enjoyed a very good campaign. She's only sent out a handful of horses here at the meet. This is her 10th runner, but she's had 3 of them score and 1 of them take a stakes race as well. This is one of the only horses in her outfit that has yet to give us a big effort. I was expecting better from this horse on May the 15th, but she might have needed that one as a bit of a tightener. She came back and ran better at 6.5 furlongs, but she gets a slight cutback here to 5.5 today. This is a distance she's tried and has had success at. She's tried this distance 3 times. This is the distance she broke her maiden at, and she's had a couple of second place efforts here as well. So certainly warrants a good look. Currently at odds of 3 to mind. Again, just keep in mind, it's a small outfit, but everything they've been sending out has been running very well. Here's the 2. This is La Belva for Gordy Colburn. You get Slade Jones, the regular pilot, back aboard again today. The difference is they're going to put the blinkers on. And this horse, it looks like to me, has never worn them before. So they're trying a new piece of equipment with her just to see if they can maybe get a little bit more speed into her or at least keep her more focused on the job at hand. Her last couple of races so far this season just don't really leave a lot to be desired. And she is currently the longest price on the board at 13 to 1. Let's move over to the 3, 7 to 2, the price on the Dave Cody trainee, One Happy Wabbit. Now this will be the lowest price tag that this filly has ever competed for. She is a 3-year-old taking on some older rivals here today, a daughter of Run Happy. But her races this season, you know, she started for a quarter, they dropped her down in for 15, and now this is the lowest you can go here in Toronto, 7,500 price tags. Sky Trinettes will stick around for another try, and we're hoping that the drop will kind of wake this horse up here today. We don't see anything since that most recent start on June the 25th, where she was beaten 12 lengths. So she's really got to show us that she's ready to be a racehorse again. We'll go to the 4. The 4 is the favorite. Now, in the opener on the program, you saw Bill Theranis win with a horse by the name of Amazing Queen, and that horse had a total form reversal, you know, going from being beaten double digits to winning quite easily, beaten 21 lengths and then winning easily today in her second start in Toronto. So why not take a look at another Theranis rider? The barn clicks at a very high percentage. They win a ton of races here. This one was dropped in to break her maiden. She was, they tried her, you know, for a quarter, they tried her for 15, and then the price was right for 10. So she broke her maiden for 10, and now she's back here, and they're not elevating her to face non-winners of 2. I like what they're doing. They're dropping her in to 7,500 to face non-winners of 2. They know they don't have a stakes horse on their hands, but the goal is still to make money for your connections. And in the spot that she's in today against horses who have really been struggling as of late to even show some interest, she is a standout because she's coming in off of a victory. So her regular pilot, Austin Adams, back aboard again today. She will no doubt go off as the favorite when we get closer to the starting gate. And just simply based on the way the barn has been performing this year, they're always worth putting in your ticket. We'll scratch the 5. That horse is a vet scratch. And we'll go to the 6. This is Jinx Me. Jason Morocco trains this one. Now, he claimed this horse for a low price tag. It's $4,500. We don't have those races here until late in the fall. Once the Fort Erie End meets, we'll generally start to write $5,000 claimers here in Toronto. So this horse took advantage of the low tag and was dropped in for $5,000. Unfortunately, though, did not run well. In fact, was beaten 6 lengths when in for 5. So they ran the horse back a couple of times with some fringe efforts and then decided to wrap up in mid-December, came back June the 18th. So they took some time getting this horse ready to come back to the races. We didn't see her in April. We didn't see her in May. And she ran 3rd for her first start back. Not a bad race. You got to figure that with the tightener, she could be a little tougher here. But 5 to 2 is the current price with Daisuke Fukumoto. Only one more to look at, and that is the 7, Sirius Green from the Barrow Barn. Another one taking the drop. She broke her maiden for 10, and this is exactly why I like the move that Bill Theranis has done with the 4 Midnight Sadie. She broke her maiden for 10. They used the waiver claim, so yeah, the horse was not claimed. But They came back in the 15 non-2, which was just too tough. I mean, she's beaten 7 lengths, she's beaten 10 lengths, because you're going to get horses in those 15s that are taking drops from $25,000. So it's too tough. 7,500 is the right price tag, and again, that's why, you know, a horse like this could be one that you could consider. She does get a rider change here today. It's Kamari Blaquette who takes over, but you know, again, that's why I like this move with Midnight Sadie. We're not getting too high on the horse. We won for 10. We got a 48 buyer speed figure. And where do we go? 75 non-winners at 2. That's the way to read the book. Just 12 minutes to go before race number 3 on the program. A 75 non-winners at 2, going 5.5 furlongs. Good luck.
Call to post race 3 coming up with a scratch here of the 5. Amise Cry is a vet scratch. Distance 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track. A conditional claiming race for fillies and mares 3 and up. And they're non-winners of 2 heading out to the post parade. 8 minutes to the 3rd. Here is the post parade, race 3, number 1. Where's Salmon Bailey? The rider is Jason Hoyt and is riding here for Vet Chatran Hook and Sue Leslie, V&SK, and Chris Odell. Number 2, La Belva. Yogi Singh is the owner and trained by Gordon Colborne with Slade Jones. Number 3, One Happy Wabbit. Sky Chanette's on board for David Cody, owned by David Cody and Barry Butzer. 4 is Midnight Sadie for Bellwoods Farm, William Theranos and Austin Adams. 5 is a scratch. 6, Jinx Me. Daisuke Fukumoto takes the reins here for Jason Morocco and Ludovino Ferreira. Sirius Green, number 7, is trained by Rodney Barrow, Archie Lee the owner, and the rider is Kamari Blackett, with 5 minutes from the start of the 3rd. post time. They're being called up. Where's Salmon Bailey is the first to go in as they move up for the start of race 3. 5 1/2 furlongs, and support solid for 3 of them. Midnight Sadie, Where's Salmon Bailey, and Jinx Me. Coming forward, One Happy Wabbit. La Belva has gone in just behind the line. Midnight Sadie coming off a last start breakthrough win. Midnight Sadie waiting because out the saddle, Jason Hoyt, who is now limping and in some agony. He looks to be in pain after the incident here with horse 1. Where's Salmon Bailey? So more to come. There is a delay for the start of this third race and assistance being rendered to our rider there, Jason Hoyt. Horse 1 has been backed away from the gate. Where's Salmon Bailey? And more details to follow. Please take note, horse 1. Where's Salmon Bailey is officially out as a vet scratch, a late scratch. Number 1, Where's Salmon Bailey is a vet scratch. There'll be a slight delay here. Please mark your program. And again, Jason Hoyt being attended to after what was a hiccup in the gate there, and hopefully all will be well. But Where's Salmon Bailey is fine, but now officially out as a vet scratch. the scratch of horse 1. Where's Sam and Bailey? They're being called back in. Jason Hoyt has been placed on a stretcher and he is fully conscious, but he did appear to be in a lot of pain from that incident and is being attended to. La Belva is the first to go up. One Happy Wabbit is the next. They're moving in for the start with Midnight Sadie, who is currently at 3-2 favorite. Jinx Me 2-1. Midnight Sadie and Austin Adams called up. The front of the gate has been opened here. Midnight Sadie goes in. And now that gate being closed from the front and back, it's the turn of Jinx Me for Daisuke Fukumoto. And the last is Kamari Blackett on Sirius Green. Outside gate. Stand by for a start. 1 to come. Sirius Green backing away again. Sirius Green at 7-2 moves in. The field is almost right. They're set to run. Off they race, a perfect start. Soon after, though, One Happy Wabbit dips to the tail. A good beginning for Jinx Me and Sirius Green, and coming through fast, Midnight Sadie on the inside, and goes to a narrow lead, and lying in fourth, La Belva. Tailed off last is One Happy Wabbit, and shooting clear, Midnight Sadie, head on the chest, raced away. 3 lengths in front. In second is Jinx Me. 3/4 La Belva, a length and a quarter to Sirius Green, and 4 lengths away last is One Happy Wabbit. Racing to the 3/8 with the lead, Midnight Sadie, as they hit that pole by 3 lengths. In second is Jinx Me, going forward Sirius Green on the outside to third, and One Happy Wabbit is running on. La Belva has dropped to the tail, and as they come to the final quarter, it's Austin Adams and Midnight Sadie by 3.5 lengths to Jinx Me as they turn with Sirius Green the outside. In behind them is One Happy Wabbit. Well out in front, Midnight Sadie. And now Sirius Green trying to switch leads, coming on down the outside and battling away. Jinx Me's not done with, is coming on too, and Midnight Sadie's laboring. And Jinx Me's getting closer. In the lead, Midnight Sadie by a length and a quarter, holding enough. And Midnight Sadie will see it out by a length. Jinx Me second. Another length to Sirius Green third, and about 2.5 to 3 lengths away, One Happy Wabbit. The time 1:06.04. Four is the winner, Midnight Sadie. Second is 6, Jinx Me. And third is 7, Sirius Green. Number 3 was fourth, One Happy Wabbit. First quarter was up in 22 and 3. They ran a half mile in 45 and 4. 5/8 in 58 and 4. The race time is 1:06.04. Again, the numbers. The numbers are 4-6-7-3. back-to-back wins for Midnight Sadie. Midnight Sadie going all the way on the front end here for Austin Adams, taking honours, and the Bay filly is a 3-year-old who's by Midnight Loot from Seductionist, bred by the winning owners Bellwoods Farm. And a double is up for William Theranos as Midnight Sadie goes to 2 wins from 5 starts and a second. Midnight Sadie the unofficial winner. It is official. Here are the prices. Number 4, Midnight Sadie, has paid $5.80 for the win. The exacta 4-6-12.40. The trifecta 4-6-7, 13.50. And the super number 3, fourth, 24.65. Consolation double 3 into 1, 12.40. The winners 3-4, 34.80. The pick 3, 3-3-4, or the scratches $53.10. Swinger 4-6, $1.45. 4-7, $1.95. and 6-7, $1.55. And they are the payouts on the third. Almost right. They're set to run. Off they race, a perfect start. Soon after, though, one Happy Wabbit dips to the tail. A good beginning for Jinx Me and Sirius Green, and coming through fast, Midnight Sadie on the inside, and goes to a narrow lead, and lying in fourth, La Belva. Tailed off last is one Happy Wabbit, and shooting clear, Midnight Sadie. Head on the chest, raced away. 3 lengths in front. In second is Jinx Me. 3/4 La Belva, a length and a quarter to Sirius Green, and 4 lengths away last is one Happy Wabbit. Racing to the 3/8 with the lead, Midnight Sadie, as they hit that pole by 3 lengths. In second is Jinx Me, going forward Sirius Green on the outside to third, and one Happy Wabbit is running on. La Belva has dropped to the tail, and as they come to the final quarter, it's Austin Adams and Midnight Sadie by 3.5 lengths to Jinx Me as they turn with Sirius Green the outside. In behind them is one Happy Wabbit. Well out in front, Midnight Sadie. And now Sirius Green trying to switch leads, coming on down the outside and battling away. Jinx Me's not done with, is coming on too, and Midnight Sadie's labouring. And Jinx Me's getting closer. In the lead, Midnight Sadie by a length and a quarter, holding enough. And Midnight Sadie will see it out by a length. Jinx Me second. Another length to Sirius Green third, and about 2.5 to 3 lengths away, one Happy Wabbit. The time 1:06.04. Here is the finish order for the third race. Midnight Sadie, the winner, was claimed, goes from the barn of William Theranos to Julie Mathis for Bruno Chickadans. Onto the inner turf, we're back to the turf for race 4. And 7, Cajun Influence, the also eligible, is a Stewart Scratch, which is 15 minutes away from the 4th.
Start of the Pick 4 coming up momentarily here from Woodbine on Woodbine Oaks Day. We love to get the interpretation of some other handicappers on days like today, so I made a phone call and I was surprised she answered. Ashley Mayhew, who does a great job down at Fort Erie with FanDuel as well, and of course now America's Day of Racing. She's doing coverage with Fox, is nice enough to take time out of her schedule. Ashley, what are your thoughts on this 15% takeout $5 all stakes pick 3? How are you going to build your ticket today?
Well, first off, happy Oaks Day. Tremendous card. I know it's well underway, but still plenty of action to get to. I think overall my opinion is with the $5 minimum and the low takeout, it's exciting. You have to have strong opinions. And you know, the field size, at least on the bookends of it, right? It's not huge, but I think that's what the race, or at least the two races that you should take a strong opinion on. The late trial, I think this year looks kind of wide open, and I'm going to get a little creative here in the opening leg in the NASA. I thought with the mile trip, especially considering it's on the inner, I love the 6, Bessie Abbott. I respect the 1 and the 4. I think the 1, Sultana's done a lot right, but my concern is the distance. And I looked at the 4, and she's not getting the job done. And just thought I could make a little bit more of a case here for Bessie Abbott and the fact that she's making her second start since November. Her form late last year was good. Even her races in the States, I thought were competitive, especially the last time we saw her at Colonial. Was the buyer great? No, but I do think she got a lot out of that most recent effort in the Royal North. She's a big price in there, and I don't think the trip worked out beautifully for her. So I just thought second off the freshening, she was the horse that I wanted. We'll see if we get 8-1 on her. And then you can see I do just use 2 horses in the plate trial. I think I'm most intrigued by potentially the price, which I think is going to come down with the number 2, Very Special. I know this is a maiden tackling winners, Jeff, but look at this horse in terms of the progression. As the races have gotten a little bit longer, I think the horse has taken a step forward. Some might not feel that way last time out because you see third defeated as the favorite, but talk about a troubled trip. Watch the replay. I'm sure you'll be looking at it with the crew at Woodbine. It was just atrocious early on and was able to recover. Blinkers go on, a lot to like there. And I did think the 6th, Highway to the Moon, the distance is a huge question mark going out to 1 1/8, but you do wonder if that one could wire in here. And then to round things out, it's not the 10th, it's race 11, the grade 2 going there, 7.5 on the inner. I'm just going to make an assumption here, and maybe the 3, Maycock's Bay, gets loose on the lead. That was obviously the case last time out, going longer, different surface, but the turf races 2 and 3 back in the States, Jeff, were really strong. So, you know, I go 1 by 2 by 1, affordable $10 play.
Like it. Again, that low take at a 15%. Now, one race that's not part of that sequence is going to be the Woodbine Oaks presented by Stella Artois. A field of 7 in here. We've got Josie Carroll with the 2 outside horses, Dale DeRousseau with the inside horses. Where are you going to land in the Oaks, do you think?
I wanted to get to Piper's Gift as the top pick, and I still feel like she's probably the most likely to upset the morning line favorite, Luster. But I just, you know, kind of held strong here with Luster. Just one blemish on her resume where, you know, you kind of look at her. I don't know if she really wants to go that short. I know she's won at 7 Ace, but different. It was turf on debut, and it was a little bit of a different trip. I just loved her win at Keeneland, and I thought last time out in the Saline, she faced so many that she has to face again. It looked pretty easy visually, Jeff. So I just thought, looking at the race, to me, she was the one that I could probably trust the most.
This is a question that I've been pondering myself, and I wanted to pick your brain about it. At this point, do you think the girls are a little bit better than the boys are, or will we get the answer to that question, do you think, coming up a little bit later on today?
I think you should ask me. You should call me again later. I'll answer again, and we can talk about it. It's really tough to say because I think there are a couple of boys that have showed potential. They need to do a little bit more, and they've been highly touted and regarded. Maybe that's the case today in the plate trial where they're able to, you know, step up to the plate and get the job done. But I don't know. The girls, they're strong. I just don't know if some of them really want to push it in terms of distance. So I think this group we may see going forward, they're not going to be 2-turn specialists, at least at more of the extended distances.
And of course, you'll be there for the second jewel of the OLG Triple Crown, that being the Prince of Wales Stakes. The purse got a bump up to $500,000 as well, so very much looking forward to that. Ashley will be tuning in tomorrow. We have a card here, but I'll be watching at Fort Erie as well, as you'll have a 7-pack on the program on Monday and Tuesday. Really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule. I know that you're really, really busy, so you fly all over the place, you drive all over the place, so I know that you're swamped. So thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule, and best of luck with your ticket today.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Enjoy the big day.
Ashley Mayhew, who is just one of the best handicappers going day in, day out. Wherever you have the privilege of tuning in and watching her, as I said, you know, she was with FanDuel for a long time. Now she's helping out with America's Day of Racing, and obviously you can catch her day in, day out down at the Border Oval as she brings you paddock coverage and always has that great eye for catching those long shots along the way as well. What we're going to do here is, because we're a little bit tight for time, as the horses are heading out towards the racetrack for race number 4, I'll talk about this field after parade with Robert, but we had a bit of a lengthy delay there. And we just gave you some visuals of the horses inside the paddock area. So what we'll do is after parade, I'll give you a bit of a quick synopsis on my thoughts here to start off the pick 4, which is coming up in 9 minutes.
Call to post for the upcoming 4th race, and this sees the scratch of number 7 Cajun Influence as we head back to the inner turf. Coming up in the 4th, 5 furlongs distance, an allowance optional claimer for 3 and up, non-winners of 2 or 3-year-olds with a claiming tag of $50,000. 6 minutes. Here is the post-parade race 4 and is led by Impulsive Bid number 1 with Rafael Hernandez. Blair Miller is the trainer for Camhaven Farms. 2 is Zia Cavallo, trained by Siddharth. owned by Bet27 Stables with Fraser Abley. Back in action is Unbridled Weather, number 3 for Kevin Nichols, Pier 1 Stables at Angus Bunton. 4, Extraordinary One, Joe Russo trains for John P. McCallan with Romero Mirage. 5 is Fine Style, Openwood Farm owner, Angus Bunton trainer, the rider Jeffrey Alderson. And number 6, Shacktown, is owned by Alan Bill Alwelling and is trained by Kevin Attard. In the saddle is Luis Reyes. This field is headed to the inner turf. Coming up in 4 minutes, race 4.
There's a look at Extraordinary One getting set for action here in race number 4 with a good warm-up. Romero Mirage will guide this one. Does come in the race off a 5th place finish just 7 days ago and against Backroads Billy. And that's the reference in regards to Shacktown too. 5 furlongs on this course is a bit of a specialist distance, and Backroads Billy is one of the best to do it. And Shacktown 2 starts go finished second against that one. Last time on the main track, finished in the 2nd place position. I'm going to go towards the 3, Unbridled Weather. He is pretty quick. I don't know if he's 5 furlong quick, but I don't think he's going to let Shacktown out of his sights. It's just a question of, is he fully cranked off the bench or not? If he is, I think he might be able to do some damage here. The barn is starting to heat up a little bit. The horse is taking ample support right now at 5-2, now 3-1. So I'm going to try and beat the favorite. But there's a look at the favorite, and that's Shacktown. Fast, doesn't need to lead. Can stalk if need be. I think they're going to go, though, today. I think they've kind of figured out his niche, which is 5.5 furlongs. If he doesn't win today, he's very, very close to a victory in this category. He might be able to wire them, though, here in this spot. Then we get to the number 2, this being Zio Cavallo. And Zio Cavallo was a very eye-opening winner in that first career start and beat a good field. Then they took a shot against non-winners of 1 and was a little bit overmatched. I'm a little bit surprised that they're going in for a tag or willing to risk the horse via the claiming game and just career start number 3, because I do think this horse has got some ability. Now, having said that, they're going to have to drop $50,000 to get the horse. Does have the ability to be forwardly placed. The mare has produced a turf winner to this point. The mare herself was a turf winner as well. And then we'll round it out with the 1, this being Impulsive Bid. This is a good-looking horse who ran not bad against Shacktown last time out. The lone turf race did leave a little bit to be desired, but if Rafi can stick around that inside, they might be able to pick up some pieces late. They're going into the gate here to start off the pick 4. We'll turn things over to Robert momentarily with his call as we get set to go 5 furlongs on the Bet365 Inner Turf course.
Now the field headed across to the inner turf. The gate to be put into place. Let's check the betting for the upcoming 4th race. Shacktown installed as the favourite by the betting public right now at 6-5. Support there for number 3, now down to 5-2, Unbridled Weather. 9-2 for Impulsive Bid. 4-1 there, Zia Cavallo. They're the top in the betting. To the start as they come forward. Impulsive Bid will have the inside here, so they're about to approach. It is Rafael Hernandez with Impulsive Bid. In the betting is still around 5-1 odds. As they load for the start, Impulsive Bid down to the inside, moving forward. Taken in hand to the rail. Next along is Zia Cavallo, who is trying the turf for the first time. July 20th, 2025 was the last appearance of Unbridled Weather. So we're talking about a year layoff. Unbridled Weather coming forward as one of two from the barn of Angus Budden. Unbridled Weather to gate 3, a little reluctant to go in just at the moment. As the gate crew link arms is stepping forward. Unbridled Weather. This is start number 7. And next along is Extraordinary One. Fine Style comes to the line. Current odds for Shacktown down to even money. And Luis Reyes looks for the double as he rides Shacktown. Stand by for a start. Set to run. All in and locked up. Off they race and tossing the head Shacktown. And going out in front, Fine Style narrowly at the break, but quickly going up is Shacktown, and over on the inside is Zia Cavallo, driving through Unbridled Weather to split horses toward the leader, and over on the inside is Impulsive Bid, and last in the early part, Extraordinary One. Shacktown now putting the neck right down to go clear, and leads a length to Unbridled Weather, and Zia Cavallo the inside kicking forward. A length and a half away is Impulsive Bid and Fine Style together, and last Extraordinary One. 5/16 to run, and Shacktown rolling along in front. A length and a quarter. In second, Zia Cavallo, Unbridled Weather on the outside and getting clear Shacktown, and against the rail is hugging the rail as they come down the stretch to in front. Zia Cavallo issuing a threat, and down the outside trying to run is Fine Style and Extraordinary One. The rail, Zia Cavallo coming after Shacktown, putting the neck down. Zia Cavallo, Shacktown in front of Zia Cavallo and Extraordinary One in third. Shacktown in front. Shacktown comes to the wire as the winner. Shacktown by about a half a length. Zia Cavallo second, Extraordinary One a good third. Fine Style was next from Unbridled Weather and Impulsive Bid, and the time is 57:43. The numbers are 6-2-4-5. The winner, Shacktown, number 6, over 2, Zia Cavallo, 4, Extraordinary One, and number 5, Fine Style. The opening quarter in 22, a half 44 and 4. And the race time 57:43. Please note there is a steward's inquiry into the start involving the winner, number 6, Shacktown. Stewards want to take a look at the break for horse 6. And the inquiry has concluded there'll be no change. Stewards did note the horse was slightly compromised at the start, but still finished in the best position. There's no change. Shacktown will become the official winner. And congrats going out to Alan Bill Alwelling, to Kevin Attard, and a double to Luis Reyes, with both wins coming beautifully on the inner turf for him today. So it is Alan Bill Alwelling as the breeders of this Dark Bay Brown 3-year-old gelding by American Pharaoh from Shakopee Town, as Shacktown goes to a second career success, has now had 2 wins, 2 seconds from 5 starts. Shacktown has paid for the win $5.80. 2 Zia Cavallo 440 and 330, and 4 Extraordinary 1 420, 6-2 Exacta 20 even, and the try 624 $41.60. The super number 5 was fourth, $196.60. In the double 4-6 16.10, and the pick 3 3-4-6, or the scratch is the second leg, $34.10. 2-6 Swinger 230. 4-6 $4, 2-4 $2.80. They're the payouts on the 4th. All in and locked up. Off they race and tossing the head, Shacktown. And going out in front, Fine Style narrowly at the break, but quickly going up is Shacktown, and over on the inside is Zia Cavallo, driving through Unbridled Weather to split horses toward the leader, and over on the inside is Impulsive Bid, and last in the early part, Extraordinary 1. Shacktown now putting the neck right down to go clear, and leads a length to Unbridled Weather, and Zia Cavallo the inside kicking forward. A length and a half away is Impulsive Bid and Fine Style together, and last Extraordinary 1. 5/16 to run, and Shacktown rolling along in front. A length and a quarter. In second, Zia Cavallo, Unbridled Weather on the outside, and getting clear Shacktown, and against the rail is hugging the rail as they come down the stretch to in front. Zia Cavallo issuing a threat, and down the outside trying to run is Fine Style and Extraordinary 1. The rail, Zia Cavallo coming after Shacktown, putting the neck down, Zia Cavallo. Shacktown in front of Zia Cavallo, and Extraordinary 1 in third. Shacktown in front. Shacktown comes to the wire as the winner. Shacktown by about a half a length. Zia Cavallo second, Extraordinary 1 a good third. Fine Style was next from Unbridled Weather and Impulsive Bid, and the time is 57:43. There's the finish order. No changes. Race 5 coming up in 17 minutes time.
$16 minutes to go before race number 5 on the program. Fifth race, a $25,000 claimer, wide open quarter, going 6.5 furlongs. A race that was originally scheduled to be the 6th race on the canceled Thursday program. So it is back with the same group of horses that were entered for the Thursday card. A field of 6, and Indian Peak is the current favorite right now. Okay. Full disclosure, if we had done the Thursday show, I was going to show the replay from this horse back on June the 21st, because this horse got into a lot of traffic. It was an inside trip, and then there was absolutely no room, and Vivez had to alter course, and when she did, it was just too late, and the horse ended up finishing in the 3rd place spot. Now today, after that race, this horse has gone back to work in 47. That indicates to me that where systems go, and we'll use Campos today as well.
And I thought about showing that replay too, and I just ran out of replay space.
It was a Thursday replay.
Day, right? So, but yeah, very valid excuse in that most recent race, and he is so consistent. And what I like about him a lot, Lisa, is here we are on July the 19th, fresh legs, and exactly a bad thing to have.
Yeah, and a good work in the interim.
Yeah, so a positive sign. Now, Campbell's going to ride here today. The rail obviously is 95% of the time a very good place to be in here today too. So if Arabian Prince gets hooked up in a bit of a pace battle, say with like a Pine Knoll, I think you're in the catbird seat to potentially pounce here in this spot.
That's what I'm hoping for. The 2 is Moon Landing. Oh, this is that race, Jeff, where almost everybody went through the Drexler hands at one point in time. Moon Landing is a horse who was claimed for the Drexler outfit for $25,000, is offered up for $23,500 for Bill Theranis. Now, Bill, used to love to claim off of this barn, and he's had a good day. He won the 1st race and the 3rd race with Midnight Sadie.
Yeah, the way the barn's going, the horse should be 4 to 5. Especially with that winner in the opener that had a major form reversal after losing by 20+ lengths last time out. But Moon Landing, I don't think he is at the top of his game right now. And I wonder if because he was going all wintertime and maybe that's caught up to him a little bit. And here they've tried different riders. He does like the distance. He needs a bit of a pace to chase in this race. I just don't think he's razor sharp right now at this point.
Well, let's go to the 3. 3 to 1 the price on Indy 1, who gets a rider change for the comeback. Now, this horse was last seen May the 17th when finishing 5th. Today, it's Romero Mirage, and it looks like we've got a shoe repair too.
Yeah, so let's hope this horse on his best behavior, because we've seen sometimes if horses aren't behaving, then they won't run with hind shoes or with front shoes. But
looks like it's a front.
If this one does behave, then we should be able to get that shoe on no problemo in here. Should be a real speed factor. Should be forwardly placed here in the spot, I would think. And we'll just see if off the bench the horse is ready to go or not. The barn's been off to a bit of a quiet start so far this meet with just 1 win to this point. More often than not, we think of this outfit as a turf type of outfit, but should be prominent, I would think, early on from a pace point of view.
All right, so it is a hind shoe, and it's got to be put on again. So, and you know what I like too? It's not like we're looking at babies or 3-year-olds. These are older horses. They've had their feet done 1,000 times, so he should know how to be a good boy for this. Indy 1 getting that shoe repair. Let's go to the 4. Arabian Prince. Now, when he was in the care of Pat Dixon, they told us his stable name that he came up with was Ricky Bobby. And I don't know if that's what Audrey Chung refers to him as well, but he has a serious case of seconitis. He doesn't normally like to stick his nose out in front.
What I do like about him is last time out he put away the other speed, but he couldn't hold off the last American exit. Last American exit in this field would be 6-5, even money in this field. So, and this is obviously a pretty nice horse and has been going all year round too. So, you know, that's not exactly ideal from a freshness point of view, and the lack of wins are not great too. But if you look at the numbers, I really think he's on an upward trajectory right now from a form cycle point of view, and the barn's really going good right now.
Jeff, wasn't he brought up here originally for grass?
He was.
And then Pat convinced them to try the synthetic. Yeah. So, you know, look at how his life has changed, because he very rarely races on the grass here.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, like, look at all his starts recently. They've either been, for the most part, on dirt or synthetic,
Right.
but in his career, he's a 22-time turf starter.
Let's go to the 5. This is Jeff's horse, Crush. And I thought, you know, for sure you'd be up at the ATM taking out $25,000 to put him in your backyard. He is a stunner. We know that. He's kind of large and in charge. And today they offer him up for the $25,000 price tag, and we have never seen this before.
Yeah, so they're dropping, and he needs a drop. Like, he can't quite compete in that non-one other than anymore. I mean, he is a year older right now at this point. The one thing that is kind of a bit of a thing that I gravitate towards whenever I handicap this horse, that always stands out to me, is he always works quickly. Like, he always works bullets, but yet he's not a speed horse, you know, which is a little bit intriguing to me. So, you know, Ryan obviously knows the horse very well. Emma knows the horse well too. For him to win, and he is one of my horse crushes here, he really needs to trip out. That's how he wins. That's why he only wins one race a year. And that's just the way he'll make you money, but he just doesn't win as often as you would like.
Well, and the last one we'll look at 5-1 the price on Pine Knoll, another Theranos trainee. This is a horse who has gone back and forth in the claim box. Looks like, you know, Ralph Beaumont certainly likes to have this horse, you know, he's had the horse a couple of times, a couple of different occasions. This will be the 3rd start in the form cycle. First start was at Fort Erie on the dirt. I don't really think that worked out for them. He wants to be back here on the synthetic.
So does Rafi go after some of these other pace horses in this race, or does he sit off of it just a little bit in here? Again, he reminds me a little bit of Moon Landing, just maybe not at the top of his game right now, but the barn, they can have horses get into form rather quickly in this spot. Now, if you ask me who was going to bounce back and run a better race between the 2 and the 6, I'd probably take the 6.
Yep.
And they went down to Fort Erie for a start, just to maybe see if the dirt would wake him up a little bit, but it didn't. So they got back on the main track last time out, got involved in the pace battle with Arabian Prince. Arabian Prince put him away. Will they try that style yet again here today?
Well, he comes in off of a really quick work too. 46-4 for him. The bullet moved from 135 workers on July the 5th at that distance. And you've got Arabian Prince in the top spot as your play of the day, your Brad's best.
That's true. That's true. It's a bit of a gutsy best bet because the horse doesn't win as often as you would like, but at least we're getting a decent price.
Look at the board. It's kind of interesting, too, at this stage in the game. I thought we'd get a little bit of a price on Indian Peak. I made him one of my top selections for the day today because of that most recent start where he got himself into a little bit of a jackpot, and he's come back with a nice work in the interim. Just watch for him. He is currently at odds of 5-2. 9 away from race number 5 on the program. Good luck.
post race 5, there are no changes. They'll head to the 6 1/2 furlongs. This race coming up for 3-year-olds and up is 7 minutes away. Horse 3 will be laid out, Indy 1. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1 is Indian Peak, who is trained by Robert Tiller for Lindy's Racing Stable with jockey Jose Campos. 2 Moon Landing for Natural Aid Stable and J&B Wright Racing Incorporated in the barn of William Theranos with Jeffrey Alderson. Indy 1 coming through the tunnel right now. Number 3 for Corey Mackey and Mike Forshee, and Sylvain Pion trainer jockey Romero Mirage. 4 is Arabian Prince, Audrey Chung, training for Bruno Chicadans with Keve Nichols. Number 5, Poseidon Steel, Box Arrow Farm and Gordon Colborne owners. Gordon Colborne is the trainer. Jockey is Ryan Munger. And number 6, Pine Knoll, who's trained by William Theranos for C. Demizio, Danny Lococo, and Mary Ellen Beaumont with Rafael Hernandez. This race coming up shortly in 4 minutes. Race number 5, 6 1/2 furlongs.
Well, it's a special day here at Woodbine Racetrack on Woodbine Oaks Day, and we have a special guest joining me, Kyle Laren. And with the final of the World Cup today, it's a great opportunity to catch up with one of the members of our Canadian men's national team that captivated a nation. Kyle, thanks so much for being with us here today. First of all, what was the experience like, your World Cup experience? Because, like I said, you really just captivated this entire country.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing to see everyone come together, the fans come together. I mean, that first day of the first game of the for our national team was amazing. Just to see the marching in the streets and the whole of Canada comes together. I think it changed the way people view soccer in Canada.
I would agree 100%. And my biggest question for you was, when you guys went on to play your matches in the United States, did you still feel the support of the entire nation behind you?
Oh yeah, we did. When we went to the game, we still had our friends in the stadium and the support. I think that's when you're on the road, that's what you want to feel. That's when you know your country's becoming a football nation, soccer nation. So it was amazing to see.
The images were incredible from coast to coast across Canada. It was truly some magic, I think it's safe to say, from yourself and the team. Now that you've had an opportunity, to reflect after a couple of weeks here now, what will you take most from this experience?
No, I think we've done very well, and we played against some of the best teams in the world, and we competed against some of the best players. So I think we can be proud of ourselves, but I know the players and the guys on the team want more and always want more. So we'll keep working hard and for the next years to come, and hopefully do better the next World Cup, and I know Canada will be behind us.
Well, it's that competitiveness that drives you to go forward, and there's a lot of competitiveness in the horse racing game. Tell us a bit about how you got involved in horse racing.
Yeah, I grew up around here. I grew up in the backstretch back there with my dad, and I played a lot of soccer back there when I was younger, and with a lot of people actually who worked there. Also, I played a lot of soccer with them. But just growing up, when I got older a bit, I was a hot walker actually for a bit in the summer times to work a bit, and I just fell in love with it. It's kind of the same as an athlete, the same as us. We work all week, all month, or 2 months just to find that, just for that game day, for that race day, and you need to perform on the day of the race or the game.
Well, you talked about your father introducing you to the sport, and you guys are still quite involved. Can you tell us a bit about your involvement right now in the game?
Yeah, we got a couple back there. We got one baby. Actually, I got a baby with Dale. So I got one with him now, and my dad is taking care of 4 back there. But they're like athletes, they get injured, and you got to take care of them, and it's not easy. Whoever says it's easy is not. It's early mornings and a lot of work, but we'll keep doing it, and hopefully when I'm done playing, I can do it full time.
Well, to wrap things up here, first of all, World Cup final today. Did you have any prediction for the final match?
I mean, both teams are incredible. I played against one, Argentina, but it's good. I think it's going to be a great match. It's going to be a tight match, and I think Spain's been playing very well, offensively, defensively, and really connecting as a team, and they got so much talent. But Argentina they won it last year, and they're defending champions, and I think they just know how to win games, and they got so many players who can win games for them, especially Messi.
All right. Well, we love having you here at Woodbine. Thanks so much for being a part of Woodbine Oaks Day. For those that have maybe never been out to the track, if you had to give one message to somebody about why they should get into horse racing, what would be that message? What brings you in?
Just for days like these, and it's nice to see the people here that I've grown up with and all my life. But it's nice to come and enjoy the races, and with the weather today, it's nice. It's incredible. So I really enjoy it, and a nice thing to do when you have nothing to do.
All right, Kyle. Thanks so much for being with us here. Enjoy the rest of the day, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
And the field coming to the line is Indy 1 steps up in the gate, Indian Peak, and Moon Landing Gate 2, followed along by Arabian Prince, who is equal favorite currently with Indian Peak. Now 2-1 Indian Peak. Poseidon Steel goes up, and Pine Knoll at 3-1 odds will complete the lineup. So the last is Pine Knoll for Rafael Hernandez. Stand by for a start. And they stand. And they're off. And best away Poseidon Steel, Indy 1 from Arabian Prince and Pine Knoll the outside. Up the rails with room is Indian Peak. And last early on is Moon Landing. Racing with the advantage is Indy 1, got out in front of Arabian Prince, pushing on the outside and keeping this leader honest. In third placing and racing wider is Pine Knoll. Just tucked away in the center early on the rails, Indian Peaks travelled well. 1.5 lengths Poseidon Steel, and last is Moon Landing. They race to the half mile. Indy 1 in front, and feeling some pressure from Arabian Prince. 1.5 lengths Indian Peak tucking in on the inside of Pine Knoll. They've come away about 3.5 lengths now, 4 to Poseidon Steel, and the trailer dropping off their Moon Landing as they come down the side. 5/16 to go, and on the inside it is still Indy 1 narrowly in front. Arabian Prince the outside. Right behind them is Indian Peak, crying out for a run and is angling to the outside. Pine Knoll is wider as they turn top of the stretch, and Indy 1 turns in front with Arabian Prince, and now clearing after them is Indian Peak, coming home down the center of the track by Jose Campos really well, and Indian Peak has gone to the front. Indian Peak strolls up on the outside of Indy 1. Indy 1 battling back. It's Indian Peak and Indy 1, and it's an independent finish for one of them. Which one? It's Indy 1 who comes right back and wins. Indy 1 defeating Indian Peak. And back in third, Poseidon Steel from Arabian Prince. Pine Knoll and Moon Landing was last. 118.01. The first quarter in 22 and 4. They ran the half mile in 45 and 3. 3 quarters, 110 and 4. And the race time is 1:18.01. The winner is number 3, Indy 1. Second is 1, Indian Peak. Number 5, Poseidon Steel, has run third. Photo for fourth. So the numbers are 3, 1, 5 and 6 finishing fourth. Pine Knoll, 3, 1, 5, 6, the top 4. And it is success here for Sylvain Pion and owners Corey Mackey and Mike Forshee as Indy 1 goes into the winners list. Congrats going out to Romero Mirage, the winning rider. Minchell Farms, the breeder of this winner, the 5-year-old, the Chestnut Gelding, is by Seattle Serenade from 1 on tap. And that is win number 6 for Indy 1. That result official, $19.30 is the return for the winner. $8.60 to place and $4.50 to show. Number 1, Indian Peak, $4.70 and $2.80. 5, Poseidon Steel, $3.80. That exacta, $60.40. Trifecta, $151.65. The Super, $251.65 for 3156. The double, 6-3, 46.20. The pick 3, 1, 4 or 5. Into 6 into 3, $70.65. 1-3 swinger, $4.80. 3-5, $9.35. And 1-5, $6.05. They are the payouts, race 5. And there is the 4th place photo, and a big thanks to our presenters earlier, Quicksilver Equine Therapy. We welcome that group to the track today. And they're off. And best away Poseidon Steel, Indy 1 from Arabian Prince and Pine Knoll the outside. Up the rails with room is Indian Peak, and last early on is Moon Landing. Racing with the advantage is Indy 1, got out in front of Arabian Prince, pushing on the outside and keeping this leader honest. In third placing and racing wider is Pine Knoll. Just tucked away in the centre early on the rails, Indian Peaks travelled well. A length and a half Poseidon Steel, and last is Moon Landing. They race to the half mile. Indy 1 in front and feeling some pressure from Arabian Prince. A length and a half Indian Peak tucking in on the inside of Pine Knoll. They've come away about 3.5 lengths now, 4 to Poseidon Steel, and the trailer dropping off their Moon Landing as they come down the side. 5/16 to go, and on the inside it is still Indy 1 narrowly in front. Arabian Prince the outside. Right behind them is Indian Peak crying out for a run and is angling to the outside. Pine Knoll is wider as they turn top of the stretch, and Indy 1 turns in front with Arabian Prince, and now clearing after them is Indian Peak coming home down the centre of the track by Jose Campos really well, and Indian Peak has gone to the front. Indian Peak strolls up on the outside of Indy 1. Indy 1 battling back. It's Indian Peak and Indy 1, and it's an independent finish for one of them. Which one? It's Indy 1 who comes right back and wins. Indy 1 defeating Indian Peak. And back in third, Poseidon Steel from Arabian Prince, Pine Knoll, and Moon Landing was last. 118.01. And there is the finish order. Poseidon Steel has been claimed, goes from Gordon Colborne's barn to Michael Wright Jr. for TEC Racing. Back to the inner turf for the upcoming 6th race, and number 6 Rock Hard Rose is a vet scratch, 20 minutes away.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
There's a reason we use expressions like storybook season in sport. For over 160 years, the King's Plate has played out like an enchanted fairy tale. It's Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. King's Plate, Canada's race. Be part of the spectacle, be part of the legacy. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at kingsplate.com.
A reminder about a new wager that we have taking place today. It is the Gulfstream Summer Sweep Pick 5. Now it starts at Gulfstream in race number 7, which is at 3:38, and we're at 3:27. So you got about 10 minutes to go if you want to get in on this wager. Race number 7 and 8 from Gulfstream, race number 8 and 9 from Woodbine, and then back to Gulfstream for the 10th race with the 15% takeout and a $1 minimum. So don't forget to get those tickets in as we get ready for race number 6. An optional $32,000 claimer back on the turf at 7.5 furlongs, and this is a good group that will compete here in this spot. Whiskey and Ice, the current favorite from the Mark Cassidy barn, Sahin Savachi, will be reunited with this mare here today. We'll start first with the 1. This is Tea and Honey with an E. You know, she has been a real pleasant surprise. I really enjoyed watching her at the beginning of her career. You know, she's a 3-time winner, but she tries all the time, Jeff.
Coming off one of the best races she's ever run, and she got a great ride too. If you watch the replay of that race, Romero was on the inside, then he got towards the outside, then he ducked back towards the inside, and he just couldn't quite get there and lost one of the favorites on that occasion. At 27-1, I think it's safe to say that she outran her odds. Have they stumbled onto something in here? This inside course going around 2 turns, because she seemed to really thrive under those conditions last time out.
5-2 the price on the 2 Regal Moment. This one was ready to rock at first asking on June the 18th. Was a nice winner in an optional 49 winners of 3. And at that time, Stu Simon's barn was going kind of quiet. We were thinking it might be second start off of the layoff for a lot of his horses, but this one was ready to go at first asking.
And you and I have been following this horse's career because we love English Conquerors a half, this one. And we were just kind of waiting for this horse to get onto the turf, and finally they got that turf win back last October. And last time, I really think it was the trip that made the difference. The horse had a beautiful inside trip and was able to hold off Secret Load. It's going to need the same type of trip here today. But you know what I really like, Elisa, and you sometimes find this? she is coming off the best speed figure that she's ever run. She could be better now as a 4-year-old than she was last season. So that's why I put her on top.
Yeah, sometimes it takes some time for them to grow into their bodies. The 3 is Stroke of Genius. Now, they tried the Alley Wow with her back on June the 28th. I thought it was a good experiment. She ended up finishing in the 4th place spot. Obviously, they wanted to be stakes placed, but they move her back down here today.
She ran huge. She ran a massive race on that day, and the goal was to try to get some black type, and they just missed, unfortunately, at 54-1. I think you can judge by the paper what the game plan is. They're going with the stretch out and distance here today. I don't know how far the horse wants to go, but the mare has produced a couple of route winners, so maybe get some stamina from that side of the pedigree. Maybe with a bit of a slower pace, they might be able to wire the field in here.
The 4 is Retail Therapist. Sylvain Pion's got to be really happy with the effort from Indy 1 back in race number 5. This horse comes in off of a 2nd place finish on the turf after racing throughout the winter months down in Tampa.
And what's so significant about that last race was the 5th place finisher had to drop to face 25,000 claimers. That means this is it. I realize that. But the 8th place finisher came back to an optional 50. Non-2, that being Nantucket's Day the other day right here at Woodbine. So that was a real key race. She's so consistent. The barn has to be on a major high for winning that last race. And they've got a real shot to double up. And, if you're looking for Mrs. Consistency in the field, this is the horse for you right here. And she does really like this course.
I loved what Bound to Be True did in her very first race back on April the 26th. That was just such a slick move up the inside for Campos. Now, I see that they've given the horse some time, but look at the bullet workouts and the fast times with this horse since.
I kind of like that they gave her some time because that was an uncharacteristically poor effort in her most recent race. So something went amiss there as far as I'm concerned, but they have really tightened the screws with her to try to get her back on track here today. She's won at this distance. She's won on this course. You spoke of the fact the work tab looks good, and you're getting a massive number right now at 8-1.
The 6 is a vet scratch, and we'll go to the 7, who right now is at 5-2, but was the favorite. This is Whiskey and Ice. Now, if you've been playing this horse along the way, you know what some of her problems have been in the past. They've been well documented, and we talked about them a lot. But you know what? She has enjoyed a great season last year. 3 wins from 5 starts. She's back again as a 5-year-old, making her 3rd start in the form cycle.
We see the odd Old Forester that will go around 2 turns effectively. You don't see a ton of them, but they're going to try that with this one. And the mare is mostly sprintish on her pedigree, but she does have a route-winning sibling, the mare does, named Go for Glory. And they're going to obviously go around 2 turns in here today. And what type of pressure does Stroke of Genius put on Whiskey and Ice and vice versa? But it was Whiskey and Ice maybe faster in this spot too. So there's a bit of experimenting going on with a bunch of different horses in this spot. But the one thing I find here with sprinters on this tighter course, Lisa, they're sometimes able to carry their speed a little bit more effectively.
Okay, 7.5 furlongs on the inner turf course. That's a 2-turn race here in Toronto. An optional $32,000 claimer. It goes as race number 6, and it comes up in 11 minutes. Good luck.
Full to post race 6 headed to the inner turf. Number 6 is out. Rock Hard Rose is a vet scratch. This is an allowance optional claiming race at 7 1/2 furlongs for fillies and mares 3 and up. Post break coming up shortly. 9 minutes, race 6. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1, Tea and Honey with an E. And the rider is Ramira Mirage for Mike Mattini and Carlo D'Amato. 2 Regal Moment for Fraser Abley, Stuart Simon and Anne and William Scott. 3 Stroke of Genius, trained by Shelley Fitzgerald. Owned by Martin Wickens, the rider is Juan Flores. Retail Therapist is the 4. Is in the barn of Sylvain Pion for Terry Pion with Kamari Blackett. 5 Bound to be True. The trainer is Nathan Squires, owned by Susan W. Lyons with Jose Campos. 6 is a scratch. And number 7, Whiskey and Ice. Mark Cassie, the trainer for Gary Barber. The rider Sahin Savaji. Post time in 6 minutes. They're going to the inner turf. 3 minutes. Heading across to the starting gate. And the current favourite for the race is Whiskey and Ice at 2-1, 5-2 Regal Moment, and 9-2 for Stroke of Genius. Inside runner here is Tea and Honey with an E, followed along by Regal Moment. This race on the inner turf, 7 1/2 furlongs. Stroke of Genius goes forward. Stroke of Genius to gate 3. The barn of Sylvain Pion looks for the race-to-race double here as Retail Therapist comes up. Bound to Be True to gate 5. And the last along, Whiskey and Ice, stand by for a start. Whiskey and Ice to complete the lineup. Favourite right now, Regal Moment. This field is set to run, locked up. Off they race, a great start. Away sharply, Whiskey and Ice, keen to get across. Regal Moment began well, driving up his Stroke of Genius to second. Over on the inside, Tea and Honey with an E. Bound to Be True out wider, and last is Retail Therapist. Coming across from the outside to be in front is Whiskey and Ice, and as they take the turn is guided to the rail, and it is Sahin Savachi on Whiskey and Ice by a length and a half, Stroke of Genius. Bound to Be True is third. On the inside is Regal Moment, about a length and a half to Retail Therapist, and now at the tail, Tea and Honey with an E. Whiskey and Ice showing the way as they head up the backstretch. Whiskey and Ice by a length. Lying in second placing is Bound to Be True. Stroke of Genius third, Regal Moment fourth. The outside Retail Therapist 4 off the pace. And 2 lengths away last, Tea and Honey with an E. There has been a little change to position, and out in front, Whiskey and Ice by over a length to Bound to Be True. They race along towards the 3 furlongs. On the inside in third is Stroke of Genius. Edging into it well, Retail Therapist. Behind them, Regal Moments dipped out to second last, and the trailer Tea and Honey with an E is Bound to Be True, joins Whiskey and Ice. Only a length behind them, Stroke of Genius sees a opportunity up the rail. Now Regal Moment's running on, and wide is Retail Therapist winding up. Many chances. On the inside, Whiskey and Ice tackled by Bound to Be True, and down the centre, Retail Therapist, Regal Moment between them, plunging through. Regal Moment coming, and Retail Therapist, they sweep to the front. Regal Moment goes to Bound to Be True and takes the neck lead. Regal Moment coming away from Bound to Be True and Retail Therapist. Regal Moment a winning moment. Second is Bound to Be True. Retail Therapist was third, and fourth, Tea and Honey with an E. 131.74. Two is first, Regal Moment. Second is 5, Bound to Be True. Third is 4, Retail Therapist, and fourth 1, Tea and Honey with an E. So the numbers read 2, 5, 4, 1. The first quarter 23 and 3, a half 49, 3 quarters 113 and 3, the 7/8 125 and 3. Final time 131.74. Back to the winners list is Regal Moment. Congrats to the team with Stuart Simon winning trainer. And Ann and William Scott are the winning owners. Regal Moment ridden to victory here by Fraser Abley. Regal Moment has now got 3 wins in succession, including the last win of 2025 in that campaign, and now straight away with a back-to-back success in 2026. Regal Moment, at 4 years of age, a chestnut filly, is now a 4-time winner by point of entry from Regal Conqueror. JWS Farms bred the winner in Ontario, paying for the win with a result official $5.40. 5 Bound to Be True, $8.70 and $3.40. And an exacta payout of $42.70. The try, $74.50. And the Super 2-5 for 1, $143.45. The double, 3-2, $67.40. The pick 3, 6-3 into 2 or 6, $90.80. Pick 5 numbers, and it was 3 into 1, 4 or 5, into 6, into 3, and then 2 or 6 for $820.55. 2-5 swinger, $5.35. 2-4, $3. And 4-5, $8.10. Payouts on race 6. Locked up. Off they race, a great start. Away sharply, Whiskey and Ice, keen to get across. Regal Moment began well, driving up his Stroke of Genius to second. Over on the inside, Tea and Honey with an E. Bound to Be True out wider, and last is Retail Therapist. Coming across from the outside to be in front is Whiskey and Ice, and as they take the turn is guided to the rail, and it is Sahin Savachi on Whiskey and Ice by a length and a half, Stroke of Genius. Bound to Be True is third. On the inside is Regal Moment, about a length and a half to Retail Therapist, and now at the tail, Tea and Honey with an E. Whiskey and Ice showing the way as they head up the backstretch. Whiskey and Ice by a length. Lying in second placing is Bound to Be True. Stroke of Genius third. Regal Moment fourth. The outside Retail Therapist 4 off the pace. And 2 lengths away last, Tea and Honey with an E. There has been a little change to position, and out in front, Whiskey and Ice by over a length to Bound to Be True. They race along towards the 3 furlongs. On the inside in third is Stroke of Genius. Edging into it well, Retail Therapist. Behind them, Regal Moments dipped out to second last, and the trailer Tea and Honey with an E is Bound to Be True, joins Whiskey and Ice. Only a length behind them, Stroke of Genius sees a opportunity up the rail. Now Regal Moments running on, and wide is Retail Therapist winding up. Many chances. On the inside, Whiskey and Ice tackled by Bound to Be True, and down the centre, Retail Therapist, Regal Moment between them, plunging through. Regal Moment coming, and Retail Therapist, they sweep to the front. Regal Moment goes to Bound to Be True and takes the neck lead. Regal Moment coming away from Bound to Be True and Retail Therapist. Regal Moment a winning moment. Second is Bound to Be True. Retail Therapist was third, and fourth, Tea and Honey with an E. 131.74. There's the finish order from our 6th race. Number 9 in race 7, Saratoga Gold, a pound over, post time in 19 minutes.
Minutes to go before race number 7 on the program. And if you are here on track and you're here in the walking ring, you're getting treated to some awfully good looking babies. Jeff and I like to go outside to take a look at them up close. They're big, that's one thing. Like, I don't know what they're feeding these horses because there are some monsters in here, and they are stunning to look at. Everybody on their best of manners as well. We'll start first with the one classy guest. I was saying to you, anything that GG Racing Stables touches kind of turns to gold. They've had a lot of good luck. This horse is a half to Conquest Tsunami, who's a 5-time stakes winner with earnings close to $800,000.
And these are one of several horses in this race that have some great size to them. You almost have to look at their passports to believe they're 2-year-olds.
I know.
It's crazy. So you spoke of that and the fact the mare as well. She was a 3-time winner, a stakes winner as a 3-year-old at Saratoga. Cassie's got a couple of nice 2-year-olds in this race, and they're totally ice cold right now on the board. The one's 23 to 1, the 8's 15 to 1. That's because the 4 is taking so much support right now at this point of the proceedings. But pre-race wise, works look good, horse looks good, pedigree's good, sire's terrific first time outs, and you're getting 23 to 1.
I think we're going to say that a lot, Jeff, because this is, I think, from at least from our perspective, this is one of the best groups of 2-year-olds we've seen so far. The 2 is Lord Yorkton. Now here's a horse who's had a start already, and that was in against Maiden Special Weight Company on June the 14th. We know that Steve Chirkop will use Jose Campos quite a lot, especially with his babies.
So he's tall. He's not as thick as some of the other horses that are in this race, but he is definitely growing up as well. And Uncle Dodo, the 3rd place finisher that just beat this one last time out, came back to win a stake race, but I thought it was an encouraging start to his career. And the one thing that I like about the Yorktons, the longer the better. Just give me more ground. We get slightly more ground here today. You do have that racing experience. You've had a time for some interim activity as well. I like to see him just kind of chill out a little bit though right now. He's kind of been on his toes a little bit too much for my liking. He's not really liking the blinkers going on
No,
right now.
that's not helping. I don't think they fit him because he's so darn big. But you know what else too? He knows what's coming up next compared to some of the firsters. Here's a first-time starter, the 3-horse Hoops. I had a chance just to talk quickly with Dale DeRusso, ask him how he's doing. He says, I'm fine, I'm doing fine. He's got a new client over there who's kind of hanging out with him this afternoon, and it's none other than Kyle Lauren. Now, Kyle doesn't own this horse, but he said he's learning the ropes with Dale DeRusso as they send out Hoops.
So this mare has produced a couple of 2-year-old winners, one of them being a stakes winner as a 2-year-old at Century Mile. And we haven't seen a Dale 2-year-old rocket ship as of yet. Right around this time, we started to see him on cork some for Centennial Farms and for Chiefswood Stable as well. Hoops is out of a mare that won just once in her career, and the mare has produced 5 horses that have made it to the races, and all 5 of which have won 2. So There's some sporadic works in here. Some are good and some aren't so good. So I'm kind of on the fence with this one.
I'm all about the good names. And I always like to name a horse with the sire and the dam in mind. And I love the name of the 4, De La Renta, who's by Oscar Performance, a $70,000 Keeneland sale. This is the first foal from a mare who was 0 for 2 at the races. But man, oh man, it's like there's only one horse in the race, 3 to 5.
And is this the horse taking this money, or is this
John
Johnny Velasquez taking this money,
Exactly.
right? Because when Johnny V comes up, his horses do get bet here. This is the mare's lone foal. The mare herself only ran twice in her career, but the mare is a half to a 12-time winner named Croatian that made $500,000. We know the barn has already had a great deal of success when it comes to young runners. The bottom line is this. If you like the horse, that's fine, but you're just not going to make a ton of money right now at 3 to 5, with there being so many positive options elsewhere. I think you got to try and beat this horse from a betting point of view.
Well, you're getting the 5 at a good price, and this was a talking horse, 23 to 1 on loaded deck, huge hind end. I mean, there is a lot of muscle in that hind end. Barb Minchell, so good with her 2-year-olds. Now, this is an older mare. This is her 10th foal. She's had 6 winners, including a good one, a 5-time stakes winner, stacked deck.
Yeah, this guy should be playing for the Raptors. Like, that's how big this guy is. So you spoke a stacked deck, made a lot of money. This is a half to a stakes place horse named Valentino Beauty, a half to a stakes place horse named Designer Ready, and Barb trained them all. And the mare won a couple of times in her career. The mare herself was a great stakes winner, won the Alcibiades, if memory serves me correct. And Wilson rides here, and I getting 22 to 1 on a clocker horse here today. Like, holy smokes. It's because the 4 is so overbet right now. Now, things are going to calm down a little bit from a betting point of view on the 4, but I'd put a couple bucks on the 5 at that big of a number.
See, I like Barb's other horse, the 6, King's Counsel, because this horse has had already a couple of starts. He kind of knows what's happening, and there was a huge improvement from the first start to the second start, as you noted, with that second place finish.
Now, it has not been a smooth start to this guy's career, because the first time he came over, he got loose. An airplane flew overhead at the worst possible time. Then, in his first start, he was kind of overmatched a little bit, but he ran a whole lot better last time out. And he beat Liberty Beach, who came back to beat the girls yesterday here at Woodbine. And definitely going in the right direction right now. Barbara's got a really good 1-2 punch here in this spot, and she does love this family too. This is a horse that's related to a lot of nice long-distance horses that Barbara's had in the past.
The 7 is King Kadooman. Now, one thing I noticed when he came in today, he is a much bigger horse. He has certainly grown up since that May 31st race, which I think was a pleasant surprise when he ended up finishing in the 3rd spot.
Big off the pace rally. Tremendous, tremendous race. I know that Willing Guess, the 2nd place finisher, came back and was a bit of a disappointment, but that Mrs. D, I think, is a good reference. I like the added distance. I like the fact they've taken their time with this one. And, you know, what's kind of cool for this is a bit of a family horse, right, for the Squires, which is really, really nice, too. And they didn't pay a ton of money for him. And he's going to make them some money. Whether he wins today or not, I don't know. But I think he's going to run well and pick up something here in this spot.
The 8 is Lawrence the Great. You want to see a big horse? Like, this is a big animal. A son of Nyquist, a $550,000 purchase. Marcassi trains Romero Mirage to do the riding. And this is the first foal from an unraced mare.
I'm picking this horse. Give me 13 to 1. I'll take it in here. And the last work was 48-3. Now, if you're looking to try to find out, you know, some pedigree notes on this one, the mare never ran, but she's a war front. The sire, obviously, Nyquist is terrific with first-time starters. If anything, with the size of Lisa, I just don't know if 3/4 is long enough. That would be my lone concern.
Yeah, you know, I look back to the 3rd dam, and she was a good producer, so you got to go back in that family tree. Over to the 9 horse, that's Saratoga Gold. A couple of starts so far, Jeff, but I just haven't seen anything impressive yet.
I'm with you, and they're going to make an equipment change here. This horse was in our first baby race of the season, and then came back and was overmatched yet again. So they're still doing some tinkering with this one.
So we've seen a lot of biggies. I'm going to show you one that looks more like a 2-year-old, and that's the 10 What a Move. You know, when I think of 2-year-olds, I think smaller horses, but, you know, obviously they're growing them much bigger now. This one, a classic Empire, but a half to horses that we know. This is a homebred for Descala Boys. Big Time Boss, Dolce Fortuna as well.
Dolce Fortuna was 3 for 3 to start off her career. So could it fall in this one's footsteps? The mare, you know, she's from the same family as Dehaz 2. The mare was a 2-time winner as well. The mare has produced a stakes place horse that has a 2-year-old and Big Time Boss. I was actually talking with some of the connections in here, and they're getting more and more into the breeding game. They really enjoy it. So They try to catch the sires at early ages before the prices get a little bit too expensive. Yep. Fraser Apley is going to ride. The horse is taking ample support right now. And they did win with a homebred on yesterday's program here at Woodbine.
And 20-1 to wrap things up, it's the 11 Wise Walker. Now, this horse has a good frame of reference. If you go on the workout from the gate back on July the 12th, worked with another Dave Cody horse by the name of Champagne Sunday, who won a race, but it wasn't a maiden special. It was the maiden optional 40.
$1,500 purchase. That's all this guy costs. He originally was an RNA for $2,500. And with this pedigree, it's kind of surprising because the mare is the one that's dropped so happy, who made $500,000 with two-time stakes winner, won the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby. And I was just talking with Dave Cote, and he's pleased with how the horse is working and coming into this race, too. Can we put this on the past performance page right now? This has the makings of a key race, do you think?
I think so.
In here?
Oh, you're 100% right. At least from what we've seen in the paddock.
Yeah.
You know, everybody well-mannered. There's some sizable individuals in here. Some nice pedigrees represented in this race as well. And like you said, it could be a real crackerjack event. Look at the price right now. 4 to 5 on the 4 could be a lot of Johnny V money, but if you get anybody else into the winner's circle, you're going to do good things. We have a clocker horse for you. It is the 5, 19 to 1. The price on Loaded Deck, who is listed morning line 12 to 1. Just watch and see if this horse takes a little bit of extra support as we get closer to the gate. But he's talking about the work with King's Counsel, who is also represented here for conditioner Barb Mitchell and will leave from post position number 6 and is currently the 3rd choice on the board. The 4 is the favorite. The 10, What a Move from the Josie Carroll outfit, the 2nd choice, 3rd choice at 7:01 with the 6 King's Counsel. Just 8 minutes to go before race number 7. It's a good one. Good luck.
Call to post for the upcoming 7th race, number 9, Saratoga Gold, is a pound over. This race 6 furlongs, a maiden allowance for 2-year-olds headed to the post parade. 7 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Classy Guest. Sahin Savachi, the rider here for GG Racing Stables, and Mark Cassie. 2, Lord Yorkton for JDLP Holdings Incorporated. Stephen Cherkop, the trainer, and the rider Jose Campos. Number 3 is Hoops. Dale DeRusso trains for Robert M. Jones with Rafael Hernandez. 4, De La Renta in the ownership of X-Men Racing 5 or 6 LLC and Medicaid Stables LLC, trained by Kevin Attard. And a welcome back to Woodbine to John Velasquez. 5 is Loaded Deck. Barbara Minchell, owner-trainer. The rider is Emma Jane Wilson. Barbara Minchell, also owner and trainer of number 6 King's Council with Daisuke Fukumoto. Number 7 King Kadumant in the barn of Nathan Squires for Vidal Squires and Lamar Squires with Austin Adams. Number 8 is Lawrence the Great. Romero Mirage up for Mark Cassie and Live Oak Plantation. 9 is Saratoga Gold. Alexander Padowich, owner-trainer, and rider Jeffrey Alderson. Tuscola Boys stable owners of number 10, What a Move. Josie Carroll, trainer with Fraser Abley. And 11 is Wise Walker. David Cody, owner-trainer. And the rider is Sky Chanette. And this field is headed to the 6 furlongs in 3 minutes. Now the turf, the inner turf, has been upgraded from good to firm. Please note that change, an upgrade of the inner turf as we approach the Nassau Stakes after this race is now officially firm. Two minutes to place your bets. 2 minutes. Now they're on the way to the start. The favourite is number 4, De La Renta. 6 to 5, good support for the 4. Then we go out to 5s or better with number 6 in King's Council. 7 to 1 is What a Move, and under double figure odds, horse 2 in Lord Yorkton. Post time they're loading, and Classy Guest has the inside gate as they move up. So a lot of first time starters in this field. Previously run though, King Kadumant goes to gate 7. And Jose Campos on Lord Yorkton on the move with Lawrence the Great. Just going forward is Hoops. The grey to gate 3. Saratoga Gold has gone up. De La Renta just behind the start, and out wider goes What a Move. So a little bit more money coming in for King's Counsel, down to 9-2. De La Renta moves to the line. Loaded Deck for Emma Jane. And to the outside is Wise Walker. Stand by for a start. Outside gate, Wise Walker. One back. Late money coming in for number 3, Hoops. Now the field is set to run. Stand well. Off they race, and they got out pretty well. Back to the tail early is Classy Guest and also Loaded Deck, and dipping out to the last position now, Wise Walker with Lawrence the Great. De La Renta straight to the lead. Over on the inside, Lord Yorkton is a length behind as De La Renta clears them very easily and looks extremely professional straight away. Lying in third is Hoops from King's Counsel, Saratoga Gold, and What a Move. A break of 2 to Loaded Deck, and the others in another bunch. Wise Walker around King Kaduma, and up the rails Lawrence the Great, and last, Classy Guest. Out in front, De La Renta by a length and a half to Lord Yorkton. On the outside, King's Counsel. 2 lengths away, Saratoga Gold, followed by the grey Hoops. A length and a half away is What a Move, making some headway. And behind them, Loaded Deck as they come down to the quarter. And still there chasing De La Renta, who's in second gear. Hasn't been fully extended at all. Turning for home, and John Velasquez and De La Renta at the top of the stretch lead the way. Being chased home by King's Counsel, who's 2 lengths away in second. And a gap the others trying to run home is What a Move. Opening up now, De La Renta. Inside the furlong by 3 to King's Counsel, not giving up, but De La Renta head on the chest the whole way, never ever looked in trouble at all, and has just wrapped up a most impressive debut victory by 3.5 to King's Counsel. About 5.5 away was Hoops in third, What a Move fourth, and the time 1:11.26. The winner is number 4, De La Renta, over 6, King's Counsel, 3 Hoops, and number 10, What a Move. So the numbers are 4, 6, 3, 10. The first quarter, 23, half a mile, 46 and 2, 58 and 3 for the 5/8. The time, 1:11.26. Heading into the winner's circle straight away is first-time starter De La Renta. Congratulations to Kevin Attard, winning trainer and owners, X-Men Racing 6 LLC and Madiket Stables LLC. This 2-year-old Bay filly, Kentucky bred by Oscar Performance from Zazazoom, was bred in Kentucky by Nancy Dillman, and it's John Velasquez straight away into the winners list here on his return to Woodbine, riding here today on De La Renta. And it is official, $5.80 for the winner, De La Renta. Number 6, King's Council, $5.90 to place and 4 even to show, and 3 hoops has returned $3.90. Exacta $28 even, the trifecta $76.75. The super 46310, $312.45. The double 2-4, $25.90. And the pick 3 into 2 or 6 into 4, $101.15. The pick 4 numbers 6, 3, 2 or 6 with 4 has returned $393.15. 4, 6 swinger 360, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 3, 6, $7.90. They're the payouts, the 7th. Off they race, and they got out pretty well. Back to the tail early is Classy Guest and also Loaded Deck, and dipping out to the last position now, Wise Walker with Lawrence the Great. De La Renta straight to the lead. Over on the inside, Lord Yorkton is a length behind as De La Renta clears them very easily and looks extremely professional straight away. Lying in third is Hoops from King's Council, Saratoga Gold, and What a Move. A break of 2 to Loaded Deck, and the others in another bunch. Wise Walker around King Kaduma, and up the rails Lawrence the Great, and last Classy Guest. Out in front, De La Renta by a length and a half to Lord Yorkton. On the outside, King's Council. 2 lengths away, Saratoga Gold, followed by the Grey Hoops. A length and a half away is What a Move, making some headway. And behind them, Loaded Deck as they come down to the quarter. And still there chasing De La Renta, who's in second gear. Hasn't been fully extended at all. Turning for home, and John Velasquez and De La Renta at the top of the stretch lead the way. Being chased home by King's Council, who's 2 lengths away in second. And a gap the others trying to run home is What a Move. Opening up now, De La Renta. Inside the furlong by 3 to King's Council, not giving up, but De La Renta head on the chest the whole way, never ever looked in trouble at all, and has just wrapped up a most impressive debut victory by 3.5 to King's Council. About 5.5 away was Hoops in third, What a Move fourth, and the time 1:11.26. There is the finish order for the 7th race. We begin stakes action in the Nassau, the Grade 2 coming up on the inner turf. It also starts the $5 All Stakes Pick 3, races 8, 9 and 11. This race sees the scratch of 3 Salty Senorita is a steward scratch. The ownership of 5 Fiery Lucy should read as Cutter Racing LLC and Fergus Galvin. We're upcoming in 18 minutes to the Nassau.
$18 minutes to go before race number 8, and now we kick off the stakes action for you on this beautiful Sunday for horse racing. We'll start with the Grade 2 Nassau. We are on the turf, and I have an update for you. The turf is now listed as firm. We had a funny feeling that would happen if we had this wind and this sunshine joining us for the afternoon, so that's good news. 1 mile the distance, and a reminder that this is the race where we kick off the $5 All Stakes Pick 3. We'll show you our tickets after we take a look at the horses, starting first with the 1. This is Sultana, who I think they've got to be pretty happy about the scratch of the 3-horse Salty Senorita. I think she would have been a major factor in this race, and now as a result, Sultana looks like she's sitting in a great spot.
Wonder what led to the layoff, Elisa. The horse was able to win off the bench and win rather nicely, going 1.5 miles, and did it the overland way too. Never really saw the inside on that particular occasion, and just kept plugging along, beat a good field in the process. The second place finisher came back to win a $200,000 stake at Churchill. The third place finisher came back to win the Bewitch. Obviously beat good competition on that day. Has been working on a fairly regular basis coming into this event, and he knew right off the bat this horse had ability based on how she ran first time out. She got totally sandwiched coming to the gate in her first career start, and she still overcame that to win going away. She's clearly even better now than what she was when she started off her career, not surprisingly. The only question mark, Lisa, is the distance. Can the horse be effective going 1 mile? I think probably wants a little bit more ground, but she might be so much the best in this race that she might be able to overcome the shorter distance.
Well, we just saw Kevin unleash a pretty mighty 2-year-old back in race number 7 on the program. And it feels like, Jeff, on these big days, this barn really shows up. So let's get over to the 2, and that's Equitas, who goes out for conditioner Mike DiPaolo. Emma Wilson will do the riding. 9-1 is the price, which makes her the longest shot on the board right now. She was busy over the winter months down at Gulfstream with a stop at Keeneland along the way back to Toronto.
She's proven to be a nice little claim because now they've got a graded stakes play status on her resume, which is terrific when she finished third in the Belle Mahone. And the Royal North, she wasn't much of a factor on that day, and that was a bit of a disappointing effort there, but not much was really expected. She was 12-1 on the tote board and eventually finished in the 7th place position. I don't know if she's at the level of some of the others in this race. I think when she gets in against allowance competition, she's going to have a lot of fun. But with it being a smaller field and just 6 horses in this race, you got to take advantage of it because we're going for $200,000 in here. But I do view her as a bit of a fringe player in this spot myself.
Well, we're going to get into the Eurobreds now as we have that scratch of the 3. Here's a look at the 4, who is the lukewarm co-favorite along with the 1 horse. This is Vina Arana. She is an Irish bred from the Jack Sisterson barn. Now, she was racing down at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Day in a Grade 2 event where she was only beaten 3 lengths. Of course, the winner and the 2nd place finisher have since come back to win again. And she was last seen in the Grade 3 Mint Julep at Churchill Downs.
Whereas with Sultana, Lisa, this is a mile specialist. I don't think that's the case with Sultana. I think this horse really is good at 8 panels. And you spoke of the goodness of the last race in the Mint Julep. The 4th place finisher came back to win the In the Stars at Indiana Downs. 7th place finisher came back to win a big stake at Churchill, that being Pin Up Betty. So obviously the competition that she's been facing has been very, very nice. She doesn't have a lot of speed. She's going to stalk the position here in this spot. And that's a lack of speed storyline for me in this race, because who is going to go to the front here? Is it the 6 that maybe goes the front end here in this race? Or maybe is it somebody else that tries to go and maybe wire the field here in this spot? Because on paper, it's tough to find a distinct front runner. Maybe this horse, might find herself a little bit closer than what we expect. But if there is a bit of a niche 8 furlong type of horse in this field, this would be one of the best ones as far as I'm concerned.
Well, we've got a new one that's shipped in from racing in Ireland. This is a British bred. Fiery Lucy comes here for Brendan Walsh. When I think about Brendan Walsh, I always think about those Irish breds on the lawn. No noseband on this one. Looks like a really simple bit on her as well, which kind of indicates that she's going to be a nice steer. She gets on the Lasix program now that she comes into North America. Yeah, she's been in North America in the past, but you can't go on Lasix when you're racing the Breeders' Cup, and she ran the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and she actually ran very, very well at a big, big number. Came from way, way, way off the pace. Let's say that she does need Lasix. How much is she going to improve now in this spot? It's quite possible that she moves up several different lengths. This barn is really rolling right now, especially at Ellis Park, so that's a huge positive, and we have a great deal of respect for this outfit. They have supplemented the horse into this race as well. But you know what's amazing, Elisa? For a quality field like we have here in this spot, she comes in as just a one-time winner in 15 starts. But will Lasix make the difference? That is the $1 million question when handicapping her. Well, Mark Cassie's got a shot here with the 6, Bessie Abbott. She is an Irish bred. And if you're watching the pregame show, we did show you the replay from back on June the 27th when she got herself in a little tight. She did. She had a lot of run, and I like her in here. She's taken a lot of action. She's all the way down to 3-1 right now. She's starting to get to the point where she's a tad probably overbet in this field. But I like the fact she's got some versatility. I know that last time out she didn't go to the front end. I would not be surprised if tactics change here today and they do go to the front. Fraser's a pretty aggressive rider, and he reads the form pretty well, so I think he knows there's probably not a ton of pace in here. They have come back to work on July the 10th and 46-3, getting ready for this engagement. Second time off the layoff. I like that. I don't mind the extra distance in which we get to work with, and I think she's found a field that she can beat in here. I'm going to put all my chips all in here with Bessie Abbott. She's going to be my top pick in this spot, and I just want to see an aggressive ride here today. And then we have the 7 to round out the field. This is Quadruple, a British bred, the Josie Carroll conditions. When she brought this horse up here to race in the Grade 3 Whimsical, we thought, wow, she's got a pretty nice mare on her hands. She's a daughter of Frankel. She has raced at the distance on numerous occasions, 9 starts at a distance of a mile, and most of those would have been when racing in Ireland. And the Whimsical, she had a lot of run on that day, too. Like, she just had nowhere to go. And then finally, once she got it, it was a little bit too late. But what happened last time out in the Royal North? Was it just simply the post that killed the horse? Possibly. We're all the way out in the 11 path, and the horse doesn't get out of the gate all that great, and then doesn't have any speed. And the horse that wins the race got a perfect trip, that being Shifty. And that's a quality animal to give up that much of an advantage to in a field like that, too. So I really think that Quadruple deserves another shot in this spot, because that was too poor to believe as far as I'm concerned. But now Johnny V takes over in here, as we don't have Kimura aboard here today. He's not with us in attendance. And let's see if Quadruple can give Johnny V back-to-back wins on the card. Now, Elisa spoke of, this does start off the All-Stakes Pick 3. And myself and Elisa put together a ticket. Robert Geller has put together a ticket, and so has our guest handicapper for today, Ashley Mayu, as well. But as we take a look at our tickets, Elisa, you're having a chance to check out all these horses right now inside the paddock area and now the walking ring area as well. Has anybody kind of grabbed your attention? Are you swaying in another direction right now at this point or not? Jeff, because I would say, first of all, what I would say is all 6 of the horses that were here in the walking ring were on their best behavior. Like, these are absolute pros. Nobody's breaking a sweat. Everybody's in a good state of mind. But the one horse really did stand out, Sultana. So I feel pretty good. 4 horses just kind of dancing around a little bit, but that's nothing to be concerned about. These are new surroundings for her, that being the Sisterson trainee. Just a little on her toes, but nothing too concerning. I guess, you know, Bessie Abbott would be one of the smaller gals in this race, and I was kind of impressed by the Walsh horse with just like that simple bridle on as well. But everybody being really good. You know, the 7's just starting to act up slightly, but I think that's because she knows what's coming up next. So yeah, really to compete in this event as we get set for our first stakes event on the afternoon, the Grade 2 Nassau at a distance of a mile. Once again, the turf has been upgraded to firm, which is great news. We'll show you the race projector as well as the 4-horse currently at 3-1. The Irish bred does give us the best number at 97.5. Looks like the horses with that pedigree from overseas are the ones who stand out here as far as our race projector is concerned. 9 minutes to go before race number 8, the first of 4 stakes races on the afternoon's card.
Call to pose for the Grade 2 Nassau Stakes on the inner turf. 3 is out, Salty Senorita, a Stewart scratch. The fillies and mares, 3 and up, head to the inner turf at the mile. The upgrade of the going to firm. This race, 200,000 guaranteed, is 7 minutes away. In the post parade for the Nassau Stakes, and number 1 is Sultana. Rafael Hernandez, the rider. For Ludonato, Theodore Manziaris, Paul Borelli, and Lenny Bloodstock LLC, trained by Kevin Attard. 2 is Equitas, in the barn of Mike DePolo for Zealy Racing Stables with Emma Jane Wilson. 3 is out, number 4, Vina Arana. Adam Biskitsa is the rider for Sterling Stables LLC and MHM Stables LLC, Jack Sisterton trainer. Fiery Lucy, the 5, owned by Cutter Racing LLC, and Fergus Galvin is in Brendan Walsh barn with Pietro Morin. Number 6 is Bessie Abbott. Fraser Abley up for Mark Cassie. Gary Barber and Team Valor International LLC, the owners. And Mark Dodson, owner of number 7. Quadruple, trained by Josie Carroll. The rider is John Velasquez. 4 minutes, the Nassau Stakes.
Well, first off, happy Oaks Day. Tremendous card. I know it's well underway, but still plenty of action to get to. I think overall my opinion is with the $5 minimum and the low takeout, it's exciting. You have to have strong opinions. And, you know, the field size, at least on the bookends of it, right? It's not huge, but I think that's the race, or at least the 2 races that you should take a strong opinion on. The plate trial, I think this year looks kind of wide open, and I'm going to get a little creative here in the opening leg in the Nassau. I thought with the mile trip, especially considering it's on the inner, I love the 6, Bessie Abbott. I respect the 1 and the 4. I think the 1, Sultana's done a lot right, but my concern is the distance. And I looked at the 4, and she's not getting the job done. And just thought I could make a little bit more of a case here for Bessie Abbott and the fact that she's making her 2nd start since November. Her form late last year was good. Even her races in the States, I thought were competitive, especially the last time we saw her at Colonial. Was the buyer great? No, but I do think she got a lot out of that most recent effort in the Royal North. She's a big price in there, and I don't think the trip worked out beautifully for her. So I just thought 2nd off the freshening, she was the horse that I wanted. We'll see if we get 8-1 on her.
Three minutes to place your bets. This field is headed to the start, the Nassau Stakes. A check of the betting. Sultana being supported strongly, as well as Vina Arana. They're both tossing for favoritism here. 3-2, Sultana 2-1, Vina Arana out to 4-1, Bessie Abbott now 9-2, along with Fiery Lucy as they come up. And this is the first of the All Stakes pick 3 as they move up. Sultana first to go in. For the Grade 2 Nassau Stakes, joining the line is Equitas. Now it is the turn of Vina Arana for Adam Biscuits Gate 4. Fiery Lucy has come alongside. Bessie Abbott goes to the line. The last is Quadruple. John Velasquez, Quadruple complete the lineup for the Nassau Stakes. The field is set to run. Off they run. Good start across the track. Sultana, Equitas, the best into stride. Going for the lead on the outside, Quadruple, and racing handy is Fiery Lucy early on, getting back to the tail. Vina Arana moving up is Bessie Abbott, and deep on the track it is Quadruple in front and about 2.5 lengths clear. Showing up in second, Equitas. On the inside, Sultana, 3 wide Fiery Lucy and 4 wide Bessie Abbott, and tracking them as they head out the stretch is Vina Arana. Quadruple and John Velasquez get across to the inside to lead by a couple of lengths. Equitas and Bessie Abbott second and third. On the rail, Sultana. One away is Fiery Lucy, who's back second last, and the trailer by a length and a half, Vino Arana. Quadruple shows the way. The first quarter was 22 and 4, and heading up the backstretch and going away from them. Quadruple by 3 lengths. Bessie Abbott to second, getting closer now with Equitas the inside. About 2 or 3 lengths away now, 4 almost to Sultana as the top trio raced away. Fiery Lucy is second last, and on the inside goes Vina Arana. A half in 46 and 2 off the turn, and Quadruple's lead down to a length and a quarter. Bessie Abbott second, Equitas third, and now coming home beautifully, Vina Arana. Racing from the back, has gone up on the extreme outside to race after these leaders, gathering them in, and Sultana is in behind. Vina Arana takes over. Top of the stretch in the Nassau, and dashing away, Vina Arana opens up a couple of lengths to Bessie Abbott. Trying to get going again, Equitas and Sultana, and well out in front, Vina Arana. Equitas is coming on into second, but it's all over. Vina Arana, a magnificent winner of the Nassau Stakes, almost 4 lengths. Equitas second, Sultana third, and then came Bessie Abbott. 1:35.40. The winner is 4, Vina Arana. Second is 2, Equitas. Third, number 1, Sultana. And 6, Bessie Abbott was fourth. 4, 2, 1, 6. The opening quarter in 22 and 4. The half a mile, 46 and 2. 3 quarters, 1, 10 and 2. 7/8, 1:22 and 3. And the final time is 1:35.40 on 4:2.16. on her way across to the Johnny Walker Winner's Circle after the running of today's Grade 2 Nassau Stakes. Vina Arana, a fantastic win. Congrats to going out to the team. Firstly to Sterling Stables, LLC, and MHM Stables, LLC, as Vina Arana captures a third career success and a stakes victory here today, and a graded stakes victory at that. The winning trainer is Jack Sisterson, and it's the Biscuit, Adam Biscuitser, with the winning ride. The bay mare is 5 by Make Believe from Sunset Dazzle and was bred by Funcham Bloodstock Limited in Ireland, as Vina Arana proves much the best.
Yeah, what do you think? Because that track's closed right now. Walk around that. You sure? Yeah, yeah. Alrighty. I don't want to be hit off. Okay. Good job, Mama. Okay. I don't want to be on the head, though. All right, great. Come where I am. Come by the flank. Alrighty, here we go. Can you get the head around a little bit? Oops. Good, thank you. Thank you.
$6.20 the return for the win, $4 to place. 2 Equitas paid $9.60 and $4.20, and that exacta is $42.70. The trifecta $41.95. Super with number 6 fourth, $112.50. A pair of 4s in the double, $25.50. The pick 3, 2 or 6 the first leg, then the pair of 4s $41.90. 2-4 swinger $4.35, 1 for $2, and 1-2 paying $5.30. And for today's trophy presentation of the Grade 2 Nassau Stakes, we welcome from Woodbine, General Counsel and Executive Vice President of Racing, and that is Bill Ford, who makes the trophy presentation to the winning team of Vina Arana. The Nassau Stakes.
All right, 3, 2, 1. The Grade 2 Nassau goes to Vina Arana, the Irish bred, who comes in and slingshots to the front end for Adam Bachisa. Always good to have you here. You know, this was your first time riding on our inner turf course, and that first turn is a little tight. How did you prepare for riding on this turf course? I understand that you might have been out here taking a little boo.
What's a boot?
Well, a little walk.
Yeah, you see me?
You know? But
No,
little
I did,
birdie
right.
told me.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought it would be a good idea just to kind of get myself, get a feel for it myself underfoot and just see, what the turns are going to come up as, and like you just said, they are a little tight. So she handled it just fine. I mean, I'd like to see what she can do, maybe in a couple of months' time on, the main track there. I think that would be more in her favour, but look, I always said to Jack, this filly would repay you in a graded stake, and the racing's so competitive back in Kentucky, kind of forces you to play your hand somewhere else, just so you can kind of maybe get a softer touch in one of these graded stakes races. And look, she has a good handful of ability, and she deserves to win a race like this because she's more than capable. And you know, it's great the connections and owners here today, and you know, Jack's done a great job keeping a lid on her, and you know, it'd be nice to come back in a month's time and put her on the main track there, and you know, I think we can. Sky's the limit.
Awesome. Good news. Okay, I know you got a busy day, so you want to go and scoot as we bring our conditioner in, and this is Jack Sisterson. Okay, tell me first, how did you acquire this mare? Like, how did you find her in Ireland? Who helped you? Was there a bloodstock agent who pointed her out to you?
There was Alex Elliott, and Alex and I go back a long way, and you know, you see an impressive performance this afternoon, which we thought she was well capable of. People don't get recognised behind the scenes, and Alex Elliott's done, you know, a remarkable job, and Matt Mazzucci, Kevin Bogart, who owned the filly, they put faith in me. We always thought she had a performance like this, and Adam rode her great, and I have to give a lot of credit to Alex for finding the filly from Henry de Bromhead. Matt actually invested a lot in the family. He bought the mother. So you speak to Matt, you know, who's standing next to me. Yeah, it was a big performance, and we actually thought, you know, moving forward, Woodbine, the outer turf would be better suited, but the inner turf, she was impressive there, and she trained like a good filly.
You know, she wasn't even blowing hard, I thought, when she came back either, and her demeanor is just so calm, cool, and collected. She must be a lovely horse to be around.
She's class.
Yeah, she is. She just reeks of class. Yeah.
Class.
Will we see her back here maybe on the EP Taylor? Which is our big turf course?
I'll let Matt and Kevin know. We'll chat to the. She's class.
Yeah, she certainly is. Congratulations, Matt. It's great when you invest, and obviously great when you can win a graded stakes event. Where are you from? Are you from Kentucky?
I'm from Dallas, actually, Texas. But I have to say, I've been to a lot of tracks. First class. Yep. First class here.
Yeah, not enough people come up to visit us in Toronto, so hopefully you'll come back to visit us and get onto our big European-style EP Taylor turf course, which she might really adore as well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right. Will you come back and see us, please?
Yes, we will.
Bring some others, too.
Yeah, we will. Thank you. But he needs to buy more.
Okay, all right. So Matt's going to spend a little bit more, and we're going to see them back here, hopefully, for more events in the future as Vina Arana takes this year's Grade 2 Nassau.
Field is set to run. Off they run. Good start across the track. Sultana, Equitas, the best into stride. Going for the lead on the outside, Quadruple, and racing handy is Fiery Lucy early on, getting back to the tail. Vina Arana, moving up is Bessie Abbott, and deep on the track it is Quadruple in front, and about 2.5 lengths clear. Showing up in second, Equitas. On the inside, Sultana, 3 wide Fiery Lucy, and 4 wide Bessie Abbott, and tracking them as they head out the stretch is Vina Arana. Quadruple and John Velasquez get across to the inside to lead by a couple of lengths. Equitas and Bessie Abbott second and third. On the rail, Sultana. One away is Fiery Lucy, who's back second last, and the trailer by a length and a half, Vino Arana. Quadruple shows the way. The first quarter was 22 and 4, and heading up the backstretch and going away from them, Quadruple by 3 lengths. Bessie Abbott to second, getting closer now with Equitas the inside. About 2 or 3 lengths away now, 4 almost to Sultana as the top trio raced away. Fiery Lucy is second last, and on the inside goes Vina Arana. A half in 46 and 2 off the turn, and Quadruple's lead down to a length and a quarter. Bessie Abbott second, Equitas third, and now coming home beautifully, Vina Arana. Racing from the back, has gone up on the extreme outside to race after these leaders, gathering them in, and Sultana is in behind. Vina Arana takes over. Top of the stretch in the Nassau, and dashing away, Vina Arana opens up a couple of lengths to Bessie Abbott. Trying to get going again, Equitas and Sultana, and well out in front, Vina Arana. Equitas is coming on into second, but it's all over. Vina Arana, a magnificent winner of the Nassau Stakes, almost 4 lengths. Equitas second, Sultana third, and then came Bessie Abbott. 135.40. The finish order to the Nassau. We come to what is the start of the Jackpot Power Pick 6, and there are no changes. It's the plate trial, upcoming in 19 minutes' time.
Up next, we have one of the potential final stepping stones on the road to the oldest continuously run stakes race on the continent, the King's Plate. This is the plate trial. We have a good group that's been assembled this year, Jeff. In fact, I think this is one of the biggest groups we've seen in quite some time for the plate trial. It's now or never for a lot of these horses here today. If they don't show up, then we likely won't see them in this year's edition of the King's Plate. But if they do show up, the top 5, top 6 finishers, we know where we're going to see them in the month of August, and that's competing in this year's edition of the King's Plate. The plate trial goes a mile and an eighth, $200,000 on the line, and right now the favorite is the 10. That's Cassin from the Mark Cassie outfit, Sahin Savachi, to do the riding here today. We got a big field to take a look at, so we'll start first with the 1. This is Donna Neek. Josie Carroll, Hall of Famer, trains this one, and John Velasquez in town to do the riding.
And I think the reason, Elisa, why we have such a big field for this race is because there's no real headliner for the plate right now. And everybody kind of wants to see where they fit in the mix of things. Now, the first one that we're going to look at is conditioned by a trainer that has won the big race itself on numerous occasions, that being Josie Carroll, and she's going to send out this one. And the one thing that we've seen so far today is every winner on the main track has been on the inside. And if you are watching on CBC Gem or down in the States, you're not very familiar with the Woodbine product, the rail more often than not is golden here at Woodbine. And 2 starts ago when this horse was able to win, was a very authoritative winner at that, and it was a real marked improved effort. But last time out, that was a bit of a setback. Having said that, that was against older foes. Now it gets to face straight 3-year-olds here in this spot and might be able to turn things around and run a little bit better here today.
Well, Kevin Attard sends out 3 runners in this year's edition of the plate trial. Of course, he's very familiar with how to win the King's Plate. He's done it on a couple of occasions. This is very special that he trains Romero Mirage to do the riding, and Romero has moved his tack up here from the United States, and he has been a welcome addition, Jeff.
Messy trip last time out, right out of the gates. And then when the horse got going, it was a little bit too late. And on that day, was an inside speed bias track on that day, and this horse had to overcome that obstacle to finish in the 3rd place position. Now, you might be looking at this horse and saying, how can I possibly pick a maiden in a field like this, a horse that's never won a race? And that's a valid question, but you have to remember, last time out that was against older horses. He's a developing type. He's bred to get better as the distances get a little bit longer. And as Lisa said, he's got a great coach on his side as well. So very special, might be appropriately named. He's getting better, and he's going to have to run even better here in this spot. He's going to need some pace in this spot. And on paper, Lisa, I think there's a ton of pace to run at in here. So that should help out his chances.
Jockey Adam Bachiza is in town to do some riding here today. He'll get aboard 22 souls. This will be the first time he'll sit on this son of Upstart for conditioner Kevin Attard.
And look how much this guy has improved. Last season had to face 15,000 claimers to win. 15,000 he could have had this horse for. Then came back this year, kind of a ho-hum race for 25. Then they took a shot. They ran the horse for 40, and he ran his eyeballs out. He won, and he won by a narrow margin. It was a really improved effort. Now, the route races that he ran last season, they did not go very well, but maybe he's just now starting to figure things out a little bit here on this spot. And how often do we see the other Josie Carroll or the other Mark Casse horse win? Well, what about the other Kevin Attard horse potentially in this race? He is loaded in this spot, and he's got another chance here with the 3, that being 22 Souls.
Well, both Jeff and I had our eyes wide open when we saw the career debut for Military Time as a 2-year-old back in August of last season. We've been hot on his trail this year, and we're expecting big things today.
So his comeback race, he came over and he looked like a man. Last year he was a 2-year-old, and this year he came over and he looked like a boy. Now, I thought he was a little bit agitated last time out. I thought he got a little bit hot, and he just was not a happy camper. What he is doing right now makes me so much more confident in his chances here today because he's perfect so far. Let's just keep an eye on him from a physical point of view. Make sure he doesn't get hot and start to sweat a little bit. Last time he was kind of in a perfect spot, but he ran out of racetrack and he couldn't get to Highway to the Moon. He was kind of under a hard ride right around the 3/8 pole too. Those silks, by the way, the St. Elias Racing Stable, they are the owners or co-owners of the Kentucky Derby winner from this season. So wouldn't it be a nice little plate Derby double if they were able to get that?
Well, we've just heard the call for riders up, and we've got Luis Contreras, who will ride I'm Your Medicine Man for conditioner Harold Ladouceur, comes into the race off of a bullet move in 59-4.
Just don't like the way he's coming into this race myself. He ran so well to start off the season, and then they tried the turf last time out. He's just sort of gone off form based on how well he ran the Coronation Futurity and to start off this season. So I'm going to have to push him to the side in here.
Highway to the Moon goes out for Dale DeRusso. You get Rafael Hernandez, and this is a very solid jockey-trainer combination. They click at a 26% win average as this horse stretches out for the very first time.
There's no doubt about the talent with this horse. The question mark is the 2 turns. Can he be effective going around 2 turns? Now, we have seen horses that are suspect from a pedigree point of view in the plate be able to win races at 1.25 miles because their speed has gotten them there. And that might be the game plan here with Highway to the Moon. I expect a very aggressive ride. I don't doubt the talent. I'm just not sure he wants to go this far.
Big price on the 7 Amore Mio. He's got to show us something here today, Jeff.
Would be great for George Bigliardi, but this is one that's been overmatched in back-to-back tough races against Canadian breds, and has to face Canadian breds yet again in here that are pretty tough. But the rider's having a good day.
Fire and Wine won one of our big 2-year-old stepping stones, that being the Coronation Futurity, and he took it gate to wire at a distance of 1 1/8 miles. Will he be one of the speed horses here?
I would think so. His preparations have been spotty so far this year, a little bit more consistent as of late, but he's just not been the same horse that we saw from last season. But I do expect a very aggressive ride here today.
25-1 the price on the 9 Spites Will. This is the 3rd start in the form cycle, and it's wake-up time.
It is. Can he go 2 turns? The only time he went 2 turns was on the turf, and it didn't go all that well. Now, was it the turf or was it the 2 turns? That's the million-dollar question. He's a big number as we speak, but a former stakes winner.
Casson, I mean, this is the Mark Casse horse that a lot of people have been talking about. 7-2 makes him the co-favorite along with the 4. The question is the distance, Jeff.
Absolutely, and he set the pace last time out, and he just got a little bit tired late. He was under urging in his most recent workout back on July the 10th that we showed you yesterday on the show, so this is a real acid test for him going around 2 turns.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see this 11 horse run a big race here today. Katerina Vasilyeva conditions this one, homebred for Chiefswood Stables Limited. This is Powell River in off of an easy maiden score.
Love the way he's come over here. Look at the hind end on him. Look at the power he's got back there. And so does he try to change tactics? The speed approach worked to perfection last time out, but there's so much other pace in this race.
And Baid Alena will round out the field. This is the 3rd horse that Kevin Attard trains, the son of Good Magic, who today gets onto the Lasix program after breaking his maiden back at the end of June.
It wasn't pretty, but they got the W. It was kind of all out to win on that particular occasion. Now the stretch out is going to happen in here. So you've got Good Magic. That's a stamina source of a mare that has produced horses like this one that have some talent, and the mare herself does have some route-winning siblings as well. Of all the Kevin Attard horses in this race, I would put this horse second best of the Kevin Attard horses.
Well, that's your full look at this year's field for this edition of the Plate Trial. You're going to meet the horses up close and personal in post-parade next.
Call to post for the plate trial coming up is the $200,000 guaranteed stakes race at 1 mile and an eighth for 3-year-olds folding Canada, and they're headed to the post parade. In the post parade, here is the field number 1, Don Eek. Josie Carroll trains for Michael Cook, the rider John Velasquez. Number 2 is Very Special and is trained by Kevin Attard. Stronach Stables owner, jockey Romero Mirage. Number 3, 22 Souls. Anna Beschitzer is the rider for Canuck Racing Club and Kevin Attard. 4 is Military Time, who's trained by Mark Cassie for Gary Barber and St. Elias Stable, with the ride Fraser Abley. Number 5, I'm Your Medicine Man. OMG Stable and Ad Noir LLC owners, Harold Ladder trainer, the rider Luis Contreras. To number 6, Highway to the Moon for Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated, and the trainer is Dale DeRusso with Rafael Hernandez. Number 7, Amore Mio, trained by Pat Parente for George Bigliotti, jockey Luis Reyes. Number 8 is Fire and Wine, Paul Ryder and Jelko Krishmar team up with Slade Jones. 9, Spite's Will for Six Deep Stable, Stephen Cherkop and Jose Campos. Number 10, Casson, trained by Mark Cassie for Manfred and Penny Conrad, the rider Sahin Savachi. Number 11, Powell River for Chiefswood Stables Limited, trainer Katerina Vasilyeva, jockey Ryan Munger. Number 12 is Baid Alina, trained by Kevin Attard for Tagamine Racing LLC with Pietro Morin. Coming up in 6 minutes is the plate trial.
And then you can see I do just use 2 horses in the plate trial. I think I'm most intrigued by potentially the price, which I think is going to come down with the number 2, Very Special. I know this is a maiden tackling winners, Jeff, but look at this horse in terms of the progression. As the races have gotten a little bit longer, I think the horse has taken a step forward. Some might not feel that way last time out because you see 3rd defeated as the favorite, but talk about a troubled trip. Watch the replay. I'm sure you'll be looking at it with the crew at Woodbine. It was just atrocious early on and was able to recover. Blinkers go on, a lot to like there. And I did think the 6th, Highway to the Moon, the distance is a huge question mark going out to 1 mile and an eighth, but you do wonder if that one could wire in here.
We are 3 minutes from a start, 3 minutes. To the starting gate, they're moving up for the plate trial, and first along is Don Eek down to the inside gate. This race, with importance naturally to the King's Plate, is officially 4 weeks, less 1 day away. And they're moving up. Don Eek goes in, very special. Fire and Wine further across. Amore Mia has gone up. And 22 Souls. Deeper out comes Spite's Will as they file in. Military Time goes to the line as the favorite currently. Good support coming in for Casson, the stablemate. Meantime, Casson goes up. And just about ready is I'm Your Medicine Man. Highway to the Moon. Coming to the line. And goes forward now. The last two are Powell River. Still waiting as Highway to the Moon is side on. Goes to the gate, and the last, well, trouble with horse 2. Restless now out of the gate. Very special with the head to the side. And now out of the saddle, John Velasquez from Don Eek to get out of harm's way. They settle, Very Special. Casson's rider out of the irons, and horse 2, Very Special. The focus right now. Please take note, number 2, Very Special, is officially a late scratch at the gate as a vet scratch. A late scratch, number 2, Very Special. Please mark your program. We have a slight delay now for the start with the late scratch of number 2, Very Special, officially out as a vet scratch. So repeating the late scratch of number 2, very special, and they'll be reorganizing shortly. The riders about to get back onto their respective mounts, and they'll be called back. And a check of the betting. So there will be a short delay as they still have horse 2 very special to come away from the main track. Now the riders headed back to their respective mounts. The betting favouring Casson now at 9-5 over Military Time, who is 5-2. 4-1 shot Highway to the Moon, and 6s for Powell River. 10-1 or better the rest. Baid Alina. And they're behind the gate, moving up. Donique coming back to the start. So for the plate trial, they're moving in. The late scratch is very special. Further across, Amore Mio is ready. So to Fire and Wine. 22 Souls. Military Time. Spite's Will. And I'm Your Medicine Man. They've moved in very quickly. Casson, Highway to the Moon. And the last two walk up. Powell River. Pietro Morin on Baid Alina. Stand by for the start. For the plate trial. Baid Alina has gone in. All in. Locked up. And as they break, a very even start. Fire and Wine going up in the center for the lead, and showing speed is Casson on the outside. Highway to the Moon, the rail, and deeper on the track, Powell River. And at the wire, Casson and Powell River deep on the track in front. A length and a half to Highway to the Moon and Fire and Wine. A break of about 2.5 lengths away, 22 Souls. Baid Alina getting a nice spot mid-pack. Over on the inside, Military Time from Amore Mio. And out wider is Spite's Will, and back to second last is I'm Your Medicine Man, and the trailer is Donique. That is the running order. And showing the way in the plate trial, Casson. A length to Powell River, Highway to the Moon, the box seat. On the outside, Fire and Wine. A length and a half, 22 Souls. Baid Alina in behind them. Spite's Will making ground. Behind on the inside, it is Military Time, about 7 off the leader. And towards the back came Amore Mio, I'm Your Medicine Man, and last is Donique. Casson still in front, only about a half a length to Powell River. Off the track, Fire and Wine, and pushing up on the inside, Highway to the Moon from 22 Souls. Baid Alina to the rails, making ground, and 2 lengths away over on the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man from Military Time. Well behind them at this point is Spite's Will, Amore Mio, and last is Donique. Casson and Powell River lead the way. They come to the 5/16 by a length and a half, Highway to the Moon. Out wide, I'm Your Medicine Man's running on pretty well. On the rails, Baid Alina, and Military Time is coming into it now. Casson turns in front in the plate trial. I'm Your Medicine Man and Highway to the Moon pitching in as they turn. And Highway to the Moon coming after Casson. And down the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man. I'm Your Medicine Man has run up with Highway to the Moon to go to the front. Highway to the Moon in front. On the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man. And they'll battle it out. Highway to the Moon on the inside. Highway to the Moon. What a win. Highway to the Moon goes on to win the plate trial. A length to I'm Your Medicine Man, and Military Time got in for show. And then Casson, Donique, and behind them Baid Alina and Powell River. The rest headed by Fire and Wine. The time is 1:52.17. Six, the winner, Highway to the Moon. Second is 5, I'm Your Medicine Man. And third is 4, Military Time. Fourth was 10, Casson. And the numbers are 6, 5, 4, 10. First quarter in 23 and 1. A half, 47 and 4. 3/4, 1:12 and 1. The mile, 1:38 and 2. And the time is 1:52.17 on the plate trial.
Del Rousseau is here with his family all in green and looking fantastic, and he's got to be smiling here. His Highway to the Moon has taken this guy all the way to the moon with how exceptional the horse ran today. After his most recent race, you were a little bit suspect about the horse going around 2 turns. How proud are you of this guy right now?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, he's asked. He's done everything we asked, so crazy.
So, take us to the race from your perspective. Here he is right now. There's a long delay. He's got to go through that. He's going around 2 turns. Just take us to the race from your perspective.
That's his makes him a little bit better than everybody. His mind is so good. I mean, you see him, he wasn't washed out at all. A lot of them were getting washed out, and he was cool and calm, and you know, it showed that in the race.
If I had told you at the start of the year that this horse was going to win the Play Trial Stakes, what would you have told me?
No shot. No shot. I mean, he went from 5/8 maiden race to now a mile and an 8, so.
Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Let's now go to Atlanta with the winning rider, Rafael Hernandez.
Rafi, take us through that ride with Highway to the Moon.
It was good, you know. Dale and myself, we was talking about get a good break, get a good position. If they give it to us on the lead, we try to do it and make the pace. But they definitely went to get out there running. Everybody get out there running to get this spat, his own position. So I do the same too, just try to make sure we was involved in the race and don't make it do too much, you know, in time to running. But it was do unbelievable, you know. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, the connection, for giving me this winner today. And it was impressed. Yeah. Yes.
What do you think of this horse potentially going 1.25 miles?
That's up to Dale in honors. You know, I'm open. Whatever they want, I'll be there for them.
Yeah. What did he show you today that makes you have confidence in him?
He showed me a lot of big heart. You know, he don't give up. You know, he was on the bright all the time when asking to go. He was there ready. You know, try to keep it in contention all the time, involved in the race. When I put in clear, he gave me everything he has. You know, he have a big heart. We've been working last couple works, and Dale say, Rafi, you're gonna run good. You know, so I know he was been working good and he show up today.
Rinse and repeat for the Oaks.
Let's go, finger crossed.
Congratulations, Rafi. Thank you.
The result has gone official. Highway to the Moon paid $10.30, 6.10 and 3.80 across the board. 5, I'm Your Medicine Man, 19.20 and 10.60. That exacta, $217.20. The trifecta, $357.80. Superfecta on 6, 5, 4, 10, $984.20. Consolation double, $6.20. The winners in the double 4, 6, $50.80. More to come. The pick 3 there, $49.30 for 446. So heading into the Johnny Walker winner's circle after the plate trial is Highway to the Moon. Going back to the swinger bets, 5, 6, $12.30, 4, 6, $2.80, and the return for 4, 5, $10.45. entering the winner's circle. The Johnny Walker winner's circle, Highway to the Moon, goes back-to-back, has now got a record of 4 wins from 7 starts. The Bay Gelding, a 3-year-old who's by Ransom the Moon from High Society Gal, raced by Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated, trained by Dale DeRusso. Rafael Hernandez, the winning rider, and bred by James Everett, Janine Everett, and Erica Everett Muse in Ontario, takes the plate trial. And for the trophy presentation of the plate trial, it's welcome to Executive Chairman of the Woodbine Entertainment Group, Jim Lawson, to present 2 connections of Highway to the Moon, Dale DeRusso Centennial Farms Incorporated, and Rafael Hernandez, the winning rider. Locked up. And as they break, a very even start. Fire and Wine going up in the center for the lead, and showing speed is Casson on the outside. Highway to the Moon, the rail, and deeper on the track, Powell River. And at the wire, Casson and Powell River deep on the track in front. A length and a half to Highway to the Moon and Fire and Wine. A break of about 2.5 lengths away, 22 Souls. Baida Lina getting a nice spot mid-pack. Over on the inside, Military Time from Amore Mio. And out wider is Spites Will, and back to second last is I'm Your Medicine Man, and the trailer is Donique. That is the running order. And showing the way in the plate trial, Casson. A length to Powell River, Highway to the Moon, the box seat. On the outside, Fire and Wine. A length and a half, 22 Souls, Baida Lina. In behind them, Spites Will making ground. Behind on the inside, it is Military Time, about 7 off the leader. And towards the back came Amore Mio, I'm Your Medicine Man, and last is Donique. Casson still in front, only about a half a length to Powell River. Off the track, Fire and Wine, and pushing up on the inside, Highway to the Moon from 22 Souls. Baida Lina to the rails, making ground, and 2 lengths away over on the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man from Military Time. Well behind them at this point is Spites Will, Amore Mio, and last is Donique. Casson and Powell River lead the way. They come to the 5/16 by a length and a half, Highway to the Moon. Out wide, I'm Your Medicine Man's running on pretty well. On the rails, Baida Lina, and Military Time is coming into it now. Casson turns in front in the plate trial. I'm Your Medicine Man and Highway to the Moon pitching in as they turn. And Highway to the Moon coming after Casson. And down the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man. I'm Your Medicine Man has run up with Highway to the Moon to go to the front. Highway to the Moon in front. On the outside, I'm Your Medicine Man. And they'll battle it out. Highway to the Moon on the inside. Highway to the Moon. What a win. Highway to the Moon goes on to win the plate trial. A length to I'm Your Medicine Man, and Military Time got in for show. And then Casson, Donique, and behind them Baida Lina and Powell River. The rest headed by Fire and Wine. The time is 1:52.17. There's the finish order to the plate trial. Next up, it is the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois, and the 71st running is clear of changes. Post time in 21 minutes, race 10.
Up next, it is our feature race, the 71st edition of the Woodbine Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, foaled in Canada, 1.1 1/8 the distance on our main track, and it goes for a good purse too. $500,000 on the line, and if you are Ontario bred, you go for an additional $250,000 for a total purse of $750,000. This is going to be a spectacular event. We have really been looking forward to it, and what a day for conditioner Dale DeRusso and Rafael Hernandez. They just took the plate trial with a pleasant surprise, Highway to the Moon, and they will send out a very strong 1-2 punch in this year's edition of the Oaks. We'll start first with the one. This is Piper's Gift. And Jeff, this is that same jock trainer combination that we just saw win the plate trial, Dale DeRusso and Rafael Hernandez.
And Elisa, if I'm Dale, I say to Rafi, do exactly the same thing. Just sit on that rail because the rail is so good, and see what type of trip you're able to engineer in here. I don't know of the two DeRusso horses which one is better, whether it's this one or Dixie Law. They're so close. They've been so close as 2-year-olds, and they're so close right now too. Now, in the most recent race in the Fury Stakes, it did not appear as if Piper's Gift was going to get up to win on that occasion, but did. And it does seem like Lasix has helped out to this daughter of Yorkton as well. This would be an extra special win, Elisa, for Chiefswood Stable too. If they were able to win with their own stallion in a race like this, that being a Yorkton, I think that'd be a real feather in their caps. So Piper's Gift has been working right along. Look at that June 27th work, 57-4. They've really worked quickly with this one. And right now, a beautiful price because the 7's taking so much money. Right now, it's 7-2.
Well, here's the stablemate. The two horses outside right now. This is Dixie Law. She's a Hillsbrook Farm-owned horse. Dale DeRusso conditions this one, too. And I'm wondering, Jeff, if you look at those works getting ready for this race today, if they work together. July the 11th, you get Piper's Gift in 1:03, and then you get Dixie Law working in 59-4.
That's an interesting question. Another question, and I think we got the answer to this after the Ruling Angel, is how much has Lasix helped out this horse? You look at the speed figures, has improved considerably since getting that. And when the horse won back on May the 16th, beat a next out winner in Mulaney. And last time out, Luster just got a better trip, and Dixie Law was unable to capitalize on that day. The inside was good. This horse had a 5-wide journey. Well, it was on the inside and then eventually got towards the outside and eventually finished in the 3rd place spot. The way that Piper's Gift is on an upward swing and the fact that Dixie Law tailed off just a bit in that most recent race, that might be why Hernandez has gone in the direction of Piper's Gift. But again, they're really, really close. And this is a horse that's been bred by Garland Williamson. He's been involved in racing for a long, long time. It would be a huge accomplishment for him to win a race like the Oaks coming up in this spot. I don't think there's a whole lot separating these two horses, Lisa, despite what the top board is telling us.
Well, Catherine Day Phillips, she knows what it takes to get a horse to the Oaks. She sends out Katie's Grace here. Ryan Munger will be aboard. Now, this horse ran a really game second in the Grade 3 Celine when they added blinkers. Blinkers made a big change with her last start out.
Massive, massive. Stepped up her game considerably, and she always showed signs that she had ability, especially in the Mazarine and the Princess Elizabeth last season. Those are our marquee races for 2-year-olds that are bred in Canada. And for her to run that well, they had to be so excited as to what they would have this season. Her comeback race was a 7-furlong race, just so-so. They added Lasix in the Fury, just so-so. Last time they put the blinkers on, boom, wake-up race, much improved race. Now you get some added ground to work with in here today. Now you get a chance to go 9 furlongs. That's real positive. I kind of like the way the horse is working coming in this race as well. I love the pre-race demeanor we're getting right now inside the paddock area as well. And that last point that you brought up, Elise, the fact that the coach knows a thing or two about winning this race, that's a real positive sign too.
Well, Robert Marzilli has been a big supporter here at Woodbine. He sends out the 4-horse Kinsey Girl, Mike DiPaolo Conditions. She's already raced 4 times this season, Jeff. The best effort was the most recent race, which was at 1 16th on the main track.
I don't blame the Connections for taking a shot. You spoke of the Ontario bonuses in here. All these horses are foaled in Ontario, so they get a chance to go for this big, big pot with all the bonuses that are attached to the $500,000 purse. Why not give it a go? You only have 6 horses to beat, and if you can pass a couple in here, you might be able to really do some pretty good things from a return on your investment point of view. Kinsey Girl last time out lost a bit of a heartbreaker, set the pace and got passed late by Z-Train. That was at 1 16th. Now we're going to stretch things out here to go 9 furlongs, but if you look at just the raw data with this horse, that's one of the best races she's ever run. Is this the pace in the race? Will this horse try to go to the front and make every call a winning one? She's going to have to run the race for her life to win it.
We have a dual Hall of Famer who's just given the call for Riders Up, that being Sandy Hawley, who is here with us today at Woodbine, and we are ever happy about that. Red Guitar supplemented into this race, and same thing, Jeff. Why not take a shot at a race worth $750,000? She is Ontario bred. She gets the services today of Romero Mirage.
And she didn't run that bad in her first career start on the turf. She only lost by about 2 lengths, obviously against way easier competition. The last race, that was a little bit disappointing, but they're going to give it a go nonetheless. Imagine if this horse could somehow finish 4th or 5th in this race, the nice return on investment they're going to get. Why not take a shot?
Another woman who knows her way around the Oaks, and she knows her way around the plate as well, is conditioner Josie Carroll, a Hall of Fame trainer. She'll send out Bold Time. This is the 2nd horse that's being sent out in this race for Chiefswood Stables.
I'm going to take a shot with this one. This is going to be my top pick. Visually, it was so impressive when she won back on May the 30th against older horses on that day. She won so nicely. Because of that, I was really enthusiastic about her chances of the Celine, and for whatever reason, she did not run well. I think she's much better than what we saw in that most recent race. I knew I was going to get a price. I'm taking a shot at 13-1. Let's see if we can't get this gray horse home.
Well, and if you like grays, I got another one for you to look at, and that's the 7 Leicester, a filly by Nixco, who's been a very good young stallion. Purchased for $80,000 in Keeneland in 2024. She really hasn't done anything wrong. She won at first asking here at Woodbine as a 2-year-old. She's come back this season with 2 wins from 3 starts, including a Grade 3 stakes win in the Celine.
This would be a lovely story, too, for the breeders. They don't breed a lot of horses, and they bred this horse. The horse sold down in Kentucky. They got a decent return on their investment. They went to a stallion that was a little bit unknown at the time. In the Celine, the horse got a perfect trip and was able to win. Johnny V knows the horse. The horse won with Johnny V against non-winners of 1 competition at 1 16th back on April the 9th at Keeneland. Does Johnny V just say, you know what, I'm on the best horse, I'm going, and come catch me if you can? That could be the strategy being employed here today.
All right, a field of 7 getting ready to go for this year's edition of the Woodbine Oaks. $500,000 on the line, $750,000 available for you if you happen to be Ontario bred. It's a great race. It is a historic event here in Toronto, and we look forward to the post parade next.
Call to post for our feature race of the program. It's the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois. $500,000 guarantee for the 3-year-old fillies folding Canada at the mile and an eighth as they head to the post parade. We are 9 minutes from a start. And Spain have won the World Cup 1-0. Here is the field for the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks. And number 1 is Piper's Gift, trained by Dale DeRusso, with Chiefs Wood Stables Limited Colors and Rafael Hernandez. Number 2 is Dixie Law, also trained by Dale DeRusso, is owned by Hillsbrook Farms. The rider is Pietro Moran. To 3, Katie's Grace, owned by Chivalry Thoroughbred Racing LLC and Hubert Vesta. Catherine Day Phillips, the trainer. Jockey Ryan Munger. Zealy Racing Stable, owners of 4, Kinsey Girl. In the saddle is Emma Jane Wilson, trained by Mike DiPaolo. Number 5, Red Guitar, for RCC Racing Stable Limited, trained by John Mattini with Romero Mirage. 6 is Bold Time, who's owned by Chiefs Wood Stables Limited, and the trainer is Josie Carroll, rider Fraser Abley. And Luster, number 7, also trained by Josie Carroll, owned by Gainsway Stable and Andrew Rosen, with John Velasquez. Post time is coming up in 6 minutes.
Here with jockey Ryan Munger, who'll be aboard Katie's Grace for trainer Catherine Day Phillips in the Woodbine Oaks. Ryan, you've ridden her in all 4 of her stake starts, most recently last out second in the Celine. How did you see that race, that trip, and what were your takeaways?
There's a lot of positive takeaways coming from that sort of run. She
Yeah.
hit the line running, which I like. She wasn't flat to the boards at the line, and that suggests she's got meat on the bone coming into the Oaks. And she's one of those fillies that kind of is second and third best to the best Ontario fillies around. But I have to give credit where it's due. Catherine said, let's try the blinkers on this filly. And last time she gave me an amazing feel on the run, and when I needed her to go, she was ready to go. So yeah, the blinkers definitely seems to have lifted her game, and I'm very excited for what she's going to do on the weekend.
Oh, fantastic. You breezed her recently. Toddy, half and 48 flat. How did she do it out there in your experience with her? Was it, again, another positive sign moving forward?
Exactly that. She's come out of her previous race very well. She's happy, she's feeling great, she's got some good energy in her, and she's ready to go.
Maybe with the blinkers, but also coupling that with the added distance. She's got some mile and a 16th action on her resume. Are you seeing also good signs in her gallop outs with the racing and whatnot?
Exactly that. In her previous run, if you watch the replay, she galloped out pretty strong. So the distance is just an added positive to her chances on the weekend. The blinkers definitely helped. There's a lot of positives coming into this race, and she's uncomplicated. They go slow, she can sit close. If they go quick, she can sit off the pace. A gate doesn't really matter with her. She's very sensible, and a lot of things tick her boxes, and she must have a shot there.
Right on. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Just under 3 minutes.
I wanted to get to Piper's Gift as the top pick, and I still feel like she's probably the most likely to upset the morning line favorite Luster. But I just, kind of held strong here with Luster. Just one blemish on her resume where, you kind of look at her. I don't know if she really wants to go that short. I know she's won at 7/8, but different. It was turf on debut, and it was a little bit of a different trip. I just loved her win at Keeneland, and I thought last time out in the Celine, she faced so many that she has to face again. It looked pretty easy visually, Jeff. So I just thought, looking at the race, to me, she was the one that I could probably trust the most.
This is a question that I've been pondering myself, and I wanted to pick your brain about it. At this point, do you think the girls are a little bit better than the boys are, or will we get the answer to that question, do you think, coming up a little bit later on today?
I think you should ask me. You should call me again later. I'll answer again, and we can talk about it. It's really tough to say because I think there are a couple of boys that have showed potential. They need to do a little bit more, and they've been highly touted and regarded. Maybe that's the case today in the plate trial where they're able to, step up to the plate and get the job done. But I don't know. The girls, they're strong. I just don't know if some of them really want to push it in terms of distance. So I think this group we may see going forward, they're not going to be two-turn specialists, at least at more of the extended distances.
Now they're on post time, being called forward for the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois. And down to the rail goes Piper's Gift. The stablemate is Dixie Law. Kenzie Girl has come forward. Piper's Gift just behind the start. Now the next to come up is Dixie Law. Red Guitar. Further out is Bold Time. Now joining the line is Katie's Grace. And the race favorite for the Oaks, Luster. Stand by for a start. The field is set to run. They're all in and locked up. The Guitar restless. Off they race, and they broke in an even line. Luster from the outside began sharply in front. Away well Dixie Law. Handy in the centre goes Kinsey Girl. They're the early trio in front. And on the inside, Piper's Gift. Out wide, a Bold Time. 2 lengths away is Red Guitar. And last is Katie's Grace. In the centre, it's Kinsey Girl who shows the way out the stretch. Looking for some racing room there on the inside. Dixie Law, and just checked a little bit, was Piper's Gift. Going up into second spot as they settle down is Bold Time, who's over on the inside of Luster. And now 2 lengths away as Dixie Law comes forward again in fourth. A length and a half's break to Piper's Gift and Katie's Grace finding a seam up the rail. And a length away last is Red Guitar. Showing the way it is Kinsey Girl for Emma Jane. Up the backstretch in the Woodbine Oaks leads by a couple of lengths to Luster. Over on the inside in third is Bold Time, and 3 parts away Dixie Law. About 2 to Piper's Gift. Katie's Grace back to second last, and Red Guitar is the trailer. They ran through the half in 48 flat, and Kinsey Girl in front by 3/4. Luster in second. On the inside in third, Bold Time taking a move now. Dixie Law as they muscle in on Kinsey Girl. Piper's Gift is running on. A break to Katie's Grace, starting a run up on the inside, and 4 lengths away Red Guitar. Luster took over, and John Velasquez leads the way. On the outside comes Dixie Law throwing down the gauntlet. Piper's Gift is rolling well, has come to third. Then Bold Time and Katie's Grace behind them, but Luster full of run. And as they turn in the Woodbine Oaks, a shot away. It's Luster by a couple of lengths to Dixie Law. Battling away is Bold Time. Piper's Gift in behind, but Luster well out in front. And inside the furlong looks to have it in the keeping here. Luster by 5 lengths. It's a matter of how far, and is going to just trot in. Oh, could have gone round again. What a win by Luster. Magnificent too. 6 lengths. Second home is Dixie Law. Bold Time third. And behind them, out wide are Katie's Grace, Piper's Gift. Next to last, Red Guitar and Kinsey Girl was last. 150.99. Number 7, Luster is first over 2, Dixie Law. 6, Bold Time, and 3, Katie's Grace, 7.263. First quarter was 23 and 2. The half a mile was 48 and 3/4, 112 and 3. They ran a mile in 137 and 3, and the time 150.99.
Here we go. Okay. Another Oaks win for Josie Carroll here with Luster. They go substantially faster than the boys. How proud are you of the effort this horse put in, considering the fact that, you know, lightly raced last season and here we are now, and she just seems to be getting better and better?
Tremendously exciting horse. Tremendously exciting.
When you look down the line, I know you're not going to commit right now at this point, but would you think a mount a quarter beat issue for this horse?
I had some questions till today, but she certainly looks like she'll get her out of ground.
Do you think she's an improving type right now?
She seems to be moving forward all the time.
You've won a race in the past with the plate, with the fillies. Hopefully you have another one up your sleeve with this one. We'll let you go to your horse. Congratulations.
We'll get past this one first. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Josie Carroll with a job well done here with Luster, who is victorious. A great day at the office. Back-to-back wins for John Velasquez in the Oaks.
The stewards are opening an inquiry into the run into the first turn regarding numbers 2 Dixie Law and the 1 Piper's Gift. Please hold all tickets, and it's 7263 unofficial. And another great display by Luster, full of polish today in the Woodbine Oaks as she heads into the Johnny Walker Winner's Circle as the 71st running of the Woodbine Oaks presented by Stella Artois goes the way of Luster, who is now a 4-time winner from 5 lifetime starts, and she is a grey roan 3-year-old filly by Nick Scoe from Ruby Frost, owned by Gainesway Stable and Andrew Rosen. Josie Carroll, the winning trainer, and John Velasquez, the winning rider. Bred by Mr. Ravi Sugrim and Mrs. Johnny Duss in Ontario, Luster in her campaign is now a back-to-back winner, and in 3 tries at Woodbine now takes another step forward on the road to the King's Plate. Luster. Today's trophy presentation of the Woodbine Oaks, presented by Stella Artois, being made by President and CEO of the Woodbine Entertainment Group, Michael Copeland, to the team with Luster, Josie Carroll, John Velasquez, Gainesway Stable, Andrew Rosen winning owners. More to come regarding the inquiry involving numbers 2 and 1. That inquiry has concluded. There's no change, and the result, 7263, will become official. That was the scene a little earlier with that presentation. Michael Copeland presenting the trophy to the winning connections of Luster. And the result is official, and the return, $3.40 for the winner, Luster. 2 Dixie Law, $4.60 to place, and number 6 Bold Time, $4.70 to show. Exacted $12.30, the trifecta paid $28.95, and the super, $55.85, the 6-7 double, $21.10, and the pick 3, 4-6-7, 28 even. And the pick 5, 2-6 in the first leg into 4-4-6-7 as the sequence, $384.30. Swing at 2-7, 220, 6-7, 270, and 2-6, $4. The guitar restless. Off they race, and they broke in an even line. Luster from the outside began sharply in front. Away well Dixie Law. Handy in the centre goes Kinsey Girl. They're the early trio in front. And on the inside, Piper's Gift. Out wider Bold Time. 2 lengths away is Red Guitar. And last is Katie's Grace. In the centre, it's Kinsey Girl who shows the way out the stretch. Looking for some racing room there on the inside. Dixie Law, and just checked a little bit, was Piper's Gift. Going up into second spot as they settle down is Bold Time, who's over on the inside of Lumhuser. And now 2 lengths away as Dixie Law comes forward again in fourth. A length and a half's break to Piper's Gift and Katie's Grace finding a seam up the rail. And a length away last is Red Guitar. Showing the way it is Kinsey Girl for Emma Jane. Up the backstretch in the Woodbine Oaks, leads by a couple of lengths to Luster. Over on the inside in third is Bold Time, and 3 parts away Dixie Law. About 2 to Piper's Gift, Katie's Grace back to second last, and Red Guitar is the trailer. They ran through the half in 48 flat, and Kinsey Girl in front by 3/4, Luster in second. On the inside in third, Bold Time taking a move now. Dixie Law as they muscle in on Kinsey Girl. Piper's Gift is running on. A break to Katie's Grace, starting a run up on the inside, and 4 lengths away Red Guitar. Luster took over, and John Velasquez leads the way. On the outside comes Dixie Law throwing down the gauntlet. Piper's Gift is rolling well, has come to third, then Bold Time and Katie's Grace behind them, but Luster full of run. And as they turn in the Woodbine Oaks, a shot away. It's Luster by a couple of lengths to Dixie Law. Battling away is Bold Time, Piper's Gift in behind, but Luster well out in front, and inside the furlong looks to have it in the keeping here. Luster by 5 lengths. It's a matter of how far, and is going to just trot in. Oh, could have gone round again. What a win by Luster. Magnificent too. 6 lengths. Second home is Dixie Law, Bold Time third, and behind them out wide are Katie's Grace, Piper's Gift. Next to last, Red Guitar and Kinsey Girl was last. 150.99. And there's the finish order to the Oaks. Coming up next, it is the Connaught Cup. No changes. This will be back to the inner turf, 18 minutes away, race 11.
This is the last of our stakes events on the afternoon. We've got 17 minutes to go before race number 11, which is the Grade 2 Connaught Cup. 7.5 furlongs on the inner turf course, which is listed as firm, with a field of 8, and the current favorite is Brendan Walsh's shipper, that being Irish Aces. Pietro Moran will do the riding here today. Let's get a look closely at these horses as they get set to come out here to our walking ring. We'll start first with the 1, and this is King Size for Mike Stidham. Here we find Johnny Velasquez, who's had a pretty good day here at Woodbine, Jeff.
It certainly has, and it's a little bit intriguing to me that the Stidham horses both like to show a little bit of early speed. And King Size, last time out, actually got past but came back on and against non-winners of 2 competition in Maryland. 3rd place finisher came back to win a main specialweight race at Laurel, and the 7th place finisher came back to win an optional 40,000 claiming event with an 80 buyer as well. I kind of think Maycock's Bay is an absolute need-to-lead type of horse. I don't know if that's the case with this one or not, but I don't think, Elisa, he's going to be too far off the pace, that's for sure.
Well, we'll get a look at the 2. This is Awesome Bourbon, and we finally saw the old Awesome Bourbon show up in the Pink Lloyd on July the 5th, in which he was a good game closing second.
I was talking with owner Carlo D'Amato earlier on today, and he was mentioning even last season, it kind of took the horse a couple of races to get going, and maybe that's the case again this year. That was a much improved effort. Now we've got that race under our belt. We're coming back on 2 weeks rest. We know the horse likes this course. The only question is the Grade 2 Company. Now, the horse ran well in the Kennedy Road last season, that being a Grade 2 event. So can he do it yet again in here? But just great to see him back on track.
We saw Maycock's Bay come up here when he won the Grade 2 Eclipse, and my goodness, he just went straight to the front and absolutely dominated the dojo, as we like to say. I mean, he was a much the best winner. He should be able to come back here and win again.
7-2 right now, good price as we speak. Yeah, you know, at first glance, you thought the horse was kind of uncontrollable last time out, and maybe the saddle did slip a little bit too, as Elisa spoke of during the pregame show, but didn't bother this guy. He just kept on going. And if you have a speed horse that can carry their speed effectively on this course, it's a wicked tool to have. And I just think he's really good right now. I think he doesn't mind being on Lasix. They scratched out of the Kelso to go here instead. I'm happy, even with there being a lot of other speed in this race, Elisa, I'm happy to have this guy as my top pick.
Wyoming Bill is a one-time winner on the turf, but there's something about him today, right, Jeff? You are really excited about what we could see from him this afternoon.
I am, and he's taking some money right now at 6-1. If they kind of fly up front, he could be right there in the mix of things. I think potentially he could be a Woodbine Mile type of horse. I think he's that much better on the turf. He's not a bad horse on the main track, but I think he's better on the turf. His last start was a bit of a regression, but I'm hoping we get back on track here today. I think he's a real live long shot in this particular event.
It's been a good afternoon for conditioner Del DeRusso. He sends out the 5 GT500. Now, there are some questions with the distance. He's got to go 2 turns on the inner turf course here today.
And what's the style going to be that they're going to employ here today? Will they come from off the pace now with the blinkers coming off, or the blinkers coming off because he's stretching out and they're just trying to get the horse to relax a little bit? You know, sometimes with these older horses, they become a little bit wiser and a little bit calmer, and they're able to carry their speed a little bit further. Having said that, in the past, he has tried this distance and not had much success.
We'll go to the 6 at 5-1. This is Piper's Factor. I think this is one of the locals that has a legit shot to take down the others in here. Chiefswood Stables, they bred the horse, they own the horse, and he's a perfect 2 for 2 this season.
I know he showed speed last time out, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the game plan in here. I would not be surprised if they try to bring this horse from off the pace. And if that is, in fact, going to be the game plan in here, I think he's got a shot. And he comes from a barn having a terrific campaign. And I know that Fraser Abley is just itching to get a victory on today's program. He had a massive day yesterday, and hopefully he's got a win up his sleeve with this one.
Irish Aces is the current favorite at odds of 5-2. Goes out for Brendan Walsh. You get Pietro Moran to do the riding. And this horse has come back off of a bit of a layoff, Jeff. The first race back at Churchill Downs was a 6th-place effort. Maybe a good setup for this race today.
Probably needed that race, I would think, too, right, Elisa? I mean, that was the first start in a long, long time. And if anybody probably needed a start, it was probably this guy. This barn is so sharp at spotting horses here at Woodbine that at first glance you might say, no thank you. But now you look at the tote board situation, that's intriguing. You look at the horse's back class, that's intriguing. You look at the work tab coming in, that's intriguing. There are some points moving up this one. And look at the stats, second time off a long layoff for this barn. That's a massive angle.
And Magnetime rounds out the field 9-1. The price. Kevin Attard trains in off of a win at the distance today.
With a well-timed ride, they could get a big piece of this. He is getting better for sure. He's coming off the best race he ever ran last time out. He beat a really good horse in 2-Out Hero. He loves the course. He seems to get along beautifully with Reyes. The rider, the barn, the owner, all having great days at the office. Trying to play the role of giant killer here today is Magnetime, and he just might get up in time to pull off the victory in here.
Well, we have 12 minutes to go before race number 11, the final of our 4 stakes events on the afternoon. And stick around because we still have plenty more racing action left to go. After this race is complete, we'll go all the way to race number 14 as you take a look at some information on Maycox Bay. And this horse is really interesting to watch. He's got a really cool top speed. I would anticipate they'll be looking for the front end, something very similar to what we saw from him when he came here to win the Grade 2 Eclipse. Race number 11, the 4 stakes event on the afternoon, the Connaught Cup, comes up for you in 11 minutes' time. Good luck.
Call to post as we come to the Connaught Cup on the inner turf. No changes. They're going to go 7 1/2 furlongs. Post time is 9 minutes away as the 3-year-olds and up head to the post parade. post-parade, here is the field for the Bet365 Connaught Cup. One is king size with John Velasquez riding for Pin Oak Stud LLC and trainer Michael Stidham. 2 is Awesome Bourbon. Carlo D'Amato is the owner, trained by Abraham Catrian with Romero Mirage. 3 Maycock Spey Godolphin LLC owners, Michael Stidham trainer, the rider Sofia Vives. 4 Wyoming Bill. Emma Jane Wilson takes the reins here for Latitude Adjustment Racing and Catherine Day Phillips. Number 5 GT500 for Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated, Dale DeRusso and Jose Campos. 6 Piper's Factor. Chiefswood Stables Limited owner Katerina Vasilieva the trainer with rider Fraser Abley. 7 Irish Aces. Pietro Moran on board for Brendan Walsh and Pocket Aces Racing LLC. Number 8 Magnetime, raced by Alan Bill Alwelling, trained by Kevin Attard with Luis Reyes. It's the Bet365 Grade 2 Connaught Cup, $200,000 guaranteed purse, 7 1/2 furlongs, coming up on the inner turf.
And then to round things out, it's not the 10th, it's race 11, the grade 2 going there 7.5 on the inner. I'm just going to make an assumption here, and maybe the 3 Maycock's Bay gets loose on the lead. That was obviously the case last time out, going longer, different surface, but the turf races 2 and 3 back in the States, Jeff, were really strong. So, I go 1 by 2 by 1, affordable $10 play.
Heading across now for the start of the Connaught Cup, the Bet365. Connaught Cup on the Bet365 in a turf where the favourites are numbers 3, Maycock's Bay, and 7 Irish Aces. As they come forward for a start, it's King Size, John Velasquez with a double so far. He rides King Size. He won the Woodbine Oaks in brilliant fashion in the previous. This is Michael Stidham's first runner to load. Maycock's Bay is the other and is the more favoured at 2-1. Awesome Bourbon going forward. GT500 is in the gate. Moving up for a start, Piper's Factor. Along to gate 3 is Maycock's Bay. And out wider is Irish Aces. So the field is coming to the line pretty well. Wyoming Bill steps in. And the last to join, Luis Reyes with Magnetime. For the start of the Connaught Cup. Goes in. Set to run. Inside runner settling. King Size. Off their race and breaking one of the best. Piper's Factor with King Size coming through his GT500 and Maycock's Bay right through in the center to take over and goes toward the rail. And as they settle into stride, Awesome Bourbon is handy mid-pack. Over on the outside is Irish Aces, back to second last, Wyoming Bill, and at the back, Magnetime. Showing the way is Maycock's Bay. Raced out in front, heading into the backstretch, leads the Connaught Cup by 3.5 lengths. In second, GT500, lying third, King Size. On the outside, Piper's Factor. A length and a half, Awesome Bourbon, the rail. On the outside, Irish Aces. Second last, Wyoming Bill. The trailer by 3 is Magnetime. All alone, and it's still Maycock's Bay well out in front, about 4 lengths. Going forward is GT500 and Piper's Factor. They've come away by about 2.5 to King Size, losing some ground. On the outside, Irish Aces making headway. Behind them is Awesome Bourbon, Wyoming Bill second last, and at the back is Magnetime. Maycock's Bay leads by 2 lengths to Piper's Factor. On the inside is GT500, and running home is Irish Aces. Awesome Bourbon heads the rest, and then Wyoming Bill turning in the Connaught Cup. And Maycock's Bay's lead only a length to GT500. Piper's Factor on the outside, a bit of bumping, and down the center is Irish Aces coming on well. The leader is Maycock's Bay. GT500 picks up the bit, and down the outside is Irish Aces. It's GT500. GT500 and Irish Aces on the outside. It's GT500 in front and goes on to win the Connaught Cup, a neck. Irish Aces second from Maycock's Bay, Piper's Factor, and out wider Wyoming Bill with Awesome Bourbon. Along that Magnetime and King Size was last. The time is up at 1:28.64. Opening quarter in 23 and 2 more to come on the times. The winner is number 5, GT500. Second is 7, Irish Aces. Third, number 3, Maycock's Bay. And a photo for fourth. The unofficial order is 5, 7, 3 and a fourth place photo. The half mile up in 46 and 1. 3/4, 1:09 and 3. 7/8, 1:22 flat. The time 1:28.64. We have a rider's claim of foul. The rider of the 4th place finisher, number 6, Piper's Factor, against the winner, number 5, GT 500, alleging interference at the top of the lane. Please hold all tickets. That's 4th against the winner. A rider's claim of foul. Rider's claim of foul was disallowed. There's no change. The result will become official on 5.736. GT 500 will become the official winner of the Connaught Cup. This is a second win in stakes level for GT 500 in this campaign, and is now a graded stakes winner here at Woodbine. Congratulations to Dale DeRusso, who picks up a second stakes victory today, and Centennial Farms Niagara Incorporated as winning owners likewise. This bay gelding, 6 years of age, is by O'Stern, the Australian sire from Coconut Row. Joe Mulholland Jr., John P. Mulholland and Karen Mulholland read the winner in Kentucky. And the winning rider, Jose Campos. GT 500 is now a winner of 11 starts from the 44 races in an illustrious career at 6 years of age, the winner of today's Connaught Cup. $64.20 for the winner, $16.10 to play, $6.40 to show. Number 5, GT500, 7 Irish Aces, $683.90. The exacta, $346.10. More to come with the prices, as it is the trophy presentation of the Connaught Cup. Welcome to our Vice President of Thoroughbred Racing, Tim Lawson, who presents to GT500 Connections. That's Jose Campos, winning rider, Dale DeRusso, and again, Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated. That exacta $346.10. The super has paid $2,325.95 on 5,736, $122.40 in the rolling double. If we have a look there at the pick 3, it's a return of $444.45 for 675. And more to come on prices later, although the try there $409.65.
All right, guys, ready? Here we go. The Grade 2 Connaught goes to GT500. What a day today for conditioner Dale DeRusso, and what a nice ride from Jose Campos. Jose, this was the second time that you sat on this horse, first time that you traveled around the turf at 2 turns. Obviously, you knew that there was going to be a lot of speed in here. Was that the plan, to just sit and wait to run down the speed?
Yeah, that's what he told me. Dale told me about the race. He said just let him beat the horse, try to stay behind the speed. I never fighting with the horse. I put in a good position. When I'm asking to run, my horse just he give me everything he has in the lane.
He's a really neat horse. Were you at all concerned about the other one beside you? Did you think for a minute that you might have to dig in real deep?
Yeah, to be honest, like in the last day, I start feeling somebody in beside me. I say, well, you have to ride hard to win the race.
Yeah, well, congratulations. A great ride, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring in Dale DeRusso and, of course, the Fam Jam. You guys had a pretty good day at the races. You got your picture taken a few times, didn't you? Are you proud of Dad?
Yeah.
Yes, of course, and you got to be proud of this horse. Were you at all, look, I know you had talked to me originally about this horse thinking longer, he wants to go longer. Did the 2 turns on the turf at all give you any reason to get a little leery?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the renovations of the outside turf course, this race was supposed to be on the outside going 7/8, and even his last race was supposed to be 3/4 on the outside. So just a circumstance of having him this year when the renovations were done, it kind of hasn't worked out till this point, but yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I think he's proven that he can be a little bit of everything. He's great on the turf. He's great on the synthetic surface. He's good at sprinting, and now we found out he can go a little longer than that. What do you think is his best right now?
Yeah, I mean, I took the blinkers off him today. He's worn blinkers every race of his life. I didn't know if it was going to be a mistake or not, but I mean, it worked out. So, I just wanted to get him a little relaxed. We learned a lot about him the second start, that he doesn't want to be rated, and I think the longer distance allows him to be freewheeling and use what his attributes are.
Listen, you've had a fantastic day. I hope everybody comes back good, and I hope the kids had a great time. I saw your mom here today. That was a real treat as well, to have your whole family in town to cheer you on. It's got to be, look, it's so great to have the emotional support from your family, especially when you're dealing with high stress days like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being a trainer, you're here all the time and miss a lot of things, so for them to be able to come and support us, it's pretty emotional.
It's pretty important, isn't it? Family is everything, and the Grade 2 Connaught will go to the GT500. Dale DeRusso in the winner's circle again today.
Back to prices. We had a swinger of 5-7 paying $23 even, 3-5, $14.65, and 3-7, $3.45. The double numbers was 7 into 5 for $122.40. Look at the fourth placed photo. Guys, off their race and breaking one of the best, Piper's Factor with King Size coming through his GT500, and Maycock's Bay right through in the center to take over and goes toward the rail. And as they settle into stride, Awesome Bourbon is handy mid-pack. Over on the outside is Irish Aces, back to second last, Wyoming Bill, and at the back, Magnetime. Showing the way is Maycock's Bay. Raced out in front, heading into the backstretch, leads the Connaught Cup by 3.5 lengths. In second, GT500, lying third, King Size. On the outside, Piper's Factor. A length and a half, Awesome Bourbon, the rail. On the outside, Irish Aces. Second last, Wyoming Bill. The trailer by 3 is Magnetime. All alone, and it's still Maycock's Bay well out in front, about 4 lengths. Going forward is GT500 and Piper's Factor. They've come away by about 2.5 to King Size, losing some ground. On the outside, Irish Aces making headway. Behind them is Awesome Bourbon, Wyoming Bill second last, and at the back is Magnetime. Maycock's Bay leads by 2 lengths to Piper's Factor. On the inside is GT500, and running home is Irish Aces. Awesome Bourbon heads the rest, and then Wyoming Bill turning in the Connaught Cup. And Maycock's Bay's lead only a length to GT500. Piper's Factor on the outside, a bit of bumping, and down the center is Irish Aces coming on well. The leader is Maycock's Bay. GT500 picks up the bit, and down the outside is Irish Aces. It's GT500. GT500 and Irish Aces on the outside. It's GT500 in front and goes on to win the Connaught Cup, a neck. Irish Aces second from Maycock's Bay, Piper's Factor, and out wider Wyoming Bill with Awesome Bourbon. Along that, Magnetime and King Size was last. The time is up at 1:28.64. There is the finish order for race 11. There are no changes. Race 12, 13 minutes away.
12 minutes to go before race number 10 on the program. Sorry, not race number 10, race number 12 on the program. 12th race in maiden special weight, going 3/4 of a mile, and 6-5 the price on the 3 Wilfer Warrior. Both you and I have landed on this horse in the top spot. With the cutback in distance here today, Jeff, and the fact that he did win at 7/8 of a mile quite easily before it got DQ'd.
Maybe in hindsight, he's just a really nice sprinter.
Yep.
And now they make that equipment change, right? So we're kind of leaning this one's direction to maybe get the victory here in this spot. But this is kind of the last dance with us with this particular horse. Now, the 6 is a clocker horse, this Chief McEwen. Not on the report today, I don't believe, but has been on the report in the past, but not taking a ton of support right now. It's 17-1 if you're looking for a bit of a price.
But the horse that is taking some support, which is interesting to me, is this Eddie Catrian horse, the 7, Super Tom. Now, I did put a star beside him because he didn't have the best of breaks, and man, he came flying in his first lifetime start at 7/8 of a mile, only to be defeated by 3 lengths.
Huge race, yeah. And that, I think a lot of people probably had the horse in the old do-a-tang, getting ready for this type of engagement here today. So, you know, that's one that we'll definitely keep an eye on here in this spot. I've got that horse in my ticket, and could today finally be the day for World Legend? So many chances. Comes out of the same race as the aforementioned Catrian horse.
Yep, we have a first-time starter in here from the Gail Cox barn. He talked about that one, Chief McEwen. The other first-time starter, though, is Starship Salute, and this would be our hunch play of the day today, only because this horse is bred by Roger Atfield. Roger Atfield obviously in attendance this afternoon. This is, you know, his dam, and we know the horses that she's produced. Two-Way Crossing is one of them. But as Ernie points out, as he makes this horse a clocker horse today, they look very good on the racetrack and gets the services of Sahin Savachi, who doesn't ride a ton for the Mike DiPaolo outfit. 1:02 is the work that caught their eye, or his eye, and that was back on June the 21st. Just 8 minutes to go before race number 12. Good luck.
Call to post race 12, no changes. They'll head to the 6 furlongs, a maiden allowance for 3 and up, and number 9 headed out earlier, Clarksburg. The rest of the field headed to the post parade now. 7 minutes. Post parade number 1 is Slightly Naughty, and the rider is Fraser Abley for Nancy Raganath and Eric Raganath, who is the trainer. 2 is Dwight in the barn of Mike DiPaolo for Zealy Racing Stables with Emma Jane Wilson. Willful Warrior number 3, trainer is Mark Cassie for Gary Barber and Team Valor International LLC. On board is Pietro Morin. 4 is War Legend, trained by Mark Cassie for Gary Barber with Romero Mirage. Number 5, Artis Bambino, is trained by Louis Cappy for Vern Vandenberg with Zarel Ford. 6, Chief McEwen in the barn of Gail Cox for Karen Lee McCleve, and the jockey is Ryan Munger. Super Tom, number 7, Murray Stroud and Abraham Catrian owners, trainer Abraham Catrian, jockey Leo Salas. Number 8, Starship Salute, trained by Mike DiPaolo for John and Diana Russell with Sahin Savachi. Number 9, headed up earlier, Clarksburg, is trained by Sean Smullen for Chiefswood Stables Limited, and the rider is Deshaun Gaskin. Number 10, Fightin' to Survive, is trained by Carlington White for Ignite Tonight Racing, and Jeffrey Alderson with the ride as they head to the start. 4 minutes, now 3. 3 minutes of betting time remain, race 12. Going around behind the starting gate, a check of the betting, and favourite is 3, and that's Willful Warrior at 7-5. 4-1 for War Legend, and 5s for Super Tom, and also Starship Salute, as the field will go the distance of 6 furlongs. Down to the inside gate comes Slightly Naughty, is the first to be taken in hand. Fraser Abley has the ride. Also coming to the line is Chief McEwen, one of the first-time starters in the race. Next along is Dwight, and Starship Salute is the grey. Willful Warrior going to the line. Blinkers on here today, and next will be Clarksburg. And War Legend moving up. The field taking shape now as they come forward with Artis Bambino. Just behind the gate, though, out the saddle is the rider of Fightin' to Survive, Jeffrey Alderson. And still out is Super Tom. Down to odds-on favorite, Willful Warrior. Fightin' to Survive's rider waiting as this horse is brought up riderless. Horse 10, a little rank behind the gate. Super Tom also waiting. Going forward, Fightin' to Survive has been placed in. Jeffrey Alderson getting back, and now Super Tom. To gate 7, Fightin' to Survive still restless in the gate. Now the last will be Super Tom. Jeffrey Alderson getting back in the irons on the outside runner, Fightin' to Survive. Super Tom walks up for Leo Salas, a reaction. Chief McEwen's rider, Ryan Munger, out the saddle. And he gets away from the gate now. Horse number 6, a first-timer, Chief McEwen, reacting there. Super Tom out behind the gate, waiting. And a couple of riders now out of the irons, including Sahin Savachi from Starship Salute. Horses being backed away from the starting gate with Chief McEwen the focus right now. More to come. Please note number 6, Chief McEwen is officially out as a late scratch, a vet scratch. Please mark your program. And number 6, Chief McEwen, has been withdrawn by the stewards acting on vet advice. Please mark your program with the 6 out. There'll be a delay, and Chief McEwen at the time of the scratch was 15-1. So this field will reload for the start without Chief McEwen, who's now a late scratch by order of the stewards on vet advice, a vet scratch. Reloading is also not just slightly naughty, but going up out wider. Starship Salute, Clarksburg. And now it's the turn of Willful Warrior as Dwight has gone to the line. They're moving in pretty well again. Fighting to Survive just behind the start. It's the turn of War Legend. Artis Bambino has gate 5. Fighting to Survive steps up. Still out is Super Tom. Artis Bambino. And Zarel Ford now fighting to survive in the gate. Leo Sellers with Super Tom, the one back. And the field about to be sent away. Super Tom edges up, has settled in, all in, and locked up. Off they race, and awkwardly out. Super Tom is 4 lengths away, fighting to survive. Very rank, is virtually out the race, pulling back to a long last, and going out in front, Starship Salute, and now coming with a rush. Dwight pushing right through in the center, and over on the inside, coming for the lead is Slightly Naughty, and right on the pace, Willful Warrior. They've come away by 5 to Clarksburg, and on the inside, War Legend. Artis Bambino is next. They're well strung out in behind them. Super Tom, and last, fighting to survive. Going up on the outside, it's Starship Salute back in front. On the rail, Slightly Naughty from Dwight. In 4th position, trying to keep up with them is Willful Warrior. And as they come down the side, Starship Salute going on. Running home is Clarksburg, and War Legend up the inside. And finishing is Artis Bambino, and Super Tom has a run. They come inside the final quarter. Starship Salute in front by 3 lengths. War Legend coming on well. War Legend taking aim at this leader. Starship Salute by a couple of lengths to War Legend. A gap to Super Tom, running a mighty race. As they come down the stretch, War Legend after Starship Salute ranges up. Artis Bambino flying home, and then Super Tom. War Legend kicks on, and Romero Mirage, and War Legend going on to win, and wins by 2.5. Super Tom narrowly second, I believe, from Artis Bambino, and then Starship Salute. Clarksburg head of the rest, 1:12.11. First quarter in 22-1, the half 45-3, and 58-3 for 5/8. The race time 1:12.11. The winner is 4 War Legend. Photo for place. Seven is second. Super Tom over 5. Artis Bambino at 8. Starship Salute 4-7-5-8. Heading into the winner's circle is War Legend. War Legend going on to success for trainer Mark Cassie and owner Gary Barber, who's also the breeder of the winner. This bay gelding is 4 years of age, is by War of Will from Rare Pearl, and it is Romero Mirage with another victory here today. War Legend breaking through for a much-deserved win. So riding double for Romero Mirage. That result is official, and the return, War Legend, $8 and $3.70 to place, 3 even to show. Super Tom, number 7, $4.90 and $4.10, and 5 Aunties Bambino, $9.70. The exacta, $39.60. The try, $147.85. Number 8, fourth for the Super, $682.70. Consolation double, 5-6, $70.10. The winners, 5-4. $330.60. 754 pick 3, $362.55. Swinger 47, $235, 45, $650, and 57, $955. There is the place photo. Len and locked up. Off their race and awkwardly out. Super Tom is 4 lengths away, fighting to survive. Very rank, is virtually out the race, pulling back to a long last and going out in front. Starship Salute, and now coming with a rush. Dwight pushing right through in the center, and over on the inside coming for the lead is Slightly Naughty, and right on the pace Willful Warrior. They've come away by 5 to Clarksburg, and on the inside War Legend. Aunties Bambino is next. They're well strung out in behind them. Super Tom and last, fighting to survive. Going up on the outside, it's Starship Salute back in front. On the rail, Slightly Naughty from Dwight. In 4th position, trying to keep up with them is Willful Warrior. And as they come down the side, Starship Salute going on. Running home is Clarksburg, and War Legend up the inside. And finishing is Aunties Bambino, and Super Tom has a run. They come inside the final quarter. Starship Salute in front by 3 lengths. War Legend coming on well. War Legend taking aim at this leader. Starship Salute by a couple of lengths to War Legend. A gap to Super Tom, running a mighty race. As they come down the stretch, War Legend after Starship Starship Salute ranges up. Artie's Bambino flying home, and then Super Tom. War Legend kicks on, and Romero Mirage, and War Legend going on to win, and wins by 2.5. Super Tom narrowly second, I believe, from Artie's Bambino, and then Starship Salute. Clarksburg head of the rest, 1:12.11. And there's the finish order. Onto the inner turf for the upcoming 13th race. There are no changes. Post time in 16 minutes from now.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
"14 minutes to go before race number 13, and here's where we kick off the late double for you this afternoon. And if you're watching our sister track, we got 3 minutes to go before race number 4 at Mohawk. So we'll be able to watch both breeds race for the remainder of our card here. A maiden optional 40 going 7.5 furlongs on the turf. And that turf course saw some serious action this afternoon. We'll start first with the one-man court, a first-time starter. This is the fourth foal from this mare. She's only had one to make it to the races, but that's a horse by the name of You're So Lucky. And we know that Yawen Wu has had success with the horses that she's bred.
No question. And the mare is from the same family as opening Me Too with stakes placed. This sire is one that this owner has had some success with, too. So that's a bit of a good sign as well. Now, the one thing that's a little bit unusual is the fact that I don't remember Barb starting horses around 2 turns all that often right off the bat, but they're going to do that with this one. So she must think that this is a guy that's going to take a little while to get going. He's not taking a ton of money right now. Let's see what type of impact he has here today.
The 2 horse at 14-1 is Mr. Bean, a second-time starter who takes the drop from Maiden Special in for 40.
So in that first career start, we got out of the gate pretty good from a positioning point of view, and then just kind of fell apart after that, unfortunately. Now, we do get onto the turf, and when you think of English Channel, you're thinking of turf. The mare, she was a one-time winner. All the starts took place on the turf with that one, so they're really kind of banking this horse moves up on the grass. If not, it might be a case of having to drop down in class next time out.
Jeff. What do we
Yes.
do with the 3? Big Screen Boss. I mean, we have seen this horse race time and time again. It's been a little bit of a Pac-Man as of late, as you would like to say. I just don't feel that he's very reliable.
He's not. And he didn't look like even himself last time out. You know, the one thing about him that's a positive is he's pretty consistent until that last race. And he found a very beatable group last time out, but he's done that in the past. Now, how much was that with the blinkers coming off that it didn't work? Now, they're going to go back on here today.
Yeah.
You know, 9 to 5. I'll let these horses beat me. If they beat me, so be it. But I got to go in a different direction.
I'm with you. The 4 is Forster's Last Love. They haven't had too much success so far from the 2 starts.
I still think he's got talent. He ran not bad first time out, but that second start was so discouraging. And maybe John is kind of scratching his head a little bit to try and see what it's going to take to get this one going. Now, this is going to be the 3rd start in about, if my math is correct, 5-6 weeks. So it's a bit of a cramped schedule, but that last start did leave a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. So let's see if the horse moves up on the grass, because I do think he's better than what we saw last time out.
What a good day today for Dale DeRusso.
Wow.
You know, that's a great way to sum it up. 4-1, the price on the 5, Chapoval. I put this horse in the top spot here today because you get that Raffi, Dale DeRusso factor, and we know how good they are together.
And the only horse that ran poorly had a major excuse.
That's right.
You know, in the big race. I know he had a horse earlier on today, too, but I'm talking about the ones that we thought would run well today. Had a major excuse. So I kind of like your sneaky move with playing this horse.
He likes the grass.
That's it, right? Because you look back at the synthetic race. So lost to Lasquet 2 starts ago, no problem.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty nice horse. And last time out, you know, it wasn't a terrible race, ran a very similar number, but maybe he's going to move up, getting back onto the turf. And if that's the case, he might be onto the winner with this race.
He's certainly got the most experience on the turf. He's raced on it 10 times, so maybe the return to that helps him out. Wu-Tang King is the 6th, this one making the 2nd career start.
You know, at first glance, you're thinking, the horse didn't run all that well, but actually made a pretty good middle move in that race, but then flattened out a little bit after that. So judging by the way the horse ran, he might have needed that first start.
Baltic Sea is the 7. 3-1's the price on a Pat Dixon trainee who moves up from maidens for a quarter, but I think he might be very well met here on the turf.
I'm with you, because I don't think this is a tough 40. Like, if you're main opposition's Big Screen Boss, I don't think you're shaking in your boots.
That's right.
And the way the horse closed last time out was so visually impressive. Moved up considerably on turf, not surprising with the pedigree. But it's going to have to do it 2 times in a row, and we'll see if the horse is able to do that or not.
And Mr. Dude is the last one we'll look at. He just worked on the training turf getting ready for this, and look at that move, 46-2.
Well, a little bit disheartening for this barn. You know, you have a first-time starter that acts up in the gate, and you have to scratch. Now you have another first-time starter late in the day. Don't forget, this is sleep time for these horses, too.
That's right.
You know, more often than not. So they're very much out of their element at this point. But the last 4 works, I would say, are a little bit on the intriguing side of things. They did scratch the horse. It was a Stewart scratch back on July the 5th. And now resurfaces in here. The mare never ran, but does have a turf-winning sibling and a route-winning sibling. But what we wanted to show you was how well Baltic Speed ran last time out with the late speed and the run-out speed. Of all the horses that ran in that race on July the 6th, this was the horse that was moving best of anybody.
All right, race number 13. It's how we kick off the late double, and it comes up for you in 9 minutes. Good luck.
It is the call to post. We're coming up to race 13, which is on the inner turf, and there are no changes. They'll go 7 1/2 furlongs, this maiden optional claiming race, and competing here are the 3-year-olds and up. Post time 8 minutes away. This starts the final double on today's program. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1 is Man Court, and the rider is Austin Adams for Yawen Wu and trainer Barbara Minchell. 2 is Mr. Bean for Bruno Chicadans, Kevin Whiteley and Jose Campos. Number 3, Big Screen Boss, owned by Steve Samaru, trainer Tedston Holder, and the rider Pietro Moran. Number 4, Forrester's Last Love with Emma Jane Wilson, riding for John Staples and owned by John Carey and Jane Staples. Number 5, Shapoval, Robert M. Jones owner, trained by Dale DeRusso with Rafael Hernandez. To number 6, Wu-Tang King, and is in the barn of Renico Lafond, owner Ryan Brewster, jockey Jelon Samuel. Baltic Sea, number 7 for Colebrook Farms, Patrick Dixon and Romero Mirage. And number 8 from the barn of Gail Cox is Mr. Dude. Richard Hogan is the owner, jockey David Moran, 5 minutes, race 13. So they're loading for the start. Mancourt has gone in. Mr. Bean moves up further across. Out wider on the track is Shapoval. Wu-Tang King has gone in. Big Screen Boss moves to the line, and further across comes Baltic Sea. They're almost right. Forrester's Last Love and Emma Jane, and the last is Mr. Dude. Outside gate for David Moran, set to run. They stand well. Off they race, and a little bit slow into stride, Shapoval. Best away is Big Screen Boss, and coming fast from the extreme outside, Mr. Dude going up. Baltic sees him between runners, and then Forrester's Last Love as they work down the stretch the first time. Mr. Bean on the inside of Wu-Tang King. They got away back to second last. Mancourt, and Shapoval is last. Big Screen Boss shows the way from Baltic Sea. Going up on the inside, Forrester's Last Love in third. Trying to get closer to the rail now, and doing so is Mr. Dude. About a length away is Mr. Bean coming forward on the inside. They were followed by Wu-Tang King. Shapoval is back second last, making headway. And last is Mancourt. Racing up the backstretch, 4.5 to run. And showing the way is Big Screen Boss. Leading throughout so far from Baltic Sea. Tucked away is Forrester's Last Love, travelling well. A length behind them is Mr. Dude, and over on the inside, Mr. Bean from Wu-Tang King and Shapoval, and still last of all is Mancourt. 3 furlongs left to run. Big Screen Boss from Baltic Sea by 2 lengths to Forrester's Last Love. Running on the outside, Mr. Dude once again, but the leader going strongly, Big Screen Boss. They come down to the final quarter, and Big Screen Boss a length in front of Baltic Sea, and 2 lengths to Forrester's Last Love, Mr. Dude. Running home is Shapoval and Mr. Bean up the inside. Big Screen Boss trying to see this out. A length and a half to Baltic Sea, and now in the clear, Forrester's Last Love started to muster momentum down the extreme outside, and is after these top two. Big Screen Boss in front. Now Forrester's Last Love releasing the brakes after Big Screen Boss, but Big Screen Boss in front, and Big Screen Boss on the inside goes on to win. About 3/4 to Forrester's Last Love. Baltic Sea third, and then Mr. Dude. The rest headed by Shapoval, and the time is 1:32.25. Three is first, Big Screen Boss. Second is 4, Forrester's Last Love. And third, number 7, Baltic Sea. Fourth home was 8, Mr. Dude. Unofficial, 3, 4, 7, 8. So checking those times, 23 and 4, 48 and 1. 3/4, 1:12 and 4/5. 7/8, 1:25 and 2. The time, 1:32.25. Please take note, number 5, Shapoval, is now the focus of a steward's inquiry at the start. They're going to take a look at the break to see if number 5, Shapoval, was given a fair start. And please hold all tickets. 3, 4, 7, 8, unofficial. And success here to Big Screen Boss. A very nice win to Big Screen Boss. Big Screen Boss finally gets that win and had been knocking on the door. So congrats to Tedston Holder as winning trainer and Steve Samaru, the winning owner. Pietro Moran winning here on Big Screen Boss, taking the victory. The 4-year-old is a bay gelding by Big Screen from Executive Affair and was bred by Spring Farm. 9 seconds previously from 13 lifetime, and today with that 14th start, a winner. The inquiry has concluded. No change. All horses did receive a fair start. That will become official on 3, 4, 7, 8. So number 5 given a fair start, Shapoval. It's official. Here are the prices. Big Screen Boss, $4.40 for the win. And number 4, Forester's Last Love, paying $14.50 and $8 to place and show. That Exacta, 3-4, 46 even. Trifecta, 3-4-7, $142.80. The Super, 3-4-7-8, $837.05. The Rolling Double, 4-3, $21.10. And the Pick 3-5, 4-3, $490.05. Swinger, 3-4, 670. 3-7, 430 and 4-7, $10.15. The payouts on the 13th. Stand well. Off they race, and a little bit slower to stride Shapoval. Best away is Big Screen Boss, and coming fast from the extreme outside, Mr. Dude going up. Baltic sees him between runners, and then Forester's Last Love as they work down the stretch the first time. Mr. Bean on the inside of Wu-Tang King. They got away back to second last, Man Court, and Shapoval is last. Big Screen Boss shows the way from Baltic Sea. Going up on the inside, Forester's Last Love in third. Trying to get closer to the rail now, and doing so is Mr. Dude. About a length away is Mr. Bean coming forward on the inside. They were followed by Wu-Tang King. Shapoval is back second last, making headway. And last is Man Court. Racing up the backstretch, 4.5 to run. And showing the way is Big Screen Boss. Leading throughout so far from Baltic Sea. Tucked away is Forester's Last Love, travelling well. A length behind them is Mr. Dude, and over on the inside, Mr. Bean from Wu-Tang King and Shapoval, and still last of all is Man Court. 3 furlongs left to run. Big Screen Boss from Baltic Sea by 2 lengths to Forester's Last Love. Running on the outside, Mr. Dude once again, but the leader going strongly, Big Screen Boss. They come down to the final quarter, and Big Screen Boss a length in front of Baltic Sea, and 2 lengths to Forester's Last Love, Mr. Dude. Running home is Shapoval and Mr. Bean up the inside. Big Screen Boss trying to see this out. A length and a half to Baltic Sea, and now in the clear, Forester's Last Love started to muster momentum down the extreme outside and is after these top 2. Big Screen Boss in front. Now Forester's Last Love releasing the brakes after Big Screen Boss, but Big Screen Boss in front, and Big Screen Boss on the inside goes on to win. About 3/4 to Forester's Last Love. Baltic Sea third, and then Mr. Dude. The rest headed by Shapoval, and the time is 1:32.25. There's a look at the run through the finish order, race 13. Final race today is coming up with number 3, Fast Charlie, as a vet scratch, and the jackpot high 5, the carry over $19,345.16. The 14th and final race today is 16 minutes away.
"15 minutes to go before race number 14. So I didn't want to read that the wrong way. Like 14 minutes to go before race number 15. Oh my goodness. And then I'm watching the Hawk as well. We got post time there for race number 5 on the program. But this is how we wrap things up for you on this Marathon Sunday. A maiden optional $25,000 claimer going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Messy Riding takes the drop down here from 40 in for 23.5, and they will switch up to Pietra Moran, who's looking to take the early double.
Late double.
The late double. Sorry, buddy.
We don't have to go back to the early double. That was like 20 hours ago. So that first start, they went in a 2 two-turn race on the inside turf course. It's kind of interesting how they've done this. So they went 2 turns inner, 2 turns inner, now drop, cut back, surface change. Like they're trying everything to try to get this horse on track. So far at this point, we haven't seen a lot, but this is kind of like a fresh start to see if maybe this is what the horse wants to do.
I don't think we've seen too much from this 2-horse either. Tuckerstown, that very first Lifetime start, he didn't even really want to get involved, and he has yet to really show us any interest.
Yeah, you're right about that. And you might look at it last time out and say, well, the horse got into some trouble. Yeah, but the race was over at that point anyway, so not a big deal. So, yeah, I'm going to wait for this one to get into an easier spot myself.
The 3 is a vet scratch. The 4 is Jolted, who goes out for Barb Minchell. They've tried maiden special, they tried the maiden optional 40, and now they'll try 25,000.
Doing the right thing, just keep dropping so you get the horse going. And to start from May the 24th, I mean, it looks bad because you lose by 10 lengths, but that was a really, really tough maiden race. The race last time, that was the disappointment because you're thinking, okay, we're dropping, we're in the right spot, let's go, and just sort of an even effort. So now they're going to change the rider to see if maybe that can get the horse going.
Mr. Perfect is the 5. Now, we've talked about horses taking the drops in. This one's actually moving up from 15,000.
This barn almost won the play
No
trial
kidding.
with I'm Your Medicine Man, and a big, big number at that, too. I don't like when horses blow big leads, but having said that, I kind of like that winner, that McGowan, who's in the entries coming up as well in the not-too-distant future, too. So, you know, that's one of the best races we've ever seen this guy run. And you know what they did? All they did was they took the blinkers off in that most recent race, too. So maybe they've kind of stumbled onto something in there, and maybe the barn's momentum can carry over to this one.
Screen Scene is the 6, and they're going to change things up here with this horse as well. The drop from 40 in for 25. They'll switch up riders to Romero Mirage, who the barn has had some success with, and they'll add blinkers and a little extra ground.
What do you make of the fact, though, this swayed me, and it probably shouldn't have, but it did. Because I kind of like the 7, and the fact that all of a sudden Abley shows up on the 7 is why I went in that one's direction. Because it wasn't a bad run, as you said. Now you're in for an easier spot here today. You do get those changes on the program that you see in here. You get that second start out angle, which is a really good angle for this outfit too. Like, does that maybe lead you to believe that the 7 might be the better of the 2?
It's hard for me because she likes both these riders,
True.
Mirage
Very
and
true.
Abley. So
Yeah.
it's a little tough. The thing that kind of bugs me about the 7, obviously, is the time away from the races. And you have to kind of think maybe this horse needs a start here today. Has been away from the races for over a year. But when he was competing last season and in 2024, I mean, he raced against some horses who have turned out to be good racehorses. You know, Regal Guest is the one that pops out to me. But what took him away from racing for so long?
You know what this reminds me of, though, is that Dave Cody horse earlier on this season where I said to you, you can be so aggressive off a long layoff, because who's going to drop the claim slip in on this horse for 25,000 when the horse hasn't run since May of
You're 100%
2025?
right.
So I'm kind of looking at it this way. The horse might be taking a bit of an edge, and the fact that money is showing, that might be a bit of a positive
And
sign.
one more to take a look at, that's the 8 Bongino Warrior for Anthony Husbands. They dropped from 40 in for 25, and they definitely got a better effort there.
You know what a great year this barn's having. You know, they've not started a ton of horses, but the results have been there. Do we have a rider change? Oh, it is Jason. Boy, that's great, because the way that he kind of hobbled back in that last race that he was supposed to ride in about 5 hours ago, I didn't think he'd be able to ride here in this race. So great to see him back. That's a great sign.
Himself in some ice.
Yeah, for a few hours.
He had lots of time to get himself
But he's a
patched up.
factor. If he runs one of his consistent races, he could be right there in the mix of things.
Absolutely. So we've got 11 minutes to go before race number 14, which is how we wrap things up for you on this Super Sunday. We welcome you back inside the studio. Woo! Did we ever see a lot of horse racing today? And I think we might have a new favorite for the King's Plate.
So Inglorious has won as a filly for Josie's. We've seen that in the past. She's done very, very well when it comes to horses. Did she not do it twice? I can't remember.
I feel like it's been twice.
I should have said. I should have looked that up before. Forgive me, folks. We've been on the air for a very long time.
Without any food or water.
That's right. So yeah, no, she obviously does very well when it comes to fillies, potentially doing some big things in that race. The play trial was slower, 6 lengths slower. A GT 500, what a performance we saw from that one. And the Shipper, what a lovely gentleman that horse.
I think we're going to see that horse come back here
he was
too.
very complimentary of Woodbine, which was great. But we want to give our biggest thank you to everybody behind the scenes working with not only our crew, but obviously the ponies.
Oh, ponies, they did a great job.
Everybody, it's been a long day for everybody. So kudos to everybody, and hopefully you had some success at the windows.
Well, you get to go home, go to bed, and come right back tomorrow, Jeff, because a reminder that we are racing on Monday. That is a special card that's been added because of the cancellation that we had on Friday. So essentially it's the Friday program. It just shows back up for you on Monday. I see Fraser Abley has just hopped off of his horse as well. Not sure what the issue is with that one, so just keep that in mind. 9 to 5 is the price on Little Thornio. Race number 14, the finale on the program where we played the Jackpot High Five. That carryover is close to $20,000, $19,300. Keep your eye on the 7. Jeff will be back with you for tomorrow's card. Pre-game show starts at 12. First race post time at 1, and then I'll be back with you on Thursday for that card of racing, which will come up a little later on in the day. Just 9 minutes away from race number 14. Good luck with your selections.
Call to post race 14, number 3, Fast Charlie is a vet scratch. The Jackpot High Five carry over $19,345.16. Race coming up on the main track, 6 1/2 furlongs, is a maiden optional claiming race. 3 and up as they head to the post parade. Just 7 minutes till the 14th race. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1, Messy Riding. Pietro Moran is on board for John Mattini and RCC Racing Stable Limited. Number 2 is Tucker's Town, who's trained by Noel Williams for Bermuda Blue Farm. The rider is Chad Lee. 3 is out for Jolted for Legion Racing, Barbara Minchell, and the rider Jeffrey Alderson. Number 5, Mr. Perfect, is in the barn of Harold Ladouceur for Kirk Sutherland with Craven Badry. Number 6 is Screen Scene. Romero Mirage riding for Spring Farm Holdings Limited, Krista Gale Cole and Callista de Souza. Krista Cole is the trainer. 7, Little Thonio for 3D's Racing Stable and Krista Cole with Fraser Abley. And number 8 is Bongino Warrior, Jason Hoyt, back in action. And he is on board for Anthony Husbands and Tara Horse Farm Incorporated. The final race of the day is 4 minutes away, race 14. Three minutes. Loading and messy riding has gone forward. Coming to the line for the final race of the program is Mr. Perfect goes up gate number 2, Tucker's Town. And further across is Screen Scene. Don't forget, we're back racing here tomorrow on our Monday card. Jolted goes in. Further across, Screen Scene is settling for Romero Mirage, and out wide a Little Thonio. They're almost to the line with Little Thonio, who's the favorite, currently at 8-5. Jolted at 9-5. Bongino Warrior and Jason Hoyt will come to the outside gate. Stand by for a start. Outside runner, Bongino Warrior. And the field is set to run. They stand well. Off they race, and one of the best away is Little Thonio. Back to last early is Tucker's Town. Racing out in front, though, is Screen Scene. Dashed out in the lead and away from the inside, racing out to a good gallop by about 3 lengths. Coming through fast over on the inside is Messi riding as they settle into stride. Between them is Mr. Perfect, and it's Little Thonio the outside. That trio chasing the runaway leader, Screen Scene. A breaker forward of Bongino Warrior on the outside of Jolted, and about 6 away last is Tucker's Town. Carving this field up early is Screen Scene by a length and a half. 3 wide Little Thonio. Mr. Perfect the centre. Messi riding on the inside. They're getting closer to this leader. And 3 away is Bongino Warrior finishing well. Losing touch on them a bit is Jolted, and last is Tucker's Town. Racing to the 5/16ths, and now coming with a rush is Little Thonio on the outside. In the centre, Mr. Perfect to join Screen Scene, and 4 wide goes Bongino Warrior and Jason Hoyt. And as they turn for home is coming after Little Thonio. In the lead in the centre, Little Thonio. Bongino Warrior lays down the gauntlet on the outside to go by, and Bongino Warrior's hit the front from Little Thonio, and battling away is Mr. Perfect, and Bongino Warrior coming away for Jason Hoyt. Trouble! Oh, he's got tossed off after looking all over a winner, and Little Thonio will go on and win. Scores by about 2.5 lengths from Mr. Perfect, Tucker's Town, and then Jolted and Messi riding. And now again, unfortunately for Jason, he was on the way to a big win, and now he's on the ground needing assistance, and more to come from the stewards. The time 1:18.77. The winner is number 7, Little Thonio. Second is 5, Mr. Perfect. 2, Tucker's Town. Third, 4, Jolted has run 4th. More to come. 22 and 2 the first quarter, the half 46, 3 quarters 1:11 and 3, and the time 1:18.77. And Jason on his feet. And the inquiry sign on as the stewards will just take a quick look at what happened there with Bongino Warrior. But good news for Jason's on his feet, as we have Little Thonio coming back as a winner in the final race of the program. Little Thonio is the winner of the final race.
He started up too, right? I was like, just hang on, just hang on.
And it is Little Thonio coming back for the barn here of Chris Cole. And congrats to 3Ds Racing Stable. Fraser Abley coming out with another victory here, as Little Thonio in a 4th lifetime start. His success, the 4-year-old, a dark bay brown gelding by Seeking the Soul from Tale of Houdini, was bred in Florida by Charles Fipke. A breakthrough win for Little Thonio, as the inquiry is underway or continues on. Fifth home was 1, Messi riding, so we have 7-5-2-4-1. Stand by. No change in the final race. That has concluded with the inquiry. And 7-5-2-4-1 will become official. Let's take a look at the prices. The final race winner, number 7, $4.50, Little Thornio, and 5, Mr. Perfect to place $4.40. A big return to Tucker's Town, $13.20. And that exacta $7.5, $20.70. And the trifecta, $296.45. Super 7524, $892.90, and the jackpot high 5 75241, $1,772.45. In the double, 3717 even. The carryover is $23,386.42. And a look there at the swinger, 5-7, 375, 2-7, 24.55, and 2-5, $18.60. Pick 3, 4-3 into the 7 or the scratch, 27.50. The pick 4, 1,918.75. And the pick 5 number 75437 or 3 in the final leg, 1,995.10. And the jackpot power pick 6, 6 the first leg winner, 7,544.15. The carryover to racing on Monday. Tomorrow, $14,183.02. They are the payouts on the 14th race. Off they race, and one of the best away is Little Thonio. Back to last early is Tucker's Town. Racing out in front, though, is Screen Scene. Dashed out in the lead, and away from the inside, racing out to a good gallop by about 3 lengths. Coming through fast over on the inside is Messy riding as they settle into stride. Between them is Mr. Perfect, and it's Little Thornio the outside. That trio chasing the runaway leader, Screen Scene. A breaker forward of Bongino Warrior on the outside of Jolted, and about 6 away last is Tucker's Town. Carving this field up early is Screen Scene by a length and a half. 3 wide Little Thonio. Mr. Perfect the centre. Messy riding on the inside. They're getting closer to this leader. And 3 away is Bongino Warrior finishing well. Losing touch on them a bit is Jolted, and last is Tucker's Town. Racing to the 5/16ths, and now coming with a rush is Little Thonio on the outside. In the centre, Mr. Perfect to join Screen Scene, and 4 wide goes Bongino Warrior and Jason Hoyt. And as they turn for home is coming after Little Thonio. In the lead in the centre, Little Thonio. Bongino Warrior lays down the gauntlet on the outside to go by, and Bongino Warrior's hit the front from Little Thonio, and battling away is Mr. Perfect, and Bongino Warrior coming away for Jason Hoyt. Trouble! Oh, he's got tossed off after looking all over a winner, and Little Thonio will go on and win. Scores by about 2.5 lengths from Mr. Perfect, Tucker's Town, and then Jolted and Messy riding. And now again, unfortunately for Jason, he was on the way to a big win, and now he's on the ground needing assistance, and more to come from the stewards. The time 1:18.77. There is the finish order, final race of the program. We're back with Racing Hit tomorrow. Thanks for those who made it out to the track on this Woodbine Oaks program. And we look forward to the King's Play coming up on the 15th of August. The countdown is now on. And wishing you all a very good night.